Okay, we've switched over and we're alive here. The March 18th, 2015 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded as well as presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2. So all of you players, you can re-see yourselves. And are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. Please note customers of CenturyLink may view this program in high definition on channel 1002, and some customers of Cox Communication who do not have a cable box may view this meeting on digital channel 89.5. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, may be viewed on the internet at www.lasvegasnevada.gov. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m., also Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 p.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. This building is protected by state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler system. If alarms should activate during today's meeting, please evacuate using the exits at the back of the chambers out to the mezzanine. Proceed out the double doors to the terrace and down the back staircase. For anyone who has difficulty with stairs, please check with a marshal or fire official for assistance. Once outside, assemble on the northeast corner across the street from City Hall at Lewis and First Street. Employees wearing safety vests or city marshals will inform you when it's safe to re-enter the building. For public comment related to items on the agenda, citizen participation, and public hearing items, we have available a speaker card which you may complete and submit to the city clerk. Cards are available online in the clerk's office or at the rear of these chambers. If you did not submit a card, it does not prevent you from speaking under public comment, citizen participation, or specified public hearing items. If anyone's present today who has need for hearing impaired equipment, please come forward and see our city clerk staff up front. If you parked in the parking garage and did not receive a validation ticket as you entered chambers, please exit out the doors to your right and see security personnel at the entrance. Excuse me 1 second. Okay. This morning we are going to have a moment of silent prayer before we continue on with our ceremonial items. Of course, our Pledge of Allegiance follow. So if everybody will please rise and remove your hats if you have them on, and we'll have a moment of silent prayer. Thank you. Thank you, and if you'll join us with the Pledge of Allegiance, please. And now we'll continue with the ceremonial portion of the agenda. You're not in class so far. Now, Councilman Anthony is going to make sure that he delays it as long as possible. So you're missing all your morning classes. So we're just waiting. I know some of our council, I can hear them coughing and wheezing and blowing noses. How many of you have allergies? Tough. And in your sport? And especially if you're on the soccer fields now, woo. 1, Oh, that's a new pen.
I'm
What's
getting
this
one,
one?
too.
What's
Suicide
that one?
prevention.
Oh, excellent.
Christine.
Lifesaver. Don't run. Look at her.
She's going to pin you too. We're all pinned. We were getting pinned.
I love this. So Councilman's going to talk about it? Yes. Oh, wonderful. Did you get Councilwoman? You're just going to do us all? Oh, I got a couple of things here.
Lots of bling. I know you love the bling.
Yes, I love bling, so I'm being blinged out here. And you'll hear about it. Okay, this is a ceremonial portion of the agenda, and for a first item, I'd like to invite our Director of Planning, Tom Perigo, to join us at the podium. Look how fast. Now, I want you to know that this gentleman who looks like he's growing a beard, every time I see him, he has biked all the way, not today, I don't think, but he bikes frequently to work all the way from up in Summerlin down to City Hall. All downhill, but he has to go home, Councilman. Okay. So he's strong, and he cares about the environment. Our employees strive to be superheroes in the workplace, meeting our values of action, which stand for achievement, creativity, teamwork, integrity, and ownership now. They build our community to make life better for all of us. And I'm proud to announce that the employee of this month is Jana Pereda. And where are you, Jana? Always smiling, this lady here. Wonderful. Oh, my God, she's just electrifying. Jana's been with the city since, look how young she is, since 1989, and is one of our code enforcement officers. Jana's a super ambassador for the city of Las Vegas. The perception of a code enforcement officer sometimes appears to be negative when they knock on your door. But when people meet this wonderful Jana, that stereotype is quickly dismissed. Supremely positive, Jana brings an understanding and facilitating touch to issues in our neighborhoods that need to be addressed. She gets compliance with city ordinances always done with a smile. Recently, Jana was called to the scene of a fire that had started between two homes. After the blaze, fire investigators determined that the resident in one of the homes was living in substandard conditions. The obviously very upset and distraught resident found a friend in Jana. Jana treated the resident with great consideration and respect, and then helped the resident go about getting the home brought up to code. Jana was even able to help the resident find a hauling company to assist with cleaning the property, saving the resident quite a bit of money. We have a lot of employees at the city who are faced continuously with stressful situations, and working with residents who are upset or distraught and having suffered through tragedies, their positive attitudes make a huge difference. Our employees are at their best in these situations, providing compassion and assistance, and Jana is a great example of this. So we thank you, Jana, for all that you do and have done. I want to present you with the award and also point you to our left here and your right, where you'll see a street sign with your name on it that's posted out front of City Hall, recognizing Jana as our employee of the month. And the most exciting, we want to hear more praise before you get to talk, is we want to go to the boss.
Thank you, Mayor. So obviously, Jana's actions are amazing. The level of service she provided in this one particular case, very worthy of this recognition. But she's been doing this consistently with this type of service for over 25 years. So I did the math, and on average, she handles about 75 cases a month. So her time at the city, she has provided this level of service to over 25,000 people in our city. And when you think about it, if each of those people relayed that experience to 4 other people in our city about how the city treated them with respect and compassion and help them through their issue. That's over 100,000 people during her career that have had a positive impression of our city. And so for that level of service, and that's what we do day in and day out at Code Enforcement, I'm really proud of the entire team, especially proud of Jana's leadership and that level of service she's provided over the years to that many of our citizens. So thank you, Jana.
Thank you. You ready? Oh, yeah. She's always ready. I just asked, are you ready? And then I'm going to give you your certificate. Here we go.
100,000, that's a lot. I just see them one at a time. So dealing with one person at a time, giving them 100% of my time. But over the last 25 years, I've really enjoyed working for the city, and I look forward to continue. So it was a great honor and privilege to receive this. Thank you very much. But every code enforcement officer deserves this award.
Wonderful. Now, since we have so many young people here, and you know, as you're beginning to find out who you are, because life is a continual learning, I want to ask you, what were the interests when you think back to perhaps this age group or later on that made you look towards the type of job you might have now? So that as you look at jobs, you always hear about doctors and lawyers and musicians and athletes. But what a great job it is, and what a wonderful job she does. And so maybe just a little bit about your job so that they could think about, maybe I want to work for and be a public servant and do what you do.
Don't know if you want my answer. I was dared to apply for police department. So I took on the dare, and hence started with the marshals, ended up in parking enforcement, and now code enforcement. So mine was a dare. I really didn't know what I wanted to be. But look where I'm at 25 years later, working for a wonderful city.
Wonderful. Thank you. We're so proud of Jana. And we have a certificate for her, and it's Employee of the Month, and it says she's exhibited outstanding performance through achievement, creativity, teamwork, integrity, ownership, and engagement now, and has exhibited assistance to her fellow employees, her department, and the citizens of Las Vegas. And I know I speak on behalf of all of our city council and everybody that works here and all of our citizens, and we thank you. And so how about we get a picture by the sign with your name on it? So we'll step over here. This is for you. And also apparently something new is a paper something. Okay. So we'll go over here.
You know, it would be fun as after we take this picture. We met in the Austin airport.
Maybe the top way.
Thank you.
You notice I didn't ask her which one of those 3 job assignments she liked the best, because I wouldn't want her in trouble with Mr. Perigo. Okay. For our next item, Councilman Anthony is going to recognize the winners of the Mayor's Soccer Tournament. This tournament has grown every year from its inception 15 years ago. It's now one of the largest youth soccer tournaments in this entire country. Teams from all over the world come to Las Vegas to compete. In the past, we've had teams from as far away as Panama, Haiti, Nepal, even Russia. It's a wonderful event that brings in an estimated $17 million into our local economy. And none of this would have been possible without the work of city team members in operations, maintenance, parks, and recreation. For Las Vegas is known for its beautiful soccer fields, and this team of employees keep them green and playable year-round for these great youngsters. In our audience, all of you that are here today, you know how fabulous our fields look. Councilman, Mayor Pro Tem, please share with us who are the local winners from this February's Mayor's Cup.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good. We're now going to talk about these good-looking kids, and they're not only good-looking kids, but they're tremendous athletes. So it brings me great pride and pleasure to recognize the 7 local teams that won their divisions in the recent City of Las Vegas Mayor's Cup. On the weekend of February 20th to the 22nd, the City of Las Vegas and the Downtown Soccer Club hosted the Las Vegas Mayor's Cup International Youth Soccer Tournament. At this point, I'd like to invite our tournament director, Gary Sorensman. Just come down here, Gary. Come on down. Give him a nice round of applause. He does a lot of work on this. Thanks for coming down, Gary. 518 teams participated in this event over 3 days, and teams from around all over the United States came, as well as teams from Mexico, Canada, Panama, Guatemala, the Dominican Republic, Cayman Islands, Haiti, France, Japan, Brazil, Colombia, Australia, and Germany. So this is a world-class soccer tournament that's held once a year for our senior kids. Now in its 16th year, the Las Vegas Mayor's Cup is presently the largest international tournament in the country. We're additionally excited that the Mayor's Cup for the younger players will again be played in October 2015, and we're going to have over 100 teams from outside the United States. That's the largest that we've ever had that are going to participate in that event. And as the mayor mentioned, this event is not only a great for this city because it recognizes youth soccer, but it pumps about $17 million into our economy that weekend. And it involves 14,000 participants, 400 college coaches that come out to recruit, 2,500 room nights, 250 minivans to cart all these kids all over the place. The major partners that are involved in this event are the City of Las Vegas, the Downtown Las Vegas Soccer Club, Chapman Jeep Dodge, Generation Adidas International, Las Vegas Pro Soccer Challenge Cup, and Genova International School of Soccer. And the finals are played every year at the great Betty Wilson Soccer Complex, one of the best soccer complexes in the world, and it's at Lake Mead and Tenaya in the Great Ward 4. And the Great Ward 4. And every year the mayor comes out, and I come out there also. Councilman Coffin shows up every once in a while, and we hand out the awards to the teams. Again, 518 teams from around the world came to play in the soccer tournament, and 7 of our own in Las Vegas actually won their division. That's what great players these kids are. So at this time, I'm going to announce the players and the coaches. When I announce your team, if you could come down here. We're going to get a picture with the entire city council, and I have a certificate from myself, the mayor, and the city council to give each one of you, and then you can go back and sit down, and we'll just do this until we're done, okay? All right, the first one is the under 12 girls Chapman Division winners, LVPSA 03 White, Coach Michael Madrid, and it says here they're not present, so give them a nice round of applause anyway. I guess their coach wouldn't let him get out of school for a couple hours, so. Okay, the next one is the under 12 boys Chapman Division winners, Vegas All Boys Armando Orozco. Come on down. Come on down. Have the entire team come down.
And we have good luck in your coach. You all give everything to the coach.
You just do it for me?
So don't lose your coach. Keep on right on going and we'll hold together. Come in as close as you can, please.
Coach has the certificates. Okay, go sit down. Thanks. You can go sit down now. Go ahead. All right, the next team are the under 12 boys Adidas division winners, the Heat FC 04 ET Assad Marino. Come on down. Next are the under 15 boys Chapman division, Heat FC 00 FD, Frank DiMarilio. Come on down. Wow. I'm just going to record.
Congratulations. We have good luck airship and your
All right, good job. Heat FC 00 FD. Under 15 boys Chapman division. Next we have the under 15 girls Chapman division winners, the Heat FC 01 ECNL Coach Key Reed. Come on down. Okay, I guess they're not here. Okay. Give them a nice round of applause. Next, we have the under 15 girls Adidas East Division winners, the SSGSL Racing Angels, Heather Arribas. Come on down. And our final team to recognize, the under 15 girls Adidas West Division winners, the Heat FC 00EN, Enrique Navarez. Are they here? Come on down.
I knew your dad when he was your age. Absolutely. Who's got it right there? Thank you. And Grandpa, congratulations. Thank you.
And I also want to thank all the parents for instilling great values in these kids and carting them around all over the city to soccer games and going out of town. So nice round of applause for all the parents for doing a great job. Gary, you're the tournament director. Why don't you come on down here and say a couple words?
Well, I'm not going to take the credit for all of this. There's a lot of people to thank. On behalf of Downtown Las Vegas Soccer Club, our board of directors, I want to thank the mayor, the city council, and there's a lot of people in the city that do a lot more than I do. Parks and Rec, Patrick and his crew. Sherry is sitting back there. Doesn't get much recognition, but she puts a lot of work into this tournament. To you coaches sitting over here, I've been there. There's a lot of work put into this, and so thank you guys for keep coming back to our tournament. I mean, there's a lot of work that we do to put this thing together, and I don't think without all of you people, okay, this would be a success. So once again, thank you. I know we're going to see you back next year, and good luck.
Good job. And, you know, as Gary mentioned, this tournament would not be a success without the staff from the city of Las Vegas that are down there. Well, they're planning this all the time, but they're down there a solid 3 days. So if I could have if you could just stand and be recognized, Sherry Alexander, Tim Hacker, Daphne Lagarza, Steve Ford. Where are you? Tim's over there. Sherry's over there. Thank you very much, Steve. Thank you very much for what you do. Sherry's the one that's out there for 3 days nonstop, and she just, I know she loves this tournament, and if it wasn't for her, this would not be a big success. So thank you very much. Thanks for coming down. Thanks, Mayor, and we'll see you all in October.
And students, we're going to ask you to stay for a few minutes more because Councilman Ross has some interesting comments here as well. So please, Councilman.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you. I appreciate you letting me go while I have all this captive audience here because I have a very important message at the end of my presentation. First, before I give that presentation, I have another presentation. It is National Women's History Month right now, and myself and the men behind me have the distinct pleasure of working with some incredible women that I'd like to recognize today. First of all, our city manager, Betsy Fretwell. Betsy, would you come up here, please? Give her a round of applause. So in honor of Women's History Month, indulge me for a few moments while I recognize some of these amazing women. First of all, our city manager, Betsy Fretwell. Betsy joined the city in 2000 and was sworn in as our city manager in 2009. She manages 3,000 employees and a budget of $1.2 billion. That's a lot of money, kids. Under her leadership, Zappos moved downtown. The Smith Center brought culture to downtown. The Lou Rouvel Brain Institute came downtown. It opened up. We have built this incredible building for the people of this city. So under your leadership, you've done an awful lot of good things. Betsy's talents extend also to lending a hand to our neighbors in North Las Vegas as well. She spearheads the programs to improve efficiencies, stabilize service levels in our valley, and enhance revenues through partnership agreements. It is no small statement to say it was her steady hand, and this is very important, that led our city through its worst recession into recovery. Betsy, good job for doing that. Betsy represents the city presenting at national conferences on management and leadership. We are proud that she has made her home Las Vegas. And Betsy, on behalf of myself, the mayor, and the city council, thank you for all you do for the city of Las Vegas, and keep making history for us. And I got something for you. Give her a round of applause. Next is our own city councilwoman representing Ward 1, Lois Tarkanian. Councilwoman, would you stand up here with me, please? You're pretty dang popular around here, girl. We know Lois as that amazing woman who stood beside Las Vegas' most important coach in history, Jerry Tarkanian. Lois, however, is so much more than that. Lois was sworn into office in 2005, at the same time pretty close to when I got sworn into office. Prior to her service on the council, she served for 12 years on the Clark County Board of School Trustees. She's committed to a quality education for all she served in our community as a classroom teacher, a speech pathologist, and as a school principal. Dr. Councilwoman Tarkanian holds a doctorate in leadership and human behavior in addition to a master's degree in speech pathology. Today, she serves as a board member of several organizations committed to our children in the city of Las Vegas. The Clark County Public Education Foundation, Nevada PEP, which I believe is Parents Encouraging Parents. Am I correct? And the Advisory Committee for Teacher Education Academy at Clark High School, which is very important. And near and dear to my heart, Lois Tarkanian opened the first full inclusion preschool for deaf children at the Community College of Southern Nevada, as I have a little brother who's deaf as well. So thank you for that, Councilwoman. I could keep us here for a long time talking about the many things that this woman has done for our community and the organizations that she belongs to. I think you've nearly received every humanitarian lifetime award that this community has to offer. I think you've done that. So, Councilwoman, thank you. On behalf of myself, the mayor, and the city council, thank you for your service to the city of Las Vegas. You betcha. Certainly last but not least, Mayor, would you stand up here by me, please? Our mayor has demonstrated that she is not Oscar's second act, but she is our leading lady. Carolyn Goodman founded the Meadows School in 1984, the community's first nonprofit college preparatory school. She ran the operation for 26 years, never accepting a salary or a paycheck for her work. How about that? 26 years, no paycheck. In 2011, she became our mayor, and each day I see her work hard with a positive attitude towards all here in the city of Las Vegas. Mayor Goodman continues to work with the CEO Nonprofits Group to collaborate profiles of 501c3 organizations in our community so donors can give with confidence in our community. She's also spearheaded the Mayor's Faith Initiative, has encouraged cooperation among cultures to work on shared common goals and creating an all-inclusive community for all. Thank you, Mayor, for what you continue to do and making history during Women's History Month, and that's for you as well.
What a nice idea. Thank you.
You're welcome. It was great for me to do that because as we were walking into work this morning, we were talking about our staffs and the ladies that work for us and work with us, and we've got some tremendous staff members as well. So this recognition goes to all of you ladies, by the way, throughout this community. Now, I've got a more serious topic I want to bring up. Out at Tule Springs this Saturday, we are going to be doing the Out of Darkness American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. That's why I wanted all of you young people to be here. And Mayor, thank you for graciously letting me do this so I had everybody's attention. But before I begin, I would like to bring up Stacy Ackerman, a local mother who has put her heart and soul into preventing suicide in our community. Stacy, would you come on up here, please? Give her a round of applause. From the devastating personal loss of her own daughter, Brittany Rebecca Helton, from suicide, Stacy has reached forward to provide a lifeline to other families suffering the devastation that her own family has experienced. This event we're holding at Centennial Hills Park, she does every year and has since 2011 in the spring, and has well over 800 participants that participate in this event. And we should be on the screen. Yep, we're on the screen. Locally, the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention trains field advocates to work with public officials toward their ambitious goal of reducing suicide by 20% by 2025. I'd like to see more than 20%. And you would too. By having this group here today, I hope that we are spreading the word and sending the message to every community leader that suicide has claimed far too many lives in our valley. This event is a moment of solemn remembrance for all those we lost in our community. Honor beads, each one a different color for how your life has been impacted by loss from suicide, are given to the participants to remember the ones that they've lost. Our community must have more discussions about the reality of suicide. I don't use the word hate very often. That's a bad word for me, but I'm going to say this. I hate these numbers I'm going to give you right now. Las Vegas has a suicide rate of 19.02%, well above the national average. Veterans comprise 22.2% of those suicides nationally. As a city councilman to a community with 2 Air Force bases, it is certainly our job to communicate there are resources in place for all of our military family members who to not go without fear for reprisals from losing their jobs. This is a reality in this community. Active military members have a hard time reaching out for help because they're concerned about their jobs on these bases and their jobs in the military. There's help out there. We're all wearing these buttons, World Without Suicide, and then the life ring pin as well. So thank you for providing us to the City Council. You bet. Next topic is bullying, before I hand the microphone over to Stacy. Bullying is having an impact on our children as we speak, and you young people know this. You see it every day in school. It is the job of every leader in our community to say enough is enough. We have lost too many young people in despair from the cruelty of others. We must remind our youth to be valiant. They are our future, and their best days lie ahead of them, so please be brave. There is help. Our job is to treat suicide as a public health crisis in our community, just like bullying. I believe it's a public health crisis as well. We all should educate ourselves about the warning signs of suicide and support wrapping our arms around families who have lost loved ones and gone through this struggle. Please know that we care. The mayor cares. The city council cares. Don't take your life if you're listening to this. Be brave and reach for help. You can call the National Suicide Prevention Line at 1-800-273-TALK or 8255. There will be someone to answer the phone and help you make plans for one more day in your life. And with this, I'm going to turn the microphone over to Stacy so she can give us a few words about this great event we're going to do on Saturday. Stacy, thanks for being here with us today. Give her a round of applause.
Thank you, Councilman. I appreciate you having me here. I couldn't do this alone. I have a great support system. My parents have always been by my side. My children, Ashley, Jeff, Sheridan, Tristan, Mitchell. I have an amazing husband who actually is active duty, and he's here today. We lose 22 veterans a day to suicide. So keep that in mind. Bullying is a huge, huge issue in our community. So we also have to keep that in mind as well. Children, there's so many of you in the room today. Please, if you are ever in a situation, you need to reach out to somebody. It doesn't matter who it is. If one of your friends reaches out to you, you need to go and tell someone. Also, I couldn't have done it without our board members. Rosie, Karen, Ashley, Aaron, Chris, Jill, Nichelle, Susan, and Kathy. Without all of them sticking by and helping me with all of this throughout the months and my little bit of craziness, this wouldn't have been able to happen. The walk that we are doing is this Saturday, starting at 9 a.m. for registration. We have right now 675 people registered online. We anticipate having about 300 people more register the day of the walk. And we've raised about $39,500 so far. So our goal is $50,000 for the walk, which I'm a little nervous about, but I'm sure that it will not be a problem at all. So I thank you, and I thank the mayor and all of the council people for having me here today. Oh, yes. Well, thank you. You can go online, www.outofthedarkness.org, to register for the walk. If you want any information about the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, you can go online to www.afsp.org. And as the councilman said, I've been involved with AFSP since 2010. I lost my daughter, Brittany, to suicide when she was 19 years old. She was a college student, and she was on the dean's list, and she had many, many friends, and she was a smart, intelligent, very popular child, but she had a problem. And the only way that she knew to stop her problem was to end her life, and that's not the answer. So you need to remember that. Thank you very much, everyone.
No, thank you. Thank you for what you do and your family does and then your board does and everyone in this community does to prevent this from happening in our community. So I hope you all got that message clearly, and folks, you at home did as well. Stace, we're going to present this to you, Out of the Darkness Walk American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, this certificate of recognition for all of the great things you do in this community on behalf of the mayor and the entire city council. Give her another great big round of applause. And here's some of our board members. Come on up here, girls. Come on up here. Did you want to add to that? Do you want to add to that? I mean, this is a serious problem in this community, and I think you telling about the military bases we have here, the 2 Air Force bases, and folks in the military who don't understand that, and they don't realize there's help out there. So maybe you can talk about that a little bit as well.
Absolutely. I lost my only child, Adam, at age 19, 10 years ago this coming October. Missing him every day. I joined AFSP about 8 years ago. I'm very active on the national level, and what my personal interest is to save young children and teens. There is hope. There is a light at the end of the tunnel. Find somebody to talk to, whether it be a friend, and friends, you must bring that message up to a parent, an aunt, an uncle, a church leader, anyone that will listen, so that you and your friends can get help. Raise your hand, please.
Good job. And what is your name?
Hi, I'm Jill Zimbelman, and I lost my father to suicide in 1998. So it's been about 17 years and about half of my life now, which is kind of a rude awakening for me. This will be my third Out of the Darkness walk. And we are working to create a chapter here in Nevada. We are one of 6 states that does not have a chapter yet, which we're hoping to accomplish by the end of the year. Yet Nevada has the 4th highest suicide rate in the country. So it's not just kids asking for help. Sometimes parents and friends, whoever, may need help. So please speak up.
Thank you so much. Wonderful people in our community. Before you go, I need to hand the microphone to my colleague, Councilman Barlow, because I think he may want to walk.
I won't be able to walk on Saturday, but for the cause and in memory of the number of friends that I've lost also to suicide, I would like to donate $500 toward the cause.
Ladies, thank you very much for all that you do. Councilman, thank you for your help as well. Oh, Councilwoman?
I can't let Ricky get ahead of me. First of all, I just wanted to say that I have spent some time in the past working with people who are helping those who might commit suicide. And I can say to you, sometimes people will say, well, they're selfish and they're thinking of the people who are left. I can tell you they are in such pain. They are in such pain, they can't talk about it, and it's just that they want to get out of the pain. And these random acts of kindness that you can do, taking that little extra time to smile at someone, you really don't know what pain a person may be in that's just walking by, and just a smile or a friendly gesture, what it might do. And so I urge you on your side to work with people who might be able to help, and I also want to say I have to match Ricky. I mean, you know, so.
Don't raise it to 10,000.
I was about to raise it. But I understand that you all are trying to reach that $50,000 mark, so I'll just put the challenge out to the rest of the council to match it. Mayor, are you in? Stavros, you in? Beers? Coffin? Look how much money you've just raised in a matter of time. Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. Ladies, continue this great work. And again, it's www.outofthedarkness.com.org, O-R-G. Sign up for the walk. Contribute. Let's put an end to this in the city of Las Vegas and in Nevada. Thank you very much, ladies. Thank you, Mayor.
Great. Thank you. Now, you see out there, you see that we're putting dollars there. So all of you that are watching or maybe visiting this, this is something we really can help. I've asked the governor to go ahead and make sure the lifelines are open. And it is dollars that help support causes. But the reality is about each one of you taking responsibility for yourselves and touching anybody else to make sure everybody has somebody to whom they can reach out to and can be a friend or at least a good listener. And so every day's a new day, and you just need to make it from one to the next because life is beautiful if you can find that pathway. So we're here, and they're doing a great job. And if, in fact, you have friends that can walk or you know anybody that can give $1 or $2, it's just a wonderful cause, and I think our whole state's working towards this. So we thank you all, and just so sorry for your loss. And, I know there's always feelings of what could I have done, but it's really up to each one of us, even when we're young, to make sure that we have a handout to somebody else. So you did well, Councilman Barlow here.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. Look at that smiling face. But anyway, hope it's a great turnout and you get all those numbers, and we look forward to it. Welcome you back, and thank you. Good day. Good day. Thank you. Okay, for our final moment, and you might as well stay if you would for the final announcement. It will be by the fundraiser personified here, Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. Whenever Councilman Ross grabs the microphone, I know money is going to be coming out of my pocket. He just hit me up last council meeting for $1,000 for Jump for Scouts.
Yes, Jump for Scout. He's jumping off a stratosphere.
And he found someone to jump on my behalf. So.
Jump it too. I've done that. I know. You're coming again.
Right. But it just goes to show you that we really do care as council members and as legislators of this great city, that we really take pride in the programs and projects that help to benefit and really help to advance the residents of our great city. And it's only befitting that I have an opportunity today to really acknowledge a wonderful organization, a wonderful company, a wonderful family that has been here for many, many years doing a lot of wonderful things. And that will be none other than the Alterwitz family, who owns Walker Furniture. So at this time, I would like to ask that Linda Alterwitz come here. I don't want to. I don't want to take a chance. I want to make sure that I say it correctly. So good to see you. Now, please pronounce your last name for me.
Alterwitz Mizrahi.
Alterwitz Mizrahi. All right, let's give her a round of applause. And of course, your brother Larry and Daryl. Those are the only two that I know. So is it only Larry and Daryl?
Yes, and my mother, Deanne.
And of course, your mother, Deanne. Is she here?
She's not here.
Okay, but I love Deanne. As a matter of fact, I met your mother before I met any of you or your siblings, and so she's just a wonderful lady. But let me just explain to you, and if you would just please stand here with me, because we are so pleased and honored to have such a wonderful company and such a beautiful and philanthropic family here in the Las Vegas community, continuing to give back. It's not all about taking in, but you all give just as much as you take in from the community as well. And so for that, we are graciously honored to have you in the wonderful city of Las Vegas. As I mentioned, Linda Alterwitz Mizrahi, the sister of Larry and Daryl, and the children of Deanne, right? In 1960, Ruth and George Walker opened the Walker Furniture Company, a 10,000 square foot one-story furniture store on Highland, which is now Martin Luther King Boulevard. In 1973, ownership of Walker Furniture was purchased by Deanne and Oscar Alterwitz. The Alterwitz family, along with the family members, relocated to Las Vegas from Gary, Indiana. I didn't know that. For 21 years, Walker Furniture has given back to the community by furnishing homes for the residents in need through their Home for the Holidays program. And I wish we had a clip of that, because it is really a wonderful program where the Alterwitz family go and identify families in the community that are in need and basically furnish their homes with a number of furnishings, which is always wonderful to see, and is played out at one of their annual holiday celebrations. And traditionally, is it still at the same location, or do you all move locations?
It's at the same location.
the same location each and every year, and they bring the families in and basically treat them to a wonderful dinner. And I had the honor and the opportunity of participating on last year, and it was just a wonderful experience to have so many families being honored with such a pleasant gift for the holiday. This is Walker's largest annual charitable endeavor, and is their way of making the holiday season brighter for deserving families. Over 30 homes were furnished in 2014. So let's give them a round of applause for that, because that's a lot of families that you've impacted, from couches to dinette sets to bedroom sets. It's just a really wonderful experience. For over 15 years, Walker Furniture has joined forces with the Clark County School District Partnership Program in order to provide opportunities for students to participate in a myriad of competitions. The incentives for the winning students and educators include cash prizes, monies to purchase books for their libraries, and to provide furnishings for the teachers' lounges. Most importantly, it gives the students and educators a sense of pride for their outstanding achievements in the classroom. In May of 2014, Walker Furniture launched a program designed to provide a better quality of life for wounded United States military personnel and veterans in Clark County. Walker, in partnership with the American Legion Paradise Post 149, created the Help for Heroes to provide much-needed specialized furniture to local veterans. This is an opportunity for the Walkers to say thank you for your service to the men and women in our military personnel. The program spans from Memorial Day to the 4th of July and is presented during a special event also. Walker was able to provide furniture for 10 families in 2014. Now, skipping to 2012, Walker Furniture showroom measures approximately, just to give you all an idea as to how large their showroom is, it's 120,000 square feet. How many of you all know how big that is? It's warehouse size. It's huge. The entire Walker Furniture campus includes the main showroom, the showroom store by Walker, tent and clearance, and on the far end of the campus is the new Market Liquidator store. The total square footage of the campus showroom now is approximately 160,000 square feet. I would like to personally state that Walker Furniture has been an exemplary partner in many of the Ward 5 projects. They were huge supporters during the grand reopening of the Martin Luther King Boulevard celebration. Walker donated a full room of furniture for a family that had just moved to Ward 5 only 2 months prior, and they were very ecstatic to receive such a welcome home gift. Today, the city of Las Vegas is proud to have Walker Furniture as a local business in our community, and they are a corporation comprised of concerned owners and employees with an unmatched spirit of giving, and many have benefited from their benevolence. We honor them on this day and acknowledge that all they do to make a significant difference in the lives of the residents across the Las Vegas Valley. So, having said that, we, the mayor and members of the Las Vegas City Council, urge the entire community to join with us as we do hereby proclaim March 18th, 2015, Walker Furniture Day in the city of Las Vegas. Congratulations. And at this time, if you will, Linda, please say a few words on behalf of your family. Thank you.
Thank you to Mayor Goodman, City Council members, and Councilman Barlow for this great honor. Being part of the Las Vegas community for 59 years has given Walker not only the opportunity but the honor of giving back as a family-owned business. We'll continue to give back, to help those in need. And again, we thank you so much for this incredible honor.
Thank you. So, Linda, as I mentioned, on behalf of the mayor and council, we would like to present you and your family with this wonderful proclamation. And remember that always from this day going forward, March 18th will be Walker Furniture Day here in the city of Las Vegas for all to enjoy with you. Congratulations.
Not so fast. Students also. Wow, this woman is part of a wonderful family who's done everything that Councilman Barlow has just recognized. She's an artist in her own right, And she has just created, not only with pastels and different materials, she's also a very creative mind and a photographer. So in addition to what she does with her family business, she has really established herself with her inner passion. How long have you been in the arts?
Since the 80s. Yep.
So today she has just given me a book, and if you could tell just a brief bit about it.
The book is an exhibition catalog at the Sahara West Library, an exhibition going on there. And it tells about the work and
your study in this particular is about AIDS victims?
It's about the awareness of our lives and
medical care.
Yeah, and the fragilities of human life.
So there are photographs of different types of medical technologies, like an X-ray, but yet she's used the picture of the X-ray, draping it with either a lace shawl or with different types of concepts. So it really is remarkable. And if you get a chance, ask a parent or a friend's parent to take you to the West Las Vegas Library. How long is this show going to be?
It's through May 9th.
Through May 9th. And it really, for anybody watching, it really is, this is remarkable. And just what a wonderful talent you are, besides all the generosities and the years that I have gone to their Give Back to the Community furniture sharing. It's simply a fabulous community. So it's very important for each of us as we look at ourselves to make sure that we always give back. There are others all the time. So thank you and congratulations to your family from all of us and from everything here. Thank you. Thank you so much, Linda. Okay, because we have to switch, we have to roll this away. You have finally gotten to class. I want you to know it's 7 minutes after 10, so you've missed the first 2 or 3 classes. So that's not bad. Thank you for all that you've done on the athletic fields. We want you to graduate, do your best so you are totally a rounded person. And we will resume. We're going to take a brief recess till 10:15 so we can get the technology switched over. Thank you. Okay, agenda item 10 for possible action. Any items council, staff, and/or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Councilman Anthony.
Thank you, Mayor. I have 4 items. Item number 27, which is a tavern license for change of ownership from Larry's Old Ranch to, I'm not on.
9? So sorry, backing up, flip to page. Okay, so sorry, we've got great city clerk staff here reminding me we have to do public comment. During this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. The amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. All comments made will be cross-referenced to those specific items. If anyone submitted a speaker card who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium and state your name for the record. We'll set the time at 1 minute. We will move on to back into agenda item number 10, which I read, and so we're back to Councilman Anthony on number 27. You were commenting.
Okay, item number 27, a tavern license for change of ownership from Larry's Old Ranch to Hideaway Bar and Grill, 3369 Tom Boulevard. Staff has asked that be obeyed till April 15th. Item number 28, a new restricted gaming license, the Hideaway Bar and Grill, 3369 Tom Boulevard. Staff has asked that be obeyed till April 15th. Item number 40, a new pistol permit license, Easy Paw, Nevada, 6032 West Cheyenne Avenue. Staff has asked that item be obeyed till April 15th. And then finally, item 50, report from the ETC Institute regarding 2014 community survey findings. Staff has asked that be obeyed till April 1st, 2015. That's my motion.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. I think it's your phone. Yeah. It's buzzing. And please post. And that motion carries. Thank you very much. Agenda item number 11 for possible action, approves the final minutes by reference of the October 29th and December 1st, 2014 special City Council meetings and the February 4th, 2015 regular City Council meeting. Is there a motion to approve these minutes, please?
Move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. That motion also carries. Thank you very much. These agenda items, 12 through 49, save the ones that I'm sure Councilman will reiterate here, on the consent agenda are considered to be routine or recommended for approval by their departments and may be enacted in one motion. Are there any items the council wishes to bring forward? Okay, Councilman, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I will make a motion to approve the consent agenda items 12 through 49, except for 27, 28, and 40.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. Motion carries. We'll move on to agenda item. Okay, now let me see where we are. 51, right. 50 was obeyed till the 1st of April. Agenda item 51, report regarding a summary of public investment and public-private partnerships in the city of Las Vegas and in the redevelopment area in reference to all wards.
Mayor,
good morning.
Mayor, may I make a
Yes.
suggestion that we bring 52 forward because it's all part of one presentation?
Absolutely. So please, should we start with 52 first?
I would just suggest you take both items and open them up because
Okay.
there's one presentation for both.
Okay, on agenda item 52, which we're also bringing up, it's a report regarding expenditures incurred as a result of proposed stadium project, proposed arena project, and prior partnership agreements with the Cordish Company, all wards. Again, we will welcome Mr. Adams and Mr. Arndt to the microphone. And these are reports. No action is required. So please go ahead and make your report.
Okay. Good morning. Scott Adams, Deputy City Manager. I'll be tag teaming this presentation with Bill Arndt. We're going to be presenting one PowerPoint presentation, but it covers both agenda items, 51 and 52. I'll be handling the information at the beginning that addresses item 51, and then I'll turn it over to Bill, who will handle item number 52, which is a recap of all the expenditures we've made on the Cordish project since inception. I should say at the outset that we provided you a binder that has the PowerPoint information, which is summary information, but there's a lot of backup that was in your binder. And because of that, we've reduced all of this information into a PDF file, and that PDF file will be, we would be able to make that available to the public. So if anybody wants any of this information that's in the PowerPoint or the backup, they can just contact us, and we'll be glad to provide that information electronically through a PDF file.
And if I might, do they contact you or just
They could contact us. They can contact our communications department. They've got a copy of it wherever they'd like to. We just wanted to make sure that the information that you had was also made available to the public as well.
Great, thank you.
So in a quick summary,
Your Honor, if I may ask a question. Scott, thank you, Bill. If I've got two separate PowerPoints here. One is kind of the report, and the other one is the full backup. But actually, are you going to combine the two at the same time?
Yes, yeah, we're providing one report today, which is the PowerPoint presentation, and then you've got in your binders backup information that ties to each of the slides in this presentation. That's what I'm referring to, is we've consolidated all that into a single electronic file that we can make available to the public.
All right, thank you.
And so the request, it was 2 meetings ago, was for 2 sets of information. There was a request for a detailed accounting of everything that's been spent on the Cordish project since its inception. And that inception date was in November 4th of 2009, when we entered into our first agreement with Cordish. And then there was a second request, which was for a broader or expanded amount of information on similar public-private partnerships going back. It wasn't real specific, but we've been able to go back to as far as 1986. Actually, they start in 1991, which is the inception of the redevelopment agency. So we're going to provide you some high-level information of a look back from 86 to November of 09. We're going to provide you information on major public-private partnerships, and the word P3 stands for public-private partnership, outside of downtown from 09 to present, and then public-private partnerships that were downtown from 09 to present. At that point, I'm going to turn it over to Bill, who will walk you through the accounting of Cordish. I wanted to make a couple assumptions or footnotes about the information we're providing. It excludes federal, state, and local entitlement programs, things like our block grant program, our home funds, our HOPWA funding, RDA set-asides. We would have to put together another book, probably twice as big as what we've provided you, on all the kinds of partnerships that we've entered into with using those kinds of funds. So we thought the intent didn't include that, so we excluded it. Certainly later, if you wanted that, we could do it, but we didn't do it here. And it only includes built projects. There's a lot of projects that we think the city's probably worked on through the years where we've spent money and they didn't come to fruition, but it's one of those where there's a need for staff continuity to understand and even know what those projects were, and we just was very difficult to make an accounting of any of those. Going back, and this is again high-level information, we've identified 86 projects going back from November of 2009 to the inception of the RDA that where we would characterize as public-private partnerships, where there's some level of public and private participation. Those projects had a combined project value of almost $2.5 billion. There was public participation in those of $417 million and private participation of just over $2 billion. Moving on, we've identified 4 projects that were outside of downtown. While I think the discussion was about downtown projects, we kind of felt like for the public to get a complete snapshot and picture of the kinds of public-private partnerships the city's entered into, we should look at all of them. So we've identified a number of those outside of downtown that were undertaken in similar kinds of agreements that provided for both public and private investment. And those are the Animal Foundation, the All-American Tennis Center, Big League Dreams, and then one that was very recent that you just put the finishing touches on funding for recently was the historic West Side School. And so we've shown here the different categories of funding. We've showed where the RDA or cities injected dollars into those projects, where there may have been other public funding, the total public funding, and then the amount of private funding that went into each of those projects. Then we looked at other major partnerships downtown from November of '09 to present. There's a whole list of those on the slide that you see here, ranging from the City Hall to the Neonopolis Garage to the Mob Museum to Metroplex to the Smith Center and so forth. Those comprised a total project cost of $900 million. It was $286 million of city and RDA funds, $163 million of other public funds, for total public funding of just shy of $450 million that matched another $454 million of public funding. We also identified a number of projects that occurred throughout the city, and this may
Mr.
not
Adams,
be... I'm sorry.
Councilman Anthony has a question, please.
If you go back to the back slide. So you have the City Hall listed?
Yes.
Can you talk about when we were talking about the City Hall back 3 or 4 years ago, how we were going to pay for the City Hall, and then talk about how we're doing that today? Because it's different, right?
Talk about how we're going to do that today?
Back when we approved the City Hall, we talked about how we were going to repay the bond, and the discussion back then was different than the discussion, or than actually what's happening today. So can you talk about that?
Well, the intent, that was a somewhat complicated partnership.
And could you also, when you do that, that was the prior, that was back in 10 or 2009?
We actually started working on that in probably 06, 07 in terms of having discussions with parties about building it and trading property. I think it culminated in 2009, where we executed our agreements. It was a project that involved a relationship with Forest City, because we swapped land that we owned at Symphony Park for the land that sits under City Hall. And then we also entered into a development agreement with Forest City to actually build the building for us. They hired a contractor under a construction manager at risk contract to build it. Through that process, we were able to get it built essentially on time and actually dramatically under budget. We returned considerable dollars back to the city that was put in the project budget for that project. We funded it with bonds.
Can you give us years, again, as you're responding? Would this be in 10 or 11? And I'm sorry to put you on this, but since you asked the question.
Mayor, maybe I can just jump in real quick. I asked Vanetta Appleyard to come up as well to help answer this question. And we may be getting into what needs to become a totally another item later, if you want to talk about all the detailed history of what payments have been made on City Hall, bonding schedules and all that, because one, we weren't really prepared for that. I'm sure we have people who can begin to respond to that. However, I will say this, and Vanetta can answer if I'm wrong, but I think it's important to say this pretty clearly. When we made the City Hall transaction, the difference between the former City Hall site and the new City Hall site, there were directions by council at that time as a part of that transaction that we would take any future proceeds, revenues that we received as a result of that direct sale to RGG, who then worked out a lease agreement with Zappos for their headquarters, that those funds will be placed into our debt service account for us to use to service the debt against this building. That is actually happening. I just want to make that very clear. That was directed by council. We have been doing that.
And that was directed by the prior city council or this city council?
At the time of the transaction. So
Which was
that city council.
That city council, okay.
Maybe
So
I need to
just-
clarify my question.
Good.
So I don't want to get into the whole debt service and how to do bonds, but if I remember correctly, and just back when we had the discussion to repay the bonds was the funds were supposed to come out of the redevelopment agency. In fact, I remember specifically asking it would not come out of the general fund. And it said, no, it would come out of the general fund would not pay for the repayment of the bonds. But today that is the case, correct?
I would have to go back and review the record, Mayor Pro Tem. There's no way the redevelopment agency would have been able to take on the bonds for City Hall. Plus, it's a general government
No,
function.
well,
So I'll be happy to go back and do the research for you and then kind of true this up. There may be a difficulty in looking back and figuring out what that transaction did, but I do know that there was a nexus, and this may be where some of the confusion is, with the proceeds of the sale transaction and making sure those were dedicated to defray the new building cost versus getting plumbed into some other new project. It was specifically to use those sale proceeds to help us pay the debt on the new City Hall. But I need to go back and review the record so I better understand what you're asking me.
Well,
I think I understand, but I'd like to be sure.
Sure, you can do that, but my recollection was that, so I just wanted that, because you put this project on here, the discussion back then was there would be no tax dollars used to repay the bonds. It would be tourist improvement dollars and redevelopment dollars. But today, just the bond is being paid back with general fund money. Is that correct? Today?
That's correct.
You just make sure you say.
Mayor Pro Tem, I think I'm going to, at the risk of being redundant, echo City Manager Fretwell's remarks. I did present on the Zappos transaction and on some of the City Hall transactions. And I just wanted to reference 2 city council dates, which will establish a record for today's meeting and maybe help us if we want to have an additional discussion with an additional agenda item. But the transaction for Zappos, and I think Ms. Fretwell's correct, the intent was whatever proceeds were generated from that sale, not only the sale of the property itself, meaning the former City Hall, the former City Hall garage, land across the street, but any taxes generated from that building, since it was going from tax exempt with the city to taxable, that we'd shift those proceeds over. I don't believe we made a representation that that was going to pay for 100% of the City Hall, but those dates, the primary dates were December 1st, 2010 and February 1st, 2012. Like Ms. Fretwell, I don't have the minutes before me, so I don't want to rely on my memory, but I think it is a pertinent question. We can certainly go back and look at the minutes. I know Ms. Appleyard did want to comment on the taxes that we are getting in from Zappos, and I believe even though they're coming into the agency, the redevelopment agency, we are shifting those to help with the debt repayment. You're correct in that it's not paying the full debt for the City Hall, but I'll let Ms. Appleyard, with your indulgence, just state for the record what we are getting in taxes from the prior City Hall.
Please. Good morning.
Good morning, Vanetta Appleyard, Finance Director. Yes, we are, right now we are receiving interest payments in from CIM. RGC, that is, and we are putting that in the debt service fund, so it's used to defray the cost of the debt service, as well as we're getting property tax now on the property, because as you know, we weren't getting property tax on it when it was a public property, but now we are getting property tax on that, and it's being used also to defray the cost of the debt service. And we're looking at the net taxes of about 427, sorry, I'm reading incorrectly, $427,000 in taxes that we're receiving.
Every year?
Annually, yes,
Annually.
that's annually.
But we are using general fund money to pay back the bond also,
The
correct?
difference, what we are not receiving, we are then using general fund money for that. We also get BABS credits on that, so Build America Bond credits, so that's also reducing the debt service that we're required to pay as well.
And about what amount per year? on that?
The BATS credits are coming in about $2 million per year right now.
Okay, thank you.
A couple more questions, Mayor.
Yes, please, and then
Just a
Councilman
short
Coffin.
question, if I could have just for a moment. I wanted to make sure, I think I've been aware of all this, but I wanted to make sure that this has been in the budgetary process, hasn't it, for the last few years?
Yes, it is. It is in that transfers out for debt service that we show on our general fund projection.
Okay, so it's in the budget we've approved the last few years?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Continue on.
What is Forest City Live Work OPA? What is that? It's on your slide.
When we, I started to reference the entire City Hall transaction. We built City Hall within 5 blocks that are substantially under the control or ownership of Forest City Enterprises. Their intent and plan, and still is to develop the other blocks of the 5 blocks that the City Hall project is part of. We entered into an agreement with Forest City as part of the City Hall transaction to provide a tax increment finance rebate under an owner participation agreement for the private portion of these 5 blocks that they would develop at a date to be determined. And so we show that in here just to be clear about the fact that we've entered into that agreement, but there hasn't been anything specific yet developed, so we don't know what any of our obligation would be under that owner participation agreement.
Okay, I mean, I don't know why that's there, because it hasn't been built, so I don't think that should be included. If we had a Live Works operation going, it should be, so that's something that's supposed to be built in the future.
Yeah, I mean, what we're showing is there's an agreement, just like we had with World Market Center and the Factory Outlet Mall and the IRS building and many others, that would provide for that at some point when they develop private real estate.
But I just want to make it clear that has not been developed.
And in the backup, it actually says to be determined. There is no value associated with it, so it doesn't impact the numbers on the slide.
There is no value.
No value attributed to that line item that Mayor Pro Tem's asking about in the numbers that are in the totals on this slide, as are supported in the tab 6 section. Okay.
So the Metroplex is at the headquarters, Metro headquarters? Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
What was the city's involvement in that?
There's a couple levels. The project was developed privately for Metro's headquarters, leased for use by Metro for their headquarters. And so we were on one end of the lease in our participation with Metro and our obligation to Metro for their headquarters. So we were paying for part of the lease as our obligation to Metro. But then on the other side, to make the county whole on real estate taxes, we entered into an owner participation or rebate agreement with the county for a portion of the real estate taxes back to the county.
And basically, that means that the share that would have gone to the redevelopment agency as a result of the development happening in the redevelopment area, we shared back to the county. So the city got no additional benefit from that distribution.
And then one final, how come Symphony Park pedestrian bridge is listed twice?
Yeah.
That's listed on there 2 times.
On the right side.
It's in the PowerPoint.
Oh, I see. That's just, I'm sorry.
That's just
that
a
was just
typo.
a
Okay.
typo there. I apologize for that. I missed that.
So okay, all right, I'm good, thanks.
Okay, please continue.
This is the last slide that I left off on, and I was simply using this slide to point out that we've entered into a number of agreements through the years where we've had partnerships where private entities and nonprofits and otherwise have built facilities on property owned by the city under lease to those entities, and we attempted to identify as many of those as we could for the purposes of disclosure. I'm not sure we caught them all, because the city owns a lot of land and has entered into a lot of partnerships with different entities on use of our property for their particular projects. So that concludes the information that was requested for item 51. At this point, I'd turn it over to Bill, who will pick up and talk about Cordish's project as item number 52.
Thank you. Again, good morning. For the record, Bill Arntz, Director, Economic and Urban Development. Just have a few slides in addressing the request from Mayor Pro Tem regarding a full accounting of expenses for the stadium and prior to that the arena, which has been in previous years under a partnership agreement with the Cordish companies and more recently with Finley Sports and Entertainment. This first slide is really to provide some context for the council, realizing that some of our current council members were not sitting on the council when we completed these original agreements. It's also done for the listening public and also to make part of the public record that the context in which we made some of these decisions and which the City Council made some of these decisions. So if we look backwards to when we started our relationship formally with the Cordish companies back to November 4th of 2009, at that time, leading up to the agreement which we entered into with the Cordish company in 2009, we were approached by Zappos.com, Tony Shea, through an intermediary, Andrew Donner of Resort Gaming Group, expressing interest in the former City Hall campus. At the time, we had that property under a binding contract with the Cordish companies. The Cordish companies at that time were planning to try to build an arena on the former City Hall campus. In addition, the city had acquired land east of Las Vegas Boulevard originally to expand the City Hall campus horizontally, and the Cordish companies planned an arena. They planned to do new retail. Also, the former City Hall site, by way of where it was situated, had the possibility for non-restricted gaming. So given that, to summarize, that site had a certain value to our partner, our prior partner, the Cordish companies. When Mr. Shea and Mr. Donner approached the city, we had the awkward circumstance, but I think his fortune would have it, a very good set of circumstances, where we had an incredible opportunity, a really game-changing opportunity which had the potential to change not only that part of downtown, but all of downtown Las Vegas. And we've, of course, seen is what happened with Zappos.com. The reason why I mention this context, and I don't think it directly answered the Mayor Pro Tem's request, but I wanted to give some context, is that had Mr. Shea and Mr. Donner not approached the city, we very likely could have kept the Cordish company on that prior site. When we had that occur, we had to ask our partner, the Cordish company, would you move? And we found another site, another location on the 61 acres in Symphony Park. That location, which was several parcels, as you know, in Symphony Park, parcels D, parcel E, parcel F, and parcel O1, which became later the arena, and then after that the stadium site. That site was less acreage. That site also did not have the potential for gaming based on where it was situated and the way land use works in Las Vegas. And so there was a value difference between the former City Hall site and the site we were asking our partner at that time to move. And so through a lot of discussions, through city staff, also the city attorney's office, we had convinced our partner, not knowing who that business coming in, Zappos, was, we convinced them to move, and we offered consideration at that time of a planning fund, in part to address additional expenses that they'd have to try to figure out how to build their proposed project on a new site, but also in consideration of there was a value difference. So on this slide, I'm going to start on the right-hand side, the uses of funds, or it says uses funds. There was a planning fund at that time which the City Council approved to fund the Cordish companies $2.4 million. Part of that was paid monthly over time, over a series of draws over a 2-year period to the Cordish companies. Half of that $2.4 million. The remaining half was to go into the project, or if we parted ways and didn't reach agreement, or for whatever reason did not move the project forward, that balance would go as a payment to the Cordish companies. In addition to that, we agreed to an initial feasibility fund to help with some of their early design work for an expense of $150,000. That happened in 2009. Shortly thereafter, on December 1st of 2010, that was our first formal agreement with Resort Gaming Group, and to start to try to accommodate the Zappos sale, meaning the sale of the former City Hall to Zappos. And we had negotiated with Resort Gaming Group an upfront payment of $3 million cash down. And it was staff's intention and thought process at the time that that $3 million, if the council so desired, could be used as an offset for that payment that was payable to Cordish. Later on, and it's important to footnote, that was not the direction of City Council. On February 1st of 2012, which was the final agreement going before City Council, before Resort Gaming Group on behalf of Zappos closed on the property in April of 2012, Council directed us instead, and the Mayor Pro Tem's memory is exactly right, use that money to go towards the new City Hall. That money, I try to make that in my answer to the previous question clear, but just to reiterate, that money from that sale to Zappos does not pay for 100% of the new City Hall debt payment. We knew that then, we know that now, and again, we'd be glad at a future council meeting, if you'd like a full accounting on the City Hall, we'd be glad to schedule an additional item for that to go over an accounting for City Hall. But that was really what occurred in November of 2009 through December of 2010. This slide really is exactly answering, we believe answers Mayor Pro Tem's question. I'm going to walk through this top to bottom. I'm also going to put some statements on the record for some of these expenses. We had a media request regarding one of the line items. We provided information, detailed backup to the media. I want to make sure that all the media and our listening audience has the same information, so I'm going to share that going through this slide. So the top section is the Cordish Planning Fund. That is $2,550,000. That was payable to Cordish, and that money has been paid out. The second section is the city costs. In addition to the planning fund, in order to advance a project of this scope and magnitude, the formerly proposed arena and what morphed into the stadium, the multi-purpose stadium, which would house MLS soccer, we needed to make sure we were well prepared as staff. We don't have a sports division on our side, on our team. There doesn't exist in the city. Some really large cities like Houston has a sports authority. We don't have that here. So we wanted to make sure we were well prepared and we represented the city's interests. So we did hire a series of consultants to work directly for the city. Those consultants were as follows. Fess Foley Warren for public relations in the amount of $36,225. Convention, Sports, and Leisure, also known as CSL, in the amount of $50,000. Strategic Advisory Group to handle financial advisory and negotiation support, and that was Mr. David Abrams, $157,067. Parker Poe, which was outside legal, selected by City Attorney Jerbick. They helped us with all of our legal negotiations. That amount was $208,294. Slater Hannafin, at the request of council, we did a traffic study, realizing that this project, if it did move forward, would have a significant impact on traffic, not only on the site, but in downtown. That expense was $36,000. And then finally, Sherman and Howard, which is our bond counsel, but also advises us on tax matters in the amount of $56,000. Most of these monies have been paid out. There's some invoices just now that we're processing, given the recent expiration of the agreement with Cordish Finley. But that list of expenses totals the line item you see here, $543,585. We also appraised the property, the Symphony Park property, from the time we were looking at this project. Those appraisals came to $9,600. We had travel. There were various trips, one to Portland, some to meet with MLS officials in New York City, some to Baltimore to meet with what was then our partner, the Cordish companies. That travel was $11,093. And that out-of-pocket total was offset by the planning fund. In an addendum that was approved in May of 2014, city staff negotiated with the Cordish companies, and you approved an addendum at council in May of 2014, when Findlay Sports and Entertainment came into the picture, we wanted to make sure the money that we had already funded, some of that planning fund, that we could use some of that to offset our costs. Some of that, admittedly, was to all to benefit the city, so we had negotiated a planning fund credit against money we'd already put into that escrow for the Cordish companies. Part of that $2.4 million, we said we'd like to spend some of that solely for us. Cordish companies agreed to that, and Findlay Sports and Entertainment agreed. So we had an expenditure cap up to $250,000 as a credit to offset some of these consulting expenses. The way the math worked at the end of the day, based on actual expenses, and we had a line item budget we had to adhere to, we were able to get a credit of $230,486. So that net out of pocket, if you will, in addition to the planning fund up above, was $333,792. Finally, we did have some expenses related to the Tourism Improvement District. As you know, staff is still proceeding with that, regardless of the outcome of the stadium. As we know, the stadium's not moving forward now. We are still pursuing a Tourism Improvement District to fund a garage, which would benefit a lot of things in downtown and Symphony Park. But at the request of Mayor Pro Tem, we wanted to include this as part of an all-in expense. We believe that there'll be a lot to show for should the council wish to finally adopt the TID ordinance. But in the interest of transparency and to address specifically the request by Mayor Pro Tem, we showed these expenses here. We hired a consultant by the name of Civitas, and they were on a list of approved vendors from Nevada Commission on Tourism. That expense is $42,830. And then we've hired Sherman and Howard specifically for the TID, which would take us through not only formation of the TID, but also if the council wished to issue sales tax anticipated revenue or STAR bonds. That legal work is not to exceed $137,500. So the TID work subtotal is the $180,330. Staff time. In my office, Economic and Urban Development, we have been tracking staff time specific for the stadium and arena project. We haven't been doing this over the entire life of the project, but for the bulk of the work, which has really happened over the last 18 months, we have been tracking hour by hour our staff time. This is not an all-in city staff time, so there are ancillary costs from various departments of the city, whether it be the city attorney's office, whether it be city communications or the city manager's office. But the bulk of the work, which was done by my department, Economic and Urban Development, we have been timesheeting, and the staff time allocated for this project is in the amount of $68,754. Admittedly, that may be somewhat understated, but that's the best estimate and the only supportable estimate we have at this time. So the total cost of both the stadium and the Tourism Improvement District, you see there at the bottom, the $3,132,876. I'll pause on that slide, see if there are any questions pertaining to that slide.
I think we're okay. Oh, no?
First of all, thanks for doing that. I think this was important that the public saw the amount of money that we spent on this project, and it looks like the only people that won on this were the consultants. I mean, they're the ones who came in and made a bunch of money off the city, and everybody's gone, and I guess we'll move on. But I mean, I think the public should be pretty disappointed that $3.1 million was spent on something that we don't have anything in our hands for it. And I mean, we could have used that money to pay for the first year of 30 police officers.
I have to object to that because you're campaigning on this right now. And the accuracy is we have had Zappos come in, we've had this energy, there's so much plus out of this. It costs $3,132,876, but the benefit and the economic boom and filling City Hall is just tremendous. I think we need to stay on point. You've asked for a report, we have it, and I think we need to stay clear to the report and not proselytize whatever your political pension is.
Okay. I wasn't proselytizing, I was just pointing out that...
Well, you're telling the public that they've lost money when in fact that's not true.
Do we have anything in hand as a result of this $3.1 million?
Mayor?
Zappos, City Hall?
Mayor?
Yes, please.
Mayor?
Yes?
Can I just ask that question?
Can you ask?
Do we have anything as a result of the $3.1 million?
Mayor Pro Tem, again for the record, Bill Arndt. I think maybe directly and indirectly answered that question earlier on the prior slide and this slide. We do have the Tourism Improvement District work, which I referenced, is still moving forward. Nevada Commission on Tourism approved Monday a preponderance finding which allows it to come back to the City Council. So at the discretion of this body, the City Council, if you wish to move forward with the Tourism Improvement District and you approve it, we believe that we are going to build a 1,200 space parking garage. So that is one tangible piece. It hasn't happened yet. There are steps that you have to still take for that. Regarding the other expense, that middle section of city costs, I think that's a fair statement. Like any project that we negotiate, there's out-of-pocket expense. We've had projects that have succeeded as a city. We've had projects that have failed. The top expense, I think I answered indirectly, and I just wanted to state the facts rather than trying to editorialize the facts or comment on them. But I wanted to clearly state the facts of why we incurred that planning fund expense, the $2.4 million. We incurred that when Zappos.com came knocking on our door. The council approved to pay that payment to the Cordish Group. You're correct in why that's important to the public. It is a large expense. But I believe that had not Zappos.com came to the table and had we not been put in a position to try to move Cordish, we would have likely stayed at the other site. Would we have incurred other expenses other than the ones shown here? I don't know if we had kept Cordish at the old City Hall, but I think that that was the set of circumstances under which we incurred that expenses. And so I just wanted to explain the facts and the circumstances and then let the mayor and the council deliberate as far as any questions you have regarding the expenses.
I do thank you because I think it's very, very important that this $3,132,000 plus, they're not to put you on the spot of asking what the economic return has been by putting the Zappos into City Hall and the spill out economic gain, that this $3 million sort of an investment to further redevelopment, and I don't want you to answer that because I don't think that's the proper place for this now. You're giving us a report, and this is a cost that went to bring in new business.
And Mayor, I'm reminded it's a minor point, but I think important. The expense for Slater-Hannafin, which was a traffic study, you don't see it here on the slide. It's part of the consultant line item, but that was $36,000. It was done thinking of the impact the stadium would have, but it looked at all of the traffic impact from all of the coming development. So that isn't a study that we just throw away or sit on the shelf. There is a lot of inherent value in that. So some of the consulting expenses we do have some value for. Some of them we don't. They are obviously specific for the proposed stadium.
And I don't know if further in the report you put down the economic gain to the city by having Zappos in with the $350 million and the improvements to City Hall and the payback. Is there a number, just a factual number, of the gain that was gathered by the city and redevelopment and the economic punch for the investment
Mayor,
to move them out?
Mayor, thank you. We tried to adhere to the specific requests, so we did not prepare that as part of this presentation. I do know in speaking recently with Todd Kessler, who is with Resort Gaming Group, they have hired a third-party consultant looking at the economic impact of some of the spin-off benefits from Downtown Project. And at your discretion, if you'd like, I could certainly have Mr. Kessler or someone for Downtown Project report on what the impact has been from Downtown Project at a separate item, but in fairness to the request, we tried to really adhere specifically to
And
the
that is
request made us.
exactly, I appreciate that because
Mayor,
I think that's it.
Mayor, let me jump in if you don't mind, please.
Give me 1 second, if I might, Councilman Barlow, just to finish it. I really don't want you to go to that trouble. I do believe, in fact, that one can tell what the economic bang has been for the buck here, and it's been definitely an investment of these dollars to make sure that we revitalize downtown and we're bringing in business, and there is an obvious economic benefit to what we were investing in and prior city council voted for. Yes, Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. And I don't know no other way but to say this straight down the middle. Bill, there's no one in this city that needs anyone to come here before this body to talk about what has transpired in downtown Las Vegas. We as the legislators here for the city of Las Vegas, the leaders of this city has been redeveloping and revitalizing downtown specifically for the economic spin-off, the improvement of a downtown that was headed downwardly. So if there's anyone on this dais that don't believe in expending the dollars necessary in order to improve the city, then I truly believe they don't deserve to be on this dais. Because in order to move this city forward, there's a lot of need. And therefore, the tax dollars that we expend each and every day on behalf of all residents throughout the city of Las Vegas is to do number one, and that's improve, revitalize, and uplift a downward situation that we unfortunately have subdued to, right? And so in order to uplift that, we have to do a number of things. We have to basically reach out and develop private partnerships, collaborations. We also have to do things on our own in order to spin off economic development. Because if it were not for the future, the past council members and mayors, we wouldn't be where we are today to basically see the fruits of those labors, such as the Smith Performing Arts Center, such as the World Market Center, the most valued Las Vegas Premium Outlet, the Cultural Corridor, the Mob Museum, the beautiful attractions on East Fremont Street. There's a number of things that we can point to, and of course, it costs money in order to do that. And you know what people are saying about downtown right now? That downtown is on the rise. And we cannot let our foot off the accelerator right now because we are making forward progress. Even amidst of those that don't believe that we should be doing what we're doing, I truly believe in my heart of hearts as a native of this community, someone that played in downtown and having an opportunity to now drive the direction and the vision of what has been created and what's yet to come, we can't let our foot off the gas, and we can't basically fall victim to the naysayers, those individuals that don't want to do anything but basically point fingers and sit back and laugh. They can sit on the sideline. That's not me. That's not my temperament. That's not what I was elected to do to bring economic development back to the ward in which we're talking about. Because 70 to 80% of all the developments that have transpired in downtown Las Vegas has happened in Ward 5. And I'm the representative of Ward 5, and I stand true and solid in relation to how this ward needs to be redeveloped. There's a lot of people that are unemployed in Ward 5. There's a lot of opportunity that exists yet that we can continue to move forward and build and bring all of those wonderful amenities that all of the business community, those in the business community who have chosen to be downtown, they need additional wraparound services in order to bring the residential that we're talking about, to bring the grocery stores, to bring the pet stores, the flower shops. This is a downtown that we have an opportunity to look at as a blank canvas in order to really drive the economic engine of what we're here to do as legislators. Now, am I saying that we need to be willy-nilly in our approach? Absolutely not. That's why we spend the money to go out and get the professionals to help guide our process so that when we do push the button in order to expend the tax dollars necessary, it's based on research. It's not based on the fact of an emotion. It's based on research, and what we've spent money on are professionals who specialize in these areas to help us make the most wisest and most optimal choices in order to bring up this downtown. The type of downtown I want are the type of downtowns that I've seen in other states. And a majority of the people that live near, or I should say in the Las Vegas Valley today are implants. They come from cities such as the Miamis, the New Yorks, the DCs, the Chicagos, the Atlantas, the LAs, the San Francisco. Beautiful, pristine communities that have a number of things from sports, entertainment, to live districts, to you name it, as far as all of the wonderful amenities that keep and attract people in the downtown. Look what's taking place in downtown Denver right now. Wonderful. They're doing a wonderful job, specifically from the transportation and intermodal connections. What are we trying to do here? Trying to create all roads leading into downtown. And how do we do that? By building the infrastructure, making sure that we have that transportation, those transportation modes in place, making sure that the infrastructure on all of the streets and the roadways and the beautification are all intact to continue to drive the necessary business into our downtown in order to help us lift the community up. If the government is not doing anything, the private sector will basically stand back. It's a shared responsibility for those of us that call Las Vegas home. And if you don't like what we're doing, then stay home. Don't come to downtown if that's your choice. But the type of downtown that we want is a downtown that everyone can be proud of. And it's a downtown that we're trying to move forward to keep more people in the downtown, put more heads in beds in order to increase the number of trip counts for the gaming industry, for the recreational opportunities that exist in downtown, or the recreational opportunities that we're trying to create, to include the other amenities, such as the shows and the restaurants. So for me as a representative of this area, I'm very passionate about making sure that the ward in which I'm represented, that I've been blessed to represent, is a ward that when I leave this seat, that the entire community will, number one, know that the council person that sat in that Ward 5 seat really brought economic development into an area that did not exist prior to him sitting in that seat. So I'm trying to raise the bar to make sure that whoever sits in this seat next has a very big shoe to fill to continue to move the progress of this city, not just Ward 5. Because as I stated before, and Mayor, I'll conclude with this. If Ward 5 is not doing well, the rest of the city is not doing well. So it takes Wards 1 through 6 to be really revitalized in communities that everyone would love to be in, live, work, and play. So there can't be an imbalance. We shouldn't be able to leave one side of town recognizing that, oh, this is an area of town that we shouldn't be in. And far too long, a lot of people looked at our downtown like that. They don't look at our downtown like that today because there's thousands of people on the weekend due to all of the wonderful festivities that have come into our downtown that enjoy now coming back into our downtown. And we must continue that momentum moving forward. So I'm not here for any political play. I'm here as a representative of this area, passionate about revitalizing and bringing economic development and reducing the number of unemployment in this community in order that families once again will be able to afford a home or a condo and be able to afford the wonderful amenities of what our downtown and what the city of Las Vegas has to offer. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Coffin?
Thank you, Your Honor. I don't even want to try to follow that, but I'm going to associate myself with the remarks made by Councilman Barlow. In essence, without the partnership of the local governments, and that's plural, around the state, with the private citizens who are willing to invest, but they need a little encouragement. Without that, we could look at Detroit. We would be Detroit, and we would be a blight on the landscape. And it was on that way well before I took office, well before even Councilman Reese took office. No, my predecessor, no one here on this council really is to blame for what was beginning to happen 30 years ago. It really all started when the previous councils were enamored with, and they should have been, with the growth potential of the cheap land out on the suburbs. And in so doing, the attention of the city focused away from downtown, to all the jobs, to all the income, to all the tax revenues that can be accrued from this kind of development. No one saw any reason to invest in downtown. The land was still a bit expensive, but it was really cheap out there, so why would you invest here? Plus 22,000 acres belong to Howard Hughes that he got for free from the federal government, so let's take a, well, it wasn't exactly free, it was a trade-off for services rendered, but in any way, that was 70 years ago. The thing is that it is something that one should consider, that the climate that we entered into in this modern era of modern eras, which is private-public partnerships, was undertaken because of the exigent circumstances, not because someone thought, gee, it'd be nice if we had a downtown. The fact is that people looked at it and said, where the hell has downtown gone? No one wants to live there. No one wants to do business there. God help us, even the lawyers flew. And you know, when the lawyers leave an area, you know something's wrong because there's always money to be made in poverty. And that meant that the people preceding us had to do something. And in so doing, they realized we've got to get others in partnership with us, so they did. Started a long time ago. Some of that involved investing with people in either the land or in the appurtenances, the project, whatever it might be, a building, or improve a building. We on this council today have unanimously voted for an awful lot of that. No member on this council has, I don't believe a member on this council has voted against a single public-private partnership in downtown, at least in the 4 years I've been on this council. And I'm very grateful for that, because realism took control. A lot of this fight's about what happened in the past, I guess. Somebody has said, well, we should look up and say, maybe government should have done all that. But that's a rearview mirror look. Fact is, I appreciate what you've done for me. Mayor Pro Tem made a request to just get the limited amount of investment that we had with the Cordish company and the predecessors to Cordish, because this soccer thing only came up 9 months ago. And it went back farther for me. And so I appreciate the heavy-duty lifting you did on my part. But it has proven to me that my feeling, my perception was correct, and that is that we would not have what's in those old railroad yards that Councilman Barlow used to play in when he was a kid. My company, my dad's company, had a huge plant over there too, which soiled, spilled oil, soiled the soil and all that, way before there was visions of public symphonies and music and sports and medicine in that area. Who would have conceived it? But members of the council did. So God bless them. I'm glad to be standing on their shoulders. I'm really proud. But it also means I've got to carry that forward, and I think that's what Councilman Barlow was talking about. That's what the mayor was talking about. You can't shirk your duty when you're trying to save something as important as your town. You just can't let it go down the toilet. And thank God the last 20, 25 years have set this town in the right direction. And I don't think money's been wasted in the process. When I look at the peanuts that was spent on the Cordish compared to everything else, I think that we've gotten a good return for our money. But let me ask one question, then I'm going to get back on my soapbox for just a second. Bill, Scott, I don't even know if legal is here. Have we ever given away title to land to somebody? Have we given land-free title and all that to people?
We have conveyed land at no cost in consideration of getting projects built and having private investment go away with that land. So we just haven't given title in exchange for nothing.
You're getting legalistic on me.
Right. As an example, the Cleveland Clinic Lou Ruvo Center for Brain Health. We gave Mr. Ruvo fee title in consideration of him raising all the capital needed, 100% of it, to build what is now the Center for Brain Health. So conveying land is a common incentive that we give to spur private investment, private development. We certainly look at, is it a good investment? Look at the entire picture. How much private capital is coming to the table if we convey land? So that is something we've done fairly frequently on
but not without
projects.
Consideration.
Correct.
Now then, Symphony Park. Excuse me. The Symphony Theater. The beautiful Smith Center with the Reynolds Hall.
Same type of incentive. We conveyed the land for the entire campus, so not just the large hall, the Reynolds Hall, and the Bowman Pavilion, but also what is now the Children's Discovery Museum, the parking garage at the opposite end of the campus. We conveyed the land at no cost. We also offered other public assistance through the redevelopment agency, and the Smith Center was fortunate to have the legislature approve an ad valorem car rental tax.
Which I voted for.
And there was private capital as well from the Reynolds Foundation to make all that come together and move forward.
And did we not, also give land to the county building?
Excuse me, Mayor. Don't take the floor away from me.
No, I'm not. I just would like an answer. It's on the same
There will
path.
be additional stuff
Please,
asked.
Councilman Coffin, let me get an answer to this.
Okay, you get an answer.
Was the land conveyed to the county as well on that building or not?
I can answer that.
Yeah, it was conveyed for $10, and we did acquire it at an expense of more than $10.
I was going there, Mayor.
That's it. Thank you. Please continue.
I was going there, Mayor. I'm still going there, by the way. I'm still going.
I know.
I know, just give me time. At my age, Your Honor, I've got to reflect
No, just as
before I
long
ask
as
a
you're
question.
polite and nice, that's all I care about.
I know.
Keep going.
I know, Your Honor. Well, and we did, I guess, as long as you want to talk about the county building, we did give them $6 million in something, didn't we? And we also built an underpass for them, too. But that's a digression. The point is, that was for the public's business. It was good for us. Bill, Scott, do you know of anybody that would have just come in and put their own money down on those rancid oil-soaked lands in the railroad property, landlocked between a freeway and a railroad track?
Councilman, I think, for the record, Bill Lawrence, I'd answer that question just by the facts, that the property sat there vacant in dormant, as you know, for several decades. So history would suggest that no one would. There were private groups that tried to acquire the whole thing on their own, directly from the railroad, and redevelop it. There were various false starts. Nothing ever succeeded. It's unusual that someone on their own would do it completely on their own, given the level of investment you have to make, not just in cleaning the site up, but installing all the infrastructure, all the utilities, all the roads. It's a considerable expense, and I don't believe anyone would do it on their own 100% private.
Okay. I think this is so important because it appears that over the years, a reselling job of the city's goals and means of getting to the goals has been forgotten. That too much credit was assumed, I guess, that the public would appreciate what's going on and didn't realize the deals that had to be struck to make things happen. That these are the deals that if Detroit had done, Detroit would not have become a ghost town, in debt for billions and billions and billions, and bankrupt. And this city is beginning to prosper again because of the investments that were made because of this participation. It all is tied one after another, an unbreakable string of actions, which can be attributed to maybe some individuals with more energy than others, or maybe some individuals that just had a proclivity to appreciate this kind of partnership. Because there are a lot of people that don't believe in investment at all. But then many of those people are the same people that don't believe in much government either. And yet, you know, we've got thousands and thousands of lives to take care of here. And, you know, your great deal, if you live out somewhere else away from downtown, your great deal may not be my great deal. And my passion downtown may not be your passion, but the broad-minded behavior of all of this council has now allowed us to function as a community. And that's why people in Summerlin are very proud to say, we've got a downtown. You know, they're coming from Summerlin and the Northwest. All of that huge property, the roads, not the roads, but, well, the hell, the county, too. They're coming here because now they can talk about a downtown. They used to be able to say, don't go down there, you'll get mugged. Or don't take any extra cash because some girl tried to take it out of your pocket. No, those days are changing rapidly. And I'm just convinced that I'm so sad that it became a political issue. But I think there's an opportunity there because that's forced us all to bring it to the fore and take a re-examination of it. Now, whether that'll change anybody's minds, I don't know. I just know that the soccer thing brought it to the fore. But that's gone. It's not coming back. And the money spent with the Cordish group the last 9 months had nothing to do other than the fact that, you know, it wouldn't have been wasted. I could say part of it's wasted because the project was stopped, not by the majority of the council, but by a minority of the council. It was actually stopped, which then makes the money wasted. It doesn't waste it because the project didn't happen. Well, it didn't happen because people, ergo, stopped it. So it's a very, very bad form, I think, to point fingers at people and say, you shouldn't have spent money on something when, in fact, you prevented the spending of money from bearing any fruit. I see this as a great campaign issue, and it's a great season for politics. I love it, by the way. I'm a combative political person. If you're in politics, you're my friend. Even my opponent who's back there. If my opponent loves politics, she is my friend. And that, in fact, I'm stuck with that disease. But I know how to separate the issues from the politics. And it's very important to say the truth when you talk about. And no land has been given away without consideration. And the answer to that is no. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman, and we'll keep going. Yes? No, Councilman? Well, we would let Councilman Anthony finish up, and then you come, because he had indicated first.
Thank you, Mayor. 2 weeks ago, I asked, Betsy, I asked you for this slide here, and wasn't to start an argument, wasn't to ask for the rest of the stuff that was presented today, just for this particular slide. You and Bill and Scott did a good job. This is exactly what I wanted. I just wanted the people to know what we spent on the stadium, and we spent $3.1 million, and I appreciate you getting the numbers out there so we're transparent and the public knows. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think that was what I was looking for in the first place, rather than saying it was a waste to the public. Councilman Roth.
Yeah, I share Councilman Barlow's and Councilman Coffin's passion about the things we've done, and Councilman Tarkanian and I have been on this council longest, and I remember those years of trying to get things moving in the right direction and having to spend $1 to do that. The previous council had to make some bold choices and demonstrate that bold leadership to make things happen. Councilman Barlow and Councilman Coffin. Councilman Barlow was here as well as a staff member, so he remembers that, is keenly aware of those times we went through. But something was mentioned about the Zappos, and Betsy and Mr. Arndt and Mr. Adams, I agree with Councilman Anthony in regards to the presentations. Wonderful. One thing that I want to point out is, 5 years ago, and Betsy, Ms. Fratwell, you correct me if I'm wrong, but 5 years ago, we didn't have Zappos. We certainly didn't have the downtown project. And I think that's kind of, I think that might be missing from your presentation, but because downtown project hasn't asked us for any help that I can recall. And that being said, they've infused $350 million in downtown, Mr. Arndt? Is that a fair number?
Both of those statements are correct. They have not asked for support. Downtown project and the amount of investment, as you stated, $350 million.
Thank you. And then, Mayor, if I can continue through you, of course. That being said, Ms. Fretwell, I think as a taxpayer for the downtown project alone, I mean, are they in the top percentile of taxpayers in downtown, or with the mayor's permission, can you comment on that?
My understanding is that they're in the top 15 taxpayers downtown. The mayor knows we've been trying to go around to the largest organizations over the last several months, and are continuing that through our business retention program. And as far as I know, Bill can correct me if I'm wrong, they're in that top tier, the top 15.
Thank you, Mayor, if I can continue. Thank you, Ms. Fretwell. I think the statement I want to make is this. Because of that bold leadership demonstrated years ago from the previous city council in making these decisions, a government not sitting on their hands and doing nothing to create jobs, to create economic vitality and growth. And Mayor, all of you have heard me say it. It's all about jobs for me, and that job creation and spending that dollar. Mayor, I want to ask Mr. Arndt one more question, and I'll be done. Mr. Arndt, and I'm going to redirect your thoughts to the redevelopment agency. Give us that ratio of public dollars and private dollars that I like to brag about a lot, because it's a significant number that we all need to keep in our minds. And this is just the redevelopment agency. With your permission, Mayor.
Please.
Thank you, Councilman and Mayor and Council. There was one last slide. I think this answers the question. We looked over the entire period that we investigated from 1986 to present for the redevelopment agency, a more recent history for citywide investment. And these were the numbers in total. And so you see the total investment there for all the projects, about $3.4 billion. The public participation, $925 million. And then private participation of $2.5 billion. We didn't calculate the ratios here. This is for all of the projects, including things that are really city projects, like City Hall, like some things that we own outright. But if you looked at just the redevelopment agency, the ratio that we adhere to and the metric that is a performance standard for me and my team is that we are working to try to attract, for every dollar we spend, $10 of private investment. And so we've hit that metric over the years. Over years past, I know Applied Analysis did a study where we were actually, at the time when they did the study, outperforming that metric considerably. And usually public agencies like ours that are trying to focus on getting new capital dollars in the community, usually you're shooting for every dollar, at least $5. So we think it's been an aggressive metric, and we think we've done a good job in attracting private dollars.
I'm just not done yet, Mayor.
Okay, I can see you're squeezed there.
I think it's cognizant for all of us up here to recognize that maybe this is a silly question to you, Mr. Arndt, but had we not, as a government body, invested $925 million over this many, many years, would that, I think the answer is if we had not invested that, we would not have gotten the $2.5 billion investment from the private side.
I think, Councilman, I think that's generally correct. It's kind of a causation question. So did our investment cause the private investment? And I don't know that there's an economist would say that I'm 100% sure that we caused all of it. But I think the facts show that but for our investment, at least a substantial portion of this private investment would have never occurred. And this is anecdotal evidence, but I think it's important evidence, and I think Councilman Coffin alluded to it, is looking at the gaming industry and the resort industry. All of our downtown hotel properties, up until recently, for a lot of reasons, were not putting capital dollars into their properties, period. And it wasn't until we started investing heavily in downtown through infrastructure, through public-private partnerships, that these properties started putting large capital dollars, from Rush Tower, Golden Nugget, Plaza reinvesting, El Cortez. And I'm not trying to discount their private investment. We appreciate it, and they're putting private capital at risk, and so I certainly appreciate them for doing it, respect them for doing it. But we didn't see that private investment in those properties until the last several years. And then, notably and more recently, the Lady Luck Hotel and Casino that had been closed for a number of years, I think was even referred to by someone in the community as a carcass. And rightfully so. It was sitting there idle. And we had the CIM group come in and invest $100 million in acquiring the property, another $100 million in capital investment, fixing the building up, FF&E, and now it's a performing asset and contributing to downtown and contributing taxes as well. So I think just looking at that, it's somewhat anecdotal, but I think it's an important case study, if you will. We didn't get those properties to invest in downtown until after we were making these large investments, which really have been happening over the last 10 years.
And Mayor, I would submit to you and this council that we have to demonstrate that bold leadership in moving forward. There are a lot of other things coming on the horizon. We have a lot of other golden opportunities out there, and I'm really looking forward to hearing what those might be and continuing our efforts in reinvesting. If other cities, other counties, other states are doing the same thing we've been doing in Las Vegas for a long, long time, and Councilman Coffin has a question about land. Just here's title of the land. I mean, a lot of these cities are just giving it to businesses and corporations just to give them incentives to come. I mean, that's the challenge we have. We are in this is a world economy we're dealing with, where lots of business giants and even the small mom and pop shops, we want them, and we want them certainly here in Las Vegas, and we need to do everything we can. So thank you for the presentation. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And yes, one other comment I'd like to ask. Is it not, I was just thinking about the investment and looking at these numbers, $1 for $5. Is that not, or am I off base on this, looking at Quick Start and VIP and looking at the cost of many of these downtown boarded up buildings to bring them up to code, which is our Quick Start investment? And then knowing that Tony Hsieh has been putting up $250,000 here and $250,000 there, if our $50,000 is going to bring an old building up to code, and then whoever the new private ownership's coming in and spending $250,000 or $300,000, you're sort of in the same ratio with the Quick Start and VIP.
Thank you, Mayor.
As these numbers.
Thank you, Mayor. Good questions. I think two questions there. Are the VIP and some of the smaller projects included? We did include the Visual Improvement Program and the Quick Start Program. You hinted at a second question, so I'm going to address that. This does not include private investment where we were not in a partnership agreement. So Downtown Project, for instance, and Scott, correct me if I'm wrong, but their investment is not in this total. Other private investors who are coming in on their own, I know Cameron Fullod, we've partnered with him on some projects. On a lot of his other projects, he's just wanted to run so fast we haven't partnered at all. All of the private investment where we were not partnering, some of the casinos that I mentioned, we didn't participate on the Rush Tower, for instance, those investments are not shown here. So the other thing we could do, if we want to continue this as a policy discussion, is we could look at the tax base over time and how it's grown over time, and we could correlate that to the investments we've made. That would show the global investment and kind of give you maybe another perspective. But it doesn't include every private dollar spent in the area, only things that we've been in partnership agreements for. And I think, but for some of our investments, a lot of those private investments would have either never occurred or have been later to occur.
Well, and in furtherance of that, I mean, looking at what happened with this trade-off for the $3 million of expenses on our part, when you look at the cleanup and getting rid of the crime and the boarded-up buildings and the drugs and prostitution that was preventing further investment, that might be a very interesting number to look at, of those in particular in the heart of the city. And it would ultimately look nice to find out about Ward 3 and Ward 5, which we still have so much to address. But I was just thinking about that Quick Start and VIP, which is more public dollars going in to bring in more private investment. And so that, you know, not that you've done enough work on these, I think these numbers and the whole report's really been informative and clear for us. But just seeing, having left those numbers out, it could be really, at the right time, even more interesting as we look at it.
Mayor, just again, another...
Yes.
Oh, Councilman, I'm sorry, I just wanted to add some additional footnotes. A lot of the residential projects, big ones, are not in these totals. Soho Lofts, Newport Lofts, what was Streamline Tower, now the Ogden, those were all 100% private. So there's been a lot of private investment that's not reflected in here. So if you look at the all-in investment in downtown, what we've spent, what the private spent, the picture would look significantly
And
different.
they would not have been here but for that investment to clean up the core of the city. We still have work to do because of the the UNLV Medical School into Ward 1. But Councilman Coffin?
Thank you, Mayor. Wanted to just make sure, because that summary's been on the projector for a long time here, Bill, and it shows $925 million in public participation, which takes many forms. How much cash out of pocket would you say the city has put into that? How much of that would be cash out of pocket?
That's a good point and a good observation. I think that's not just city, so I don't want the public misconstruing it to think that that's all city general fund.
Try to answer the question, Bill. You're an economist.
I'm sorry. I think that is comparable to the cash investment, but it's been over a 30-year period. So if you think about it, that's about, on average, about $30 million a year.
Scott, would you say that's about right?
Yeah,
Or isn't that maybe a total?
Some of this is probably been through bonds.
That's
as
what
we've
I'm
talked
getting
about.
at. There's an awful lot, there's several hundreds of millions of dollars here in a bond value.
Right.
Not cash out of pocket.
And some of it's pay as you go. I would have to characterize it, probably more of it on the larger end is bond investment because they're a larger scale project, and that's how we would typically do that kind of a project, whereas the smaller ones, some of those might tend to be more pay as you go.
So the point is, I'm trying to make here, is it looks like we've spent that much money, but we haven't. But when you put up a simple number like that without having any kind of explanation of the number, it would boggle the mind because we don't have that much money.
Councilman, that's correct. There are some large bond issuances. The redevelopment agency did an $85 million issue in 2009. That's in this total. There was $101 million in car rental taxes bonded. That's in this total.
And that,
you're right, it's not a cash payment today, it's future
and
payments.
that is paid for because of the tax levied by the legislature.
Correct.
On these, not city leaders.
Correct.
That 2% tax.
Correct. So some of this is non-city money. Correct.
Yeah. Okay. That's
Thank you.
Just the
Good
whole story
point.
needs to be told.
Right, good point. Councilwoman?
I'd like to say that certainly we've made tremendous improvement in downtown. There's no doubt about it. Nobody can say we haven't. Places where we used to see trash being blown around, tumbleweeds blowing around, we now see some vibrant businesses. And I think that's very important. I think it's also important that if we make mistakes, we should admit we made mistakes. I feel we made a mistake by sticking with Cordish as long as we did. I think that caused us to lose some money and some momentum on things. That's my personal opinion. I think I've voiced it before in public meetings. And also, I think that, you know, it's gone now, the stadium situation, and we need to go to the next golden moment, which Councilman Ross mentioned. And I think that next golden moment is that medical school. And I feel that medical school will bring far more money, far more jobs to diversify layers of workers than the stadium ever would have. And I think we need to put everything we have behind that. We've developed the collaboration now with Scott and with Betsy and myself and others, with the different groups in the community and UNLV, but that's what's going to come. It's going to be jobs building. It's going to be jobs at a custodian level, at a neurologist level. It's going to be what we need to have. It will bring more building of more businesses. And as Jeremy Aguirre said, as we've had from other reports, bringing us probably $1.1 billion of economy. And so I think we need to take our energies and focus it on the next good thing, the next golden step, and that is the school. And we all have to work together. My comments. Thank you.
Good points, having been involved with that too. It's something that I speak about all the time. I think we've all been working on it very hard. Even though it's been in existence in a small way, our district in 2002, we're really focused on it now. So points well taken. Any other comments?
Yes, ma'am.
Please.
I just want to piggyback on the councilwoman. The councilwoman is absolutely correct. But as we move forward, I just really implore the entire council to look at the downtown from a global experience. We have a number of wonderful things that have occurred due to the vision of what the previous as well as the current council has put in motion. As we talk about the medical tourism and the medical school in the downtown, we as a board, we support that. But we also have to keep in mind that there's going to be opportunities where there's going to be 100% private activity, there's going to be 100% public activity, and there's also going to be a mixture of public-private activity. So we can't be one-sided on this issue. We have to basically look at it from a global opportunity, because it's a Rubik's Cube type of effect as to how we calibrate and recalibrate the things that we bring into our downtown to make it a global experience for not only the visitors but the tourists that we're trying to drive in our downtown. Now, as we master plan and take old roadways and basically refurbish them, such as what we're doing on Main Street, Casino Center, Las Vegas Boulevard, those major portals, the Project Neon, which is going to be impactful as it relates to the connection of transportation in the downtown, what we're doing on Grand Central Parkway from the RTC and the road connections coming down Eastern and Sahara. I mean, all of these tie into how, in fact, we get people into our downtown to make it a smooth experience, eliminating vehicular traffic by seeing how, in fact, we can connect the east and the west side of the tracks, as to, I believe, a presentation that we'll be seeing shortly. So, you know, for me, it's not a matter of looking at this from a cookie-cutter approach, but more so from a case-by-case scenario with the global mindset in mind as we move forward to really connect all of the roadways that will lead into downtown to make it a true, wonderful experience. Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor, if I could just add something. I just want to add this, Ricky, and I think you particularly and Mr. Coffin are doing a great job in downtown, but I don't know if you're aware that there are many people in this city who pay taxes, who have seen their malls closed, who have seen their jobs gone, and they sometimes want to have a little bit of this energy and this attention of the city in their area. And it happens that I'm the Ward 1, which is the adjacent to it. And I will tell you, we cannot let a ward like 1 go down the hill, which we were doing for a while until we got into the medical district and so forth. It has to be more spread about, Ricky. It has to be. We've spent so much money and so much time on downtown, and that's wonderful, but we have other parts of this city. We have taxpayers who want some of their problems corrected, and who want some of that beauty that we spend on murals and colorful things here and there. They'd love to have it there also.
Well, let me just say this, and I don't want to go back and forth with you, but I just want you to look at it from the perspective of what we've done as a council. The reason why the RDA exists is, for example, wards 1, 3, and 5. And so let me just finish my thought, because this is actually to complement what you're sharing, Councilwoman, and that is RDA 1 began the process of the redevelopment area, and it wasn't until you brought forward the need as far as what those additional needs in the outskirts of your ward were in need of that we expanded it and supported the RDA 2 with an additional $1 million to basically get you going. And so you and I are on the same page in that regard. And so I truly believe in making sure that it's spread out. But we have something special called the RDA that the other wards don't have due to the lower economic, social makeup in our wards due to the expanded growth in the outlying areas. Now, that's not to say that the outlying areas shouldn't have anything, because they should. All I'm saying is that our wards can't be left behind as the rest of the city grows and the middle of the core of the apple, which is downtown, dies. That doesn't work. And so therefore, we have to utilize every tool within the RDA toolbox, whether it be tax credits, whether it be ability to bond, whether it be through the new market incentives or the visual improvement programs to include the Quick Start. All of those are essential tools to really revitalize depressed areas, such as the areas in which we represent. And so I continue to support all of the global experiences that wards 2, 4, and 6 has to offer. We all go out and experience them in their wards. They're nice. But at the same time, we also have to bring those nice amenities back into areas that started the ability for them to grow in which they have grown, because the taxes started in the heart of the city. And so I don't want anyone to think that I don't pay taxes, because I pay just as much taxes as the next person, and so do you. And so for that, all I'm saying is we have to continue to make sure that the core of our city, which is downtown, thrives, because it only makes for a more wonderful experience as we move from the interior to the exterior of our boundaries, making them seamless. That's all I'm saying. Thank you.
I just wanted to ask, though, is anybody talking here about not letting it thrive? I didn't mean to say anything to say not let it thrive. I'm just saying it's time to look at some of the other areas. It took 3.5, almost 4 years to get RDA 2, and that was too long for it to have to take. And at that time, we had big problems. And I say thrive downtown. We've got you going now. And you're on a roll, and we should continue to help with that. I'm just saying be sure and make it as smooth as possible for other areas, and I'm going to stop.
Thank you. Okay, let's move on to Councilman Coffin.
Yes, I think there's also a fundamental misunderstanding about where that money comes from for this stuff. RDA, Redevelopment Agency, derives its funds from a sliver of the taxes generated downtown. The people who live and work downtown and their businesses are paying themselves directly to invest in their own neighborhoods. It's not money coming out of Summerlin or Northwest or any other place. It's coming from the people who live down there, but with some general fund injections. But the majority, your RDA money is spent where it is raised. It's a beautiful thing if you utilize it properly and don't abuse it. It's where the money comes from. So, and of course, you can only have an RDA if you have a blight, you have some sort of a rundown situation. And lucky a person is if they don't have any blight, so that they don't need an RDA in their ward.
Thank you. All right, Councilman Beers?
Thanks, Your Honor. I guess I have to respectfully disagree with my colleague, my old legislative colleague. To be, in my opinion, correct, while the property tax increment is the funding for the RDA, it is redirected from core government services throughout the valley as determined by the people expressing themselves through the legislative process. So when it turns out that the contribution to, for example, the Southern Nevada Health District, on whose board I serve on behalf of the city, from the people inside the redevelopment agency is actually only about 93% of the contribution that residents in Summerlin pay out of their property tax. That tax increment is redirected away from core services and dropped back into the redevelopment agency. And that is the, I wouldn't say age-old, but certainly 50-year-old debate about redevelopment agencies. They were started in our state in 1959, patterned after California having invented them in 1949. And in 2011, 2012, the governor of California extinguished all the redevelopment agencies in that state. They're certainly a topic of a whole day-long philosophical discussion if we want to do that, but perhaps we should turn back to our agenda.
I remember that fight very well, though. It surfaced in the 80s and the 90s because the teachers union did not want the redevelopment agency to exist. It did not want money taken away from the school funds, even though that particular slice of money wasn't going to go to the schools until somebody put something down there. It's like the county in its opposition to the elitist proposal. They were not getting any money out of the railroad yards, so they would have gotten a sliver of a little slightly less money, if that thing had gone through. It's like what came first. I think you did say that.
Thank you. I think that was a great report. Is there anything more? Did you finish to the last page? I know I went through it 3 times, so.
Mayor, that concludes our report. We'd be glad to answer any more questions.
And I think if there are
from
more
any
questions and asks through Ms. Fretwell, we will just, for more reports that are required or asked. But I'd love to see it the right time, not right away, about that private investment. I think those are some interesting numbers as to what we've done, and that's also very interesting, Councilman Beers, about when this all began here, and then looking at the wonderful condition the state of California is. I wonder if that's an indication about redevelopment. But anyway, thank you very much. We appreciate it. These are non-voting items, and we will move on to agenda. Thank you. Agenda item 53, a report for possible action, Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority, LVCVA room tax collection fee revenue used to support recreational facilities. And this will be Mr. Cervantes and Ms. Appleyard, I believe. Welcome back.
Mayor, if I may just start really quickly with just a couple of introductory remarks to kind of put this in perspective with your budget development process. So today is an opportunity for you to begin to start talking about parks projects and the room tax. It's based on a request from Councilman Anthony from a prior meeting. So we've done a lot of work to get prepared for that. But I want to just remind you that we will be working on our operating tentative budget at your April 1st meeting. And we anticipate bringing back an item sometime mid-April through the statutory deadline of July to fully complete a capital improvement program that then would be included in your 5-year plan that you adopt. Sometimes we adopt that as a part of your final budget on May 19th, and we'd like to be able to do that. However, we recognize the project list, because it's what we've been discussing is a very long project list, may take more time than the May 19th budget hearing affords us. So I just wanted you to be aware that we don't expect you to take action on this list today. We will have opportunity after today, once you've seen the full budget presentation, to create a prioritized and funded list at subsequent action. So there's no need to do it today unless you really want to. We'll have plenty of time to do that at subsequent meetings. So I just wanted to put that on the record so everybody understands kind of the process that we'll be going through over the next 2 months to complete your budget, and that we have some flexibility as it relates to the actual project list, not the funding. You actually do have to decide what level of funding you're going to put in this budget by May 19th. But the project list can lag into July if that's what we wanted to do.
And so if we're getting a report today, which we could just be hearing, will you be briefing us all along so the input and the questions that we have as we go forward, prioritized list on infrastructure, everything else that we're looking at, we'll have plenty of opportunity and briefings, and will we be getting written or emailed reports periodically after this report today?
Yes, ma'am. So what you will be working on is you will have a special item set aside on April 1st that'll be somewhat like a tentative budget workshop. Your direction at the tentative operating budget workshop will give Ms. Appleyard the information we need to meet the state deadline of filing our tentative budget by April 15th. And so throughout the next month and a half, actually 2 months, till we complete the final budget, which your final action on next year's budget will be on May 19th, we will work through the operating plan, the operating budget, as well as the capital plan. The room tax funded projects are a portion, and only a portion, of the capital plan. So I just want to make sure everybody understands that you don't have to act today. If you want to, your calendar to be able to. But you will see a much broader picture of all the capital in subsequent conversations, either at a special capital discussion that we will hold later, or as a part of that final adoption of the budget on May 19th.
So this is just a portion, and it's part of that $1.2 billion annual
budget
report.
Correct.
Okay, so but the most important thing is that any of the information and these lists, do we all have a copy, and can we have a copy of today's report, so at least on the next briefing we can all have some brilliant questions to ask you?
I believe everyone has this, Mayor. If you need us to get some hard copies at the dais, we're happy to do that.
Okay, thank you.
You don't have the hard copies? All right, we will get those printed out while Vanetta starts with some of the background information.
Okay, thank you.
Vanetta Alpiar, Director of Finance. I did send an email last night with a copy of the PowerPoint slides.
I didn't get to my
Presentation.
computer this morning. So that is something, too, because it's sometimes so hard for us because of other items that we're involved in, either out in the community, to have them at least a day or two, preferably. I mean, obviously, there's no action, so this isn't critical today. But moving forward, as we give the input or get it and have the questions, it'd really be helpful, because only one person seems to have it. So, great, thank you.
Mayor, we normally print these out for you to have at your dais, and for whatever reason, we dropped the ball on that today.
Okay.
I apologize.
Thank you.
The clerk's
Nope, it's
making.
fine.
Jace, are you passing them out? Oh, great. Thank you,
Thank you.
Jace.
Thank you. Okay, please.
What we wanted to do today was to give you a brief history of of our room tax collection fee revenue. We're going to tell you what we've used it for and give you an opportunity to see the possibility of bonding. And then Jorge will give you the potential project list that's being discussed with regard to the funding source. So NRS 244A established or enabled the counties to create and name a board in order to acquire and operate convention facilities in the Las Vegas metropolitan area. And the way they did this, they have a funding source of the room tax. The entities collect the room tax. They then remit it to the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority. And then by NRS, they are allowed to enter into an interlocal with the local governments to redistribute a collection fee of not more than 10% to the local governments to defray the cost of collection and administering the taxes. In that NRS, they also defined what the collection fees could be used for. So what we provided on the next slide was the actual definition out of NRS that establishes what it can be used for. And as you can see, the definition ranges from fairgrounds, exposition buildings, goes into public parks. Yes, ma'am.
A question on that, because I've been, along with Councilwoman and other members, very concerned about education, and I know this was the original use. Now I'm looking, and maybe I'm blind, which is possible. I don't see education in here, which I now know of the pie from the room tax is getting 38 cents of the dollar. So this reflects the original
And this
construct.
also, we're only speaking to the portion of the room tax that is used for recreational facilities, redistributed back.
Perfect, okay, thank
If you look at the pie, I agree, there is.
Okay, there's
other
now a
room
new
tax used
component
for other
since
things.
'96. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
So with that, the recreational facilities, when we entered into the interlocal in 1995, the distribution of this fee came to us, the city of Las Vegas, based on population. And when we look at population, the city of Las Vegas's share of that collection fee was about 30%. The county sought to change the distribution formula, and through negotiation, that interlocal agreement was amended in 2007, and it established 2 levels of distribution. The first level was the base level of 2007, so we were allowed to still have that distribution through population, and then they made anything above the excess of the base year was going to be distributed based on point of origin or based on where the rooms tax was earned. And when we look at that, anything that the CLV share of room tax earned is 5%. So what that means to us is as we reach the base year, our share of that collection fee will grow very slowly.
Could we find out what is the base now that we are?
Our base, the base of 2000 was established at $6.78 million. And I have a slide.
Well, the base year population, though, what is that?
No, base year, I was just saying we're using population as the distribution method. So we still are allowed to use our population compared to all the other entities. So it's a percentage of that, which is about 30%.
But didn't you say our share was 30% up until a certain point, and then the excess of the base was 5% after that?
Right, and the excess of the base is when they distribute the collection fee. They won't be looking at population. If it's above that, they'll just be looking at where the room tax was earned.
Okay, can you tell me the base then? Just tell me what the base is.
The base, it's really a revenue number, and it's the 6.78 million that's listed there. The population still is allowed to move around.
Oh,
It's just that the dollar value was established at 6.78 million.
Okay.
So with that, they reiterated in this amended interlocal that it would only be used for O&M, construction and acquisition of recreational facilities, and they also, at any time, any of the parties can opt out of the agreement or give notice to terminate the agreement prior to January 1st of the upcoming fiscal year. So when we look at this as a funding source, we need to keep that in mind because the room collection fee will be affected. It is dictated and subject to the interlocal agreements that are agreed to. And this slide demonstrates the history of what we've received, and the red line is the base amount that was established through that amendment. And I think, Councilwoman Tarkanian, that's the base that we were talking about, the 6.78 million. And you can see it lines up right with 2007. What happened during this period of time, obviously, was the economic downturn. They also were able to phase in the distribution, the excess distribution over a 5-year period because they knew that it was going to be, they wanted to try to hold harmless all the entities as much as possible. But we have in 2012 come to the full 100% allocation through the excess, and as of 2014 we were at 6.5 million, so we still have not come back to the base of 2007. And historically, we wanted to let you know what we've spent those collection fees on. We had a couple of large projects that we wanted to do. So in 2003, we issued medium-term obligation bonds, and one of those for $20 million funded a portion of Kellogg's Air. And in 2004, we issued another tranche of medium-term obligation bonds, and they funded Centennial Hills, Firefighters Memorial, Rotary Park, and Garside Pool. We wanted to also note that in this period of time from 2000, we did pay-as-you-go projects. We had about 119 projects, and it totaled $55 million. Back? Oh,
Sorry,
I said-
how far back did the
We went
pay-as-you-go?
back to approximately the year 2000.
Okay.
So the bonding of the Las Vegas, the LVCVA collection fees, we are not, we cannot bond specifically for the fees themselves, because since the fees are based on an interlocal agreement and it doesn't specifically allow for bonding, we are not allowed to pledge that revenue, but we can, subject to annual appropriations as you direct as council, use those proceeds to fund the debt service that we might enter into. And we looked at we have two options of bonding that we could do. We could do medium-term obligation bonds or general obligation revenue bonds. And the next slide will tell you a little bit about those. So a medium-term bond is a 10-year bond, and it starts off with approval of council to move forward. We just need to go to taxation with that. And its advantages are that it's a short approval process. It only takes about 3 months. It does not require the debt management committee to approve it as well, and it has lower financing costs. So it's lower interest rate, lower cost of issuance, and lower financing costs over time, because since it's only 10 years, we're not paying as much interest out and more money's going to the project.
And a simple majority vote on that?
Yes.
4-3? Yes, please.
Could you clarify the lower financing costs? Wouldn't it typically carry a higher interest rate but over a shorter period, and that's the source of the lower financing cost?
Actually, the medium-term bonds that we've been seeing, we actually are getting better rates on those. So like we've seen 3% is what the 10-year bonds are going for right now. So we have a lower cost there. Plus we have lower cost of issuance. We have about a 0.5 basis points on those cost of issuance, so because we don't have as much legal fees involved in that, and we don't have those financing costs.
Do we guarantee that with anything?
The medium-term bond is the full faith and credit of the
Okay.
city, and it's legal. We
Same
pay it
as
back.
a GO bond, pretty much.
Pretty much, except for we're doing a revenue pledge on the GO. But we're able to pay a medium term back with just legally funds available to the city. We don't have to pledge specific revenue.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So again, the maximum term is 10 years. It does have a higher debt service payment, and therefore sometimes the proceeds can be lower. And then with the general obligation revenue bond, where we will pledge specific revenues, and in this case we would pledge our C-tax revenue to allow us to do these bonds. It starts again with the board approval. We do have to go to DMC for these, and an advantage is it can be amortized up to 30 years. There is a lower annual debt service payment, and it doesn't require any voter approval, of course. And the bond size, as always, is limited based on the affordability of the revenue that you pledge. And there is a longer approval process. This takes about 6 months, and that's largely due to the 90-day petition period. And there is higher financing costs. We pay about 1.5% in cost of issuance for these types of bonds, as well as we have a higher interest rate. Most recently, when we did the parking bonds, the restructure of the parking bonds, we actually were paying about 2 basis points higher than we did for a medium-term bond. So,
Also simple majority?
simple majority.
Okay, thank you.
What we wanted to do with this slide is kind of give you an idea of the potential debt service and the excess of the Las Vegas Convention Visitors Authority collection fee if we went with a medium-term obligation. We were trying to get $50 million in proceeds, 10-year bond. Again, the closing cost would be about 0.5%. And it shows that during that period of time, our debt service could range from 5.7 to 6.2. Again, we did the interest rates so that you could see the possibilities, because interest will be determined at the time we are in the marketplace. Right now, if we were in the market, we'd be in that 3% range. And with this debt service payment, the excess that we would be anticipating for pay-as-you-go type projects would be, we would be using almost 85% of our capacity to be paying debt service. We also wanted to show you the, oh, I'm sorry. Was there a question?
I'm not sure I understand this table. If we borrowed $50 million for 10 years, paid 0.5% upfront,
right.
and then interest at 3%, we would, over the course of annually,
It's annual debt service.
we would be paying $5.89 million. We're estimating $6.7 million as the income from the room tax collection allowance.
Right.
And the excess, okay, I get it. Thank you.
On the, with the GO Rev bond, we did the same scenario. We were trying to show you $50 million in net proceeds over a 20-year period. Again, the closing costs on this are 1.5%, and the interest rate, again, is a little higher. If we were in the market right now, it'd be about 3.5%. And this ranges, the debt service ranges from 3.4 annual debt service to 3.9. So we do have excess. We do have some excess estimated pay-as-you-go type projects, but the one thing we wanted to point out here is that when you obligate yourself to a 20-year bond, now you've tied that money up for 20 years, and there's a lot of projects that you might not be able to get to based on the fact that you have tied up the money. And so we've listed some of the projects that are just out there in the horizon that we haven't fully scoped that could be impacted by tying up this money for 20 years. And that includes Cashman Field, Centennial and Grand Canyon Sports Park, downtown and the medical center, open space type areas, Huntridge Theater, Las Vegas Valley Rim Trail, Summerlin Sports Park, which we're obligated to build once Summerlin West gets up and running, and Thunderbird Sports Complex.
Excuse me, where's that one?
Thunderbird?
Yeah.
Thunderbird, currently it's on Durango and Centennial Parkway, Centennial Parkway.
Oh.
And so it's 47 acres, 31 acres that are developed that are programmed to be 12 little leagues, baseball little leagues. Tropical
Was that
Parkway.
BLM land?
That was BLM land.
Okay.
We have a reservation on.
Okay, thank you.
We also wanted to show you another potential bonding scenario that we could do. We could actually issue 2 medium-term obligations at $25 million and stagger them over fiscal years. And in doing this, we could, it would be much like what we did in 2003 and 2004. We could then scope the projects and time the cash flow and the construction more easily with the building of the park. And so we wouldn't borrow sooner than we needed to, because we know we might not be able to do $50 million all at once in 1 year. And this would also lower our financing costs and give us a little bit more flexibility in providing some excess money in the first couple of years, because debt service would come on staggered.
Why couldn't we extend that and do 10-year bonds every 3 years or 4 years?
We would only be able to do that if we had
Up
enough
to.
up to that $67 million. We'd have to temper each one of the debt services up to that amount. And as you can see, once we go, if we start off with 1 and we have 2.8 million, the next year we're going to have almost $4 million, $5 million in debt service. So we'd have to keep looking at that to make sure we don't overextend ourselves.
Okay, thank you.
And with that, I was going to turn it over to Jorge, who's going to talk about the potential recreation projects.
For the record, Jorge Cervantes, Executive Director, Community Development. And so with that potential funding source, what we put together is a list of projects for your consideration that could be funded. These projects come from various sources. These are projects that over the years we've carried as unfunded projects we've known about. They're from projects that, as we do call from projects from the departments, they advise us this park needs any replacement, this community center needs some repair. and it's from input we get from the community. When we go out to meetings, we get requests from community members about what certain needs are around. Based on that long list that we have, we put some together. We categorize them based on needs, and so we kind of put them based on that idea. The first one we're calling Tier 1 are certain locations where we've got some critical maintenance needs. These are community centers where we need some work in repairing some roofs, replacing some mechanical systems that where over the years they've been deferred, that if we continue to defer some of these improvements, they may get to the point someday where we've got to shut them down because of the conditions. So this is what we're considering a Tier 1 critical maintenance needs. You can see the listing of the project, and it comes out to about $11 million worth of improvements.
Mayor, may I just make one thing that may be obvious to everybody? But in these tables, things are not in a priority order within the table, they're in alphabetical order.
That's too bad. I just leaned over to
wanting to point that out because
Councilwoman
I
Coulter.
know
She was
Councilwoman
finally
is doing a little happy dance over there over Charleston Heights being #1 on the list, but it would be interchangeable with anything else in this category.
Okay, well, I just wanted you to know she was doing it. I said, finally, you're #1. And you blew it. Thank you, please.
I hope you will not entertain a motion by Councilwoman Tarkanian to prioritize in alphabetical order.
Did you hear that? Could you repeat it, please, Councilman?
Yes, I hope she will not accept your motion if you make one to prioritize in alphabetical order.
Which is what you are. You're #1. You want everything that way.
I'd be glad to make a motion.
Thank you.
The second group of projects we're calling Tier 2A. These are projects that are identified in our 22-year master plan park element where we've got some service gaps. If you recall, in that plan element, there's a map that has park locations with some radius around it and shows areas where aren't being serviced. There are additional gaps more than was shown on this list. The reason we selected these sites is because these are areas where there's gaps and we own the land, either own or have lease of the land. There's other areas in the city where there are gaps, but we don't control land there, so we'd have to acquire land to be able to move forward. And so higher cost, a little bit longer. But these are just areas where we know we've got gaps and we know we got the land to be able to move pretty quickly on them. Our Tier 2B, these are parks and recreation facilities that are in need of rehabilitation, mainly park-type facilities, pool-type facilities, where we've got to go back and reconstruct it. For example, Baker Pool, it's a very old pool that needs to be replaced or else it's going to be obsolete. And so it's going back and reconstructing. One thing I did want to point out about this list of projects is because they are rehabilitation and not new projects, if you look at the very last column is the operation annual cost. Anytime we build a new facility, then we incur additional operational costs either because we've got to water more grass, we've got to have more staff to maintain them. In this particular case, we actually see on the positive side a reduction in our annual operational costs because we're going to older parks and replacing them with newer material that require less maintenance. So I just wanted to point that out on this list here. And the final list is Tier 3, is what we're calling expansion or new facilities. These are locations where we have a park where maybe we've got half of the park built out, but the other half hasn't been built out. Maybe we've got 2 football fields and there's room for a 3rd football field, so we'd be adding an additional field. It may be locations, for example, Stupak Community Center, where we've got a community center in need of additional parking, so it's providing that. Or it may be a brand new park that doesn't exist today, or where maybe a park existed at one day, but it's not there anymore. It's coming back and putting it back in. And so that's what this list is here.
Are we doing anything in the private sector that would be endowing parks or, just for the simple purpose of taking over these major overhauls? That we have a fund established that goes as we build a new park to make sure we set aside funds that can be used to rehabilitate them on a regular scale basis every 5 years, 10 years, whatever the life of the park is?
There's 2 things I would use to answer that question. One, this very source of funds are the funds that we've been setting aside since we retired the 03 and 04 bonds to do some major maintenance. It's also where we use our funding to come up with our artificial turf replacement program, as well as other major, what I would call operating capital switch outs. So that is the funding source that we traditionally go to help fund those kinds of rehabilitation programs. And as every director absolutely hates that I do periodically at City Council, I'll talk about one of their goals publicly. One of the goals that's been agreed upon by Mr. Hacker is to try and get a nonprofit foundation started for Friends of the Parks. Because we do not have one, many other cities do. It takes quite a bit of effort to build that up, but that may be a way where we could create some of the partnerships that many of you have talked about into the future. So I'm sure that just went from #3 to #1 on Tim's list, but it
He's
is
shaking
something
his
that
head.
is very important for us to get done in, as soon as we possibly can.
Great, thank you.
And so with that, our intention was to give an explanation of how we received the money, how in the past we've utilized it, how there's opportunities to utilize it going forward, being that we've paid off some bonds, and then the potential list of projects that we hope you all would give us direction in the near future as to which projects you'd like us to move forward as we finish up your capital budget for next year.
As any of this changes in the coming months, as we get into this process, can you make sure you keep us updated, things that are happening in this park area, so that everybody knows early enough so they can be right onto it? Please.
Thank you, Mayor. Betsy, thank you very much. This is exactly what I wanted. I just wanted to start the discussion today on how we're going to do this. So if I understand it correctly, if we just went with the first medium-term bond, that would raise how much money? 60 million? Is that what we're talking about? 50 million. Okay, so that we're talking about a $50 million when we get into exactly what we're going to be funding.
Right.
Okay, so thank you. So it sounds like it's your intention to start moving forward with the budget process and eventually bring back things for us to make a decision on to make sure that this money is encumbered for parks and rec centers, and we'll make the decisions on where it's going to be spent and the type of bonds as we move forward. Does that sound like the direction that you've heard from us?
Well, I mean, obviously, you all can give me direction today on how you'd proceed, how you'd like for us to proceed. What we tried to do in the presentation today is kind of throw all the options out there.
Okay.
You could direct us to obligate in a medium or long-term fashion $0 for this, and we could do pay-as-you-go on all of these projects for however long you see fit. We can do some bonding, that's medium-term. We could do a half of this. We could do 25 million, get 25 million worth of projects done under one medium-term bond, and only spend about half of the funding that's available. You could do 2 of those in 2 tranches over a couple of years and do $50 million worth of projects. You could do 1 general obligation revenue bond-backed measure with a 20-year horizon, where you're spending about half the money each year for that, get your $50 million worth of projects out of it, and retain about half of the funding for that period of time for pay-as-you-go or maintenance needs. Although, as Vanetta cautioned, there is some higher financing costs associated with that measure, so that would not necessarily be our recommendation, but it is an option available to you. So we're ready to take any direction you'd like. One of the things we will need to know, whether it happens today or at a subsequent conversation, is whether or not you want us to bond to this level. That needs to be built into your final budget on May 19th. If you directed us that you really want to use all of this money in 2 tranches over the next 2 years, we can build that into the budget. There's opportune time for us to have a conversation about the specific projects, how far you want to go in debt, at what time you want to try and take that on when we have our capital discussion. So
Okay.
you don't have to do it today, but
Yeah.
your conversation today would help inform us in building the budget, but we certainly can handle that at the subsequent capital conversation where you're seeing the whole picture, where you're talking about fire apparatus and other key things that are not just parks related.
Yeah, well, I agree with, I think, my own recommendation is we just chew on this information today, and then you start bringing back action items when you need to bring them back, because I think we need to bond this money to start building these projects, because it's going to impact everybody in the entire city. It's going to impact all the wards. So that's my recommendation. I don't think we need to make any decisions today.
Well, and Councilman Barlow would like to talk. I'd like more information. We have so many things and so many balls in the air as we look at Cashman, and so it would be nice to have a grasp of some other things that are going on before we start pushing forward for bonds or anything. I don't think we have enough. This is a great start for us, and I think it's really germane. Councilman Barlow? Oh, yo.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry. I was hoping that you would filibuster a little bit longer so I can have a sidebar conversation. One thing, Betsy and Jorge, what I haven't seen here were the options for Cashman fill. Is that deliberate? Is that something that we should direct you to look more into from a detail standpoint? Because I know that that's a conversation that we'll be addressing. I'm sorry, Mayor.
You were while I was filibustering,
Oh.
I was just asking that
Okay,
specific
I'm
question.
sorry. I'm sorry.
So that'll
I'm
teach you to
happy
talk
to-
to Councilman Coffin.
Well, actually, that's what our sidebar was about.
I'm
in that same
happy
regard. So
to-
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said, Mayor.
Oh, what I said was that with Cashman Field and so many balls in the air, it would really be helpful that we had some more direction and more information coming back. We were right on it,
Okay.
on my filibuster.
There you go. Thank
So
you.
I think we're all on the same page, although we sound like we're on different pages. I think we really care very much about this. Thank you for the report again. Wonderful. Keep the information flowing, and please just make sure we get it on time. Thank you so much. Agenda, and you probably were working on it to midnight, so that's all right, Ms. Appleyard. Agenda item 54, discussion for possible action regarding the ratification of advisory agreement between the City of Las Vegas and Strategic Advisory Group for $157,066.67 in professional services required for negotiation of a master development agreement for a stadium in Symphony Park, City Parkway 5, Inc. Ward 5, Councilman Barlow, Mr. Arndt.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. For the record, Bill Arndt, Economic and Urban Development Director. This item before you is ratification of an agreement for expenses already incurred through the work of Strategic Advisory Group, David Abrams. This is required to have the requisite purchasing authority to pay out 2 final invoices. It does not obligate the city to incur new expenses. We're simply seeking purchasing authority through your ratification of the agreement, and staff recommends approval. It is related somewhat to item 52, and this dollar amount for the total payout to Strategic Advisory Group is consistent with the numbers reported in that presentation. Again, staff recommends approval. I'd be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Yes, please, Councilman Beers.
Thanks, Mayor. Were they not aware of the budget figure?
Thank you, Councilman Beers. We wrote up the contract as a fixed fee plus a variable rate expense. There was a fixed fee for this consultant on our behalf to review the report done by AECOM for the stadium. We wanted our own independent analysis of that. And then after that, there was an hourly rate where we were paying Mr. Abrams and Strategic Advisory to advise the city for the project. We had anticipated those expenses to come in under $100,000. It did not have a hard cap in the contract, and the last 2 invoices that came out were considerable given the volume of work that we were trying to get done in a short time period. So we simply expended more than we anticipated expending. We had administrative authority through the planning fund, as I think you're referencing, and then some additional administrative authority through the city manager. We went over that purchasing authority. That was my oversight in managing that contract. But Mr. Abrams did complete the work performed, and so we believe that it is reasonable to pay this fee for work already tendered.
Did he charge us anything for reviewing the first pro forma that had the $4 million spent twice?
The
first pro forma was emailed to the council on a Sunday, and it didn't add up. And then the second one came out about a week later that kind of had been run through the
I
blender.
don't recall the timing of that review. We engaged Mr. Abrams at the end of June 2014, so I believe the answer is yes, but I'd have to go back and look at the dates of when we received those reports.
Yeah, it was after that time.
Yeah.
Have we done any kind of a post facto look back from a quality control standpoint?
We have.
That was kind of embarrassing.
That's okay. I've reviewed our own department's internal purchasing policies, and they do require some revisions so that
No,
we have the
I was
appropriate-
referring more to the quality of Mr. Abrams' work. That first pro forma was pretty much nonsensical, and it was picked up pretty quickly by both me and Guy Hobbs.
We have gone back and reviewed that work, and I do recognize that there was an error in that original work, but we believe that the bulk of the work that Mr. Abrams did was quality work and was consistent with the terms of our agreement.
I think I need to clarify something. Mr. Abrams didn't do that report.
No, he
A
reviewed
totally
it.
separate company did.
We hired him to review it.
Right, but remember that that got released before the review was complete by the city. So the city had not reviewed that when we sent it out to the mayor and council. And we did employ Mr. Abrams to help us do the review on that. And the information that you found was a part of that review and a subsequent modification later.
Well, we knew that that report was wrong about 30 hours after we got it. That's when I had the meeting with you.
But as I understand, the city hadn't even reviewed it or even talked to us about it. It just came
So
in,
we didn't pay
out.
Abrams to review that first report then.
He probably had some information, whether or not he had the entire complete report in that version that he reviewed and then said, yes, this is good to go. That did not happen. So there was a lot of stuff happening during that period of time, but I just want to make it very clear that Mr. Abrams did not write that report. He was working with our city staff to help us review that report. We all acknowledge that there was a discrepancy in that report. That's been widely reported on. And then ultimately there was a cleanup report provided. But Mr. Abrams was one of the people that helped us not only work on that data, but all of the negotiations that were underway as a result of the actions to get to the term sheet as well as to the final DEA.
Have we approached Mr. Abrams with the concept of perhaps splitting the overrun 50-50 or anything? Or was it not a hard budget number that we were up against, but it was just what you were thinking?
Councilman, it was the latter. It was a variable rate contract. In hindsight, we should have written it up as a not to exceed contract, but in the interest of expediency to get Mr. Abrams engaged on the project, we proceeded as we did. So I think it's really the latter.
Okay, Councilman, I think this is, or is it not? Yes, Councilman Barlow.
Move for approval.
Okay, there's a motion. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much, Mr. Hart. Agenda item 56, boards and commissions, possible action, Las Vegas County, Clark County Library, 55. Goodness, what, my fingers. Missed the whole section. Resolutions, R13-2015, discussion for possible action to approve a resolution supporting Senate Bill 190 of the 2015 session of the Nevada Legislature pertaining to employment, and I see Mr. Olivas is going to make comments.
Mayor?
Please.
I was just, this just came up yesterday in our briefing, Ted, and then I know you gave me some documents this morning. I have no idea what this is about. I haven't heard any hearings on it. I mean, usually we spend a lot of time talking about pros and cons, and, you know, the legislature has committee meetings, so there's no way I'm in a position to vote up or down on this, so I'm just going to abstain on it. You can go ahead and have your discussion, but there's no way I can vote up or down.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thanks.
Sure.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor Goodman and members of the council. For the record, Ted Olivas, Chief of Staff. This item is to consider a resolution in support of Senate Bill 190, which is a bill that's being considered this legislative session. The backup includes a resolution that was crafted by the City Attorney's Office as well as the bill itself. I've got a short PowerPoint that I'll try to go through quickly on this bill, but there are 9 senators that are sponsoring this bill, as well as 17 assembly members. And before I start, I think that I should let you know that this bill was referred to the Senate Judiciary Committee, but it has not received a hearing as of yet. There were 4 fiscal notes that were submitted on behalf of this bill, but there was no indication of a fiscal impact. So they all said that there wasn't a fiscal impact. This bill makes changes to NRS 233 that relates to the Nevada Equal Rights Commission, and also NRS 613, which relates to employment matters. And finally, as the resolution indicates, as an employer, the city, and I'm reading this, as an employer, the city makes every effort to comply with applicable statutes and regulations pertaining to employment matters. And in addition to that, all of our contracts require our contractors to do the same. So I wanted to make sure that you were aware of that. So this bill relates to employment, and it has 5 things that it does, and this is provided in the bill summary. Now, I'm going to use the term employer throughout this short presentation, but this bill relates to employers, employment agencies, or labor organizations. But I'll just use the term employer as I go through this. So the bill makes an unlawful employment practice for an employer to discriminate. It makes it unlawful to discriminate against a person for inquiring about, discussing, or disclosing information about wages. It also changes in general what an unlawful employment practice is. It also revises provisions about filing complaints with the Nevada Equal Rights Commission. We call that NERC. In this presentation, I'll just call it the Commission. And it also revises the relief that the Commission may order if it finds an unlawful employment practice. And finally, it revises provisions on the time in which an employee may seek relief in the district court. So Section 1 of this bill talks about the filing of complaints, and it requires the Commission to notify each party to a complaint of their right to apply to the district court for relief. Section 2 of this bill, it revises the powers of the Commission to remedy these potential unlawful employment practices, and it allows attorney's fees, and if the claim relates to discrimination on the basis of sex, then it allows them to determine compensatory damages, and if it's determined that the employer acted with malice or was reckless, then they can assess punitive damages. And finally, if they find that the practice was willful, they've added civil penalties. So in Section 3 of this bill, I mentioned this before, prohibits an employer from discriminating against any person for inquiring about, discussing, or disclosing information about wages. What does that mean? That means that you can't discriminate if an applicant, a person, or a member of as applicable, has inquired about, discussed, or disclosed his or her wages or the wages of others. So we can talk about the money that we make. So Section 7 of this bill, this is an interesting one. In NRS 613.350, it states that there may be a bona fide occupational qualification reasonably necessary to the normal operation of that particular business or enterprise. It says, this bill clarifies that that term does not include a qualification, excuse me, which is based upon or derived from a difference on the basis of sex, or a qualification that the employer or other organization has refused to change. That means that they've been found to have a problem and they are refusing to acknowledge that. Section 12 of this bill requires the Commission, if it does not conclude that an unfair practice has occurred, to issue a letter to the person notifying them of their right to apply to the district court. Section 13, this provides that a person may apply to the district court for relief up to 180 days after the date of the letter, in addition to their existing authority of 180 days after the date of the alleged act. So that's a quick and dirty overview of the elements of this bill. It concludes my presentation. Since I'm not an employment professional, hopefully I'll have some help from the City Attorney's Office or my friends in HR if there are any technical questions about that. So I'd be happy to answer any questions. We'd be happy.
Any question here, comments?
I just would like to explain to the council and the mayor why we're hearing this today, when you're ready for me to do that.
Go for it.
Mr. Olivas, thank you very much. And I must say that Mr. Olivas and his staff went to great lengths to get out and garner as much information and documentation about how the City of Las Vegas handles these matters when it comes to equal pay for women. It's no secret that there is a wage difference between men and women. It's fitting today that I I asked staff to put this on the agenda, which is highly unusual to support a bill of any kind from Carson City during the legislative session. But it's fitting, Mayor and council members, because it is Women's History Month as well. So it's kind of a little symbolic thing for me. And to explain why this thing is on the agenda, my dear friend Senator Pat Spearman asked that the city take a leadership role in setting in momentum support for this bill for equal pay and equal wages. Mr. Olivas has done a fabulous job talking about the civil penalties from $10,000 to $25,000 for employers that willfully violate these things. You know, at the end of the day, for me, it's economics 101. The more money that people make, the more money is spent in the economy. And I think, Mayor, that if you and I are doing the same job, we should be paid the same amount of money.
Without question.
You know, and I think that's important. We need more women earning more money, exercising their economic authority and being part of continuing to rebuild the city of Las Vegas. It's also no secret that women represent half of the workforce out there. It's important for us as the mayor and council members that we continue to work hard to make the city of Las Vegas a bastion of economic growth. We're always talking about new businesses and trying to, you know, change the dynamic of what's going on out there in the economy. And I think this statement of support for this bill does that. I think that it's been too long that we as a city and as government don't take a stand in regards to equal pay for men and women.
Without question.
That's why I asked for this bill.
Okay, you asked for the bill.
Asked for the resolution.
The resolution. Councilman Beers.
Thank you. You know, that's a worthy goal, and I am actually an active sitting member on the Nevada Advisory Commission to the U.S. Civil Rights Commission, or Nevada Advisory Committee, rather, to the U.S. Civil Rights Commission. But this bill doesn't do that. It does a whole bunch of other things besides do that. There's no place in here that gets to equal pay for equal work. And all the other aspects are kind of scattered all over the place. Perhaps I'm just particularly sensitive to the one universal legislative law, which is that unintended consequences creep in. But I think I would have to defer to my colleagues in Carson City, where if the bill is deemed to have any merit, a hearing will be scheduled for it, and interested parties will be able to come forth and testify about it. Ted, I see that it was discussed in the March 2nd Senate Judiciary Committee. Were you there?
I was not there. The record just shows that it was mentioned.
Right, and the minutes are not yet available.
That's correct.
And so the city wasn't represented at that hearing. We didn't have that one covered. So I'm real hesitant to get involved in this rather than kick this can down to well, I don't know. So would you be interested in abeyance? No. Well, the bill doesn't do what it says it's supposed to do. It could say it, it doesn't. So I would not be comfortable approving this.
Mr. Beers, you're saying it doesn't do what it's supposed to do?
It does not address in any way equal pay for equal work that I can find.
Where do you see that?
I read it last
I gotta
night.
find it.
And I don't see in any of the bullet points in our PowerPoint presentation where it gets close to addressing that goal.
Mr. Olivas, do you want to respond on this?
And there is, by the way, Ted, there is a fiscal note. The Nevada Employment, or NERC, states that it's a general fund impact unless they can talk the EEOC out of funding the 6 cases that they think they'd have, or that they referred out. See, there's a state EEOC and a federal EEOC. The fiscal note from NERC, which is available on the legislative website, indicates that they currently refer these cases to the Federal Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. If they were to bring these into their own jurisdiction as a duplicate level of government, that somebody would have to pay for it. So there is a fiscal note as well.
Well, can I just ask, Ted, is it true that it doesn't address the difference in pay for women and men?
There is a provision in there that talks about enacting several provisions relating to the Federal Paycheck Fairness Act, and let me give you a bit of history. The Equal Pay Act was passed in 1963, and that's what created the equal pay requirements, and it's unlawful to have pay discrimination. And that was followed up by the Lilly Ledbetter Fair Pay Act of 2009. Okay, so that relates. I think that's the nexus to this. And then finally, this Paycheck Fairness Act, which was introduced in Congress on the Senate side in 2014. It hasn't passed, so this was a nexus to that bill. So I think Councilman Beers is correct that it's not directly related to pay equality, but there is a nexus to those provisions that have created that pay equality over time.
You're saying it's not ready for prime time?
Yes, Councilman Ross.
Mayor, without taking a whole lot of time, this is just a simple resolution. We support the bill, and that's what we're just saying as a city. Vote for it, don't vote for it. But I think local governments need to take a stand when it comes to employers that are not treating women fairly in the workplace. And I think that's the leadership role that Senator Spearman has asked me to take in on this bill. This bill may not even get anywhere. This bill might not see the light of day. But I think it's a good gesture in regards for the city of Las Vegas taking that leadership position and pushing this forward for the benefit of women making equal pay. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, ma'am. And I do understand the passion that the councilman from Ward 6 brings to this issue, as I have a daughter and as I have a wife who suffered discrimination at the hand of a large media employer here in the state of Nevada,
Sure did.
the largest newspaper. And I just think that one thing I would almost automatically, you say it's the subject, I will support it. But it's still a newly introduced bill. It hasn't had a hearing yet. It's only been referred to the committee. And I know that there are some unintended consequences in the bill. That can happen in any bill, every well-intentioned bill, before it's had a chance to be heard in committee. So when is it going to be heard, Ted?
Councilman Coffin, there is no indication at this point, from what we've been able to determine up in Carson City, of a hearing date. So that's why I wanted to make sure that we were clear that the bill was introduced, as Councilman Beers mentioned. It was mentioned in the committee, but there's been nothing since then.
I'm just trying to figure out where to go, and as I don't like to commit on anything until I see if it's ready for prime time. It sounds like it's not quite ready. It hasn't been vetted through the hearing process. And, you stick your name on something like that without knowing what's going to be in the end result. You can be very embarrassed, especially if it doesn't do what you thought it was going to do. Can we reschedule this such a time after they've had a hearing so that we can determine?
Mayor, if I may.
We could be, in other words, our action, the appropriate action for this council
Mayor,
would be
through you, can I respond,
to send a resolution asking the legislature to hear the bill.
Okay, well, let's hear from Councilman Ross if he's interested in that, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And through you to Councilman Coffin. I appreciate your comments, Councilman Coffin. In the interest of time and moving this along and not knowing where this bill is going to go, I think you voted up, you voted down. It's entirely your call, and I'd like to make that motion to move forward and approve this resolution, Mayor.
With the caveat, or I don't even know if we're permitted to do that, that the council would be in support of non-discrimination based on sex.
Could we say it that way,
Can
maybe?
we say that so we can move it forward? That we feel.
Say it that way.
Right, that we put that in specific. I don't know if we're allowed to do that, but I know we voted for more cops, and all the municipalities unanimously voted for more cops, which died at the because there was supermajority at the commission. So, but I think to make it specific, are we allowed legally to do that?
You can. All this is a council stating that you support the legislation. You're not voting for the legislation. You're just saying the city of Las Vegas through
But can
selected
we be
representatives support
specific, Mr. Jervik, to adding that caveat?
The main
Yes.
premise
So,
of it? Or
the main premise that
philosophy?
we're supporting.
The city of Las Vegas, in support of this bill, and this is in the motion for the record, that we support, we support equal pay for women. And can I make it any clearer than that?
That's good.
Mayor?
Okay.
And-
That can
and-
be
and
your
since-
motion,
and
and
so
we are
since-
legally allowed to do that.
It's just a
Since it is
statement.
the subject matter of SB 190, you're able to do that. If it were not the subject matter of the bill, you would not be able to do it because we would not be agended
It's
for it.
not the subject matter of the bill.
But he's making it, that's the resolution he's putting forth, if I understand correctly.
Correct.
And that's what our
A
statement would
resolution
be.
that doesn't support the bill, but that supports the concept of equal pay for equal work.
That's my
Yes.
motion, Mayor.
May I have one more thing? May I
Yes.
ask for your indulgence?
Please?
Maker of this motion. There's nothing wrong with also adding in there a clause urging the legislature to conduct a speedy and complete hearing on the bill. And I would ask that that be added to the motion.
I like that, Councilman. Thank you very much for that added addition.
Okay.
So we are at a point, we have a resolution promoted by, Councilman Barlow, given down here to Councilman Ross, that you have it clearly of what we're voting on.
Yes, Mayor Goodman.
Okay. So, does everybody on council understand what we're voting on at this point? Yes. So, you've made the motion. Uh-oh. And so there's a motion, please vote.
Would we please restate the motion so I'm...
Okay, one more time, we're restating.
Luann, Mayor, do you want me to do that? for
Yes,
the
why
city
don't you
clerk?
do it since you haven't, and that will help them because they're
The City of
searching.
Las Vegas City Council, in support of Senate Bill 190, which I believe requires equal pay for women, and that is in the motion, as well as Councilman Coffins added that we ask the legislature to move swiftly upon this bill to get it passed. I think that's the motion.
So then, Ted, will you explain to me what portion of this bill addresses equal pay for equal work?
I'll probably need some legal help with that.
Well, section 1, key sections, it's in section 1.
That's just his PowerPoint. That's not
Yeah, oh, okay, here we go.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Morgan Davis, Chief Deputy City Attorney, City Attorney's Office. Without debating the point with you, I think the intent is, as Mr. Levis referenced, the federal legislation that is not passed, the prohibition against disciplining somebody for discussing what they make, I believe was an attempt, at least in the federal legislation, to avoid checking on inequalities of pay and then bringing forth complaints. What you used to have is the way to mask inequality in pay is you can't find out how much your co-workers weigh. We're paying you $30,000 less than all the men or all the Caucasians or all the younger people. So the prohibition against prohibiting or discriminating against somebody from asking questions or discussing wages generally was believed, if you do that, it's a good thing. You can find out about inequalities and bring forth those complaints.
And you know something, Councilman Ross, based on that input, it's really, you wouldn't discriminate on basis of race or religion either. You will just not, flatly not discriminate that way. Can you augment your motion to just be non-discriminatory in pay, or do you only want it women?
My attempt to answer your direct question, Councilman Beers, was I believe there's some language in section 7, but more importantly, the reference to the federal law about asking for wages was an attempt to borrow some of those theories on promoting equality for gender and other classifications and pay issues. I don't know if I answered that, but that was my attempt.
So a generalized statement about non-discrimination, he can be specific about women, race, religion, color of hair, color of eyeballs, whatever. But when you say generally we do not discriminate, that means we do not discriminate in wages, except on ability and talent. We have a pregnant voice.
Maybe I should jump in. I appreciate Morgan's comments. And in a private conversation with Councilman Beers, I indicated that if there's some nexus between non-discrimination of pay for women and this legislation, you can include it in the motion. But now we're going off into any discrimination, and I don't think we're agended for it. So
Okay.
I would ask the maker of the motion to
Okay.
reconsider and merely make a straight motion up or down for SB 190.
Fine, then go for it. Go where
I'm
you
going
were.
to follow the city attorney's advice. I would make a motion that this city council support Senate Bill 190.
Your Honor, I'm going to abstain in the interest of deferring to the legislative process. It just, this needs to be vetted, and it's not.
Okay, so the motion,
I have to state an abstention as well. But we are required to state why we abstain, Your Honor. And it is for the fact that this bill is just a newly raw bill, has not been amended, has not had a hearing. And it is, as Councilman Beers says, having been a veteran of the legislative process, you don't support or condemn what you really know isn't going to be the product. If, in fact, it was a clear bill, that would be one thing, but it is not. And it's a broadly reaching bill with apparently indirect references to equal pay. Now, we've already passed at the state level legislation requiring equal pay. So I'm not quite sure where this goes beyond it, because I haven't read the whole bill. I've read the summary as provided by the Legislative Council. If I was up there in Carson City and I had to hear this bill, I would not give you a commitment of yea or nay until I had actually read the bill and heard the hearing, had the evidence presented to me. And I think we should wait. But I will abstain if a vote is called for today.
Madam Chair.
yes,
Madam Mayor, that sounds a little better. Madam Chair.
whatever, sounds good.
But Councilman Ross, couldn't you just say that we support the concept of equal pay and working conditions for women?
That's what
And
he
then we
did.
could vote on that. And then if they have other stuff in there that doesn't quite work, then we're not supporting that.
I say, through the mayor, of course,
Please.
I appreciate that, Councilwoman. This is really just a simple up and down vote in support of the bill, as Senator Spearman has asked me to do. So I don't want to make this difficult on anybody. I've already made it difficult
Wouldn't he
enough on
be
Mr.
happy with
Olivas
that? But wouldn't
and our
he-
city attorney's office. So just, let's just
Wouldn't
have the
he be
vote, vote
happy
for it or
with
don't
that?
vote for it.
But
I'm
wouldn't he
good.
be happy with the concept? Let me tell you, I was discriminated against. I quit a job once because some psychologist was spending one of his work days at USC, and I was spending all 5 work days at the office, and he got more pay than I did, so I quit. They needed a speech pathologist, so they hired me the next day, but nonetheless, I quit. And that's how important it is for women, I think, to stand up. So I believe very strongly in that, but I also know in these bills, sometimes they work it so that it turns out not to be as good for women, and that's my concern. I don't know what might happen in the future as this gets tinkered with. So that's why the concept of equal pay and working conditions for women, and I would think he would be happy with that.
Councilwoman, if I could
think so?
jump in here, I think we have an open meeting issue if we do that kind of motion. We are agended only right now for SB 190, up or down. If you want to, we can prepare a resolution talking about equal pay and any other topic and bring it back at a future meeting, but we are not agended to have that vote today.
With your
So?
permission, Mayor?
Yeah.
And I think we should. I think we should set a precedent in this state that we take this very seriously. Gender inequity is one of the biggest single problems in the workforce right now, and I think we need to make that statement and support any kind of legislation that brings that equality into the picture. So, Councilwoman, I fully support that. At this moment, I'm going to support Mr. Jervik, though, and this is just an up or down vote, yes or no. And then, Councilwoman, I would ask that perhaps between you and the mayor and myself sit down and we kind of figure out what direction we want to go to make a bigger statement that really solidifies the city's position.
And I think anybody that's been watching this city council has heard the passion for whether it's non-discrimination, period. That's where our discussion is, because we're not in favor of any discrimination. And we've been advised by council it's either up or down vote, and so that's it, and it's just coming from us.
Well,
So
and-
you've made a motion?
It's just, when you fight for decades for what he's talking about,
Right.
which
Well,
I
that's what
believe
we're
you and
making a
I have
statement.
done, I don't want to get entrapped into anything that would hurt women. And sometimes that occurs.
Well, and it will come back, so, you can always undo things, but the reality is he's made a motion, we've had a good discussion on this, and we've been advised by council, you're voting up or down on this, so there we are, that's the motion. What happened? There it went. Okay, please vote, and please post. The motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you
I'll
very
keep
much.
you
But
advised
please,
on
yeah,
this and
absolutely.
other bills.
Immediately what's happening, because we want to be actively involved. We are totally against discrimination in any form, but absolutely with women. Any discrimination is ridiculous. So thank you, but please, I mean,
Sure.
as soon as you hear something, send it out to us.
Especially
Mayor,
if
if
it
I
takes
may?
some turns, Ted, especially if it takes some turns.
Mayor, if I may?
Yes, please.
Through you to Ms. Fretwell, if I can direct you, Ms. Fretwell, to kind of formulate the next step in regards to Councilwoman's comments on making a bigger statement on how we, the city of Las Vegas, can say that.
Be happy to work on that. We'll
Thank you.
brief you and then get
Thank
another
you.
item
Mr.
before
Levis,
council.
thank you
Thank
very
you,
much
Mr.
for putting
Levis.
you in that position.
Thank you. All right, agenda item 56, now boards and commissions for possible action, Las Vegas, Clark County Library District Board of Trustees. Yolo, how do you pronounce it? Well, it is Ito, but how do you really pronounce her name? Idolina, and last name? Iturralde. I'm so sorry, Ito, if you're paying attention. I'm sorry about that. Term expiration, April 3rd, 2015. Councilman Barlow, I understand you have a recommendation.
Yes, I would like to reappoint Idolina Iturralde to serve as the Las Vegas Clark County Library Board of Trustee on behalf of Ward 5. That would be my motion at this time.
Thank you very much. This motion, please vote. Please post. And that carries. Thank you. Agenda item 57, recommended committee, bill eligible for adoption at this meeting, bill number 2015-11. Would you like to have the bill read, Councilman Barlow?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Councilman. Bill number 2015-11, order to extend the boundaries of the city to pre-described land be annexed to make it subject to the laws, obligations, benefits of the city, and provide for a related matter.
Move for approval.
Thank you. This motion, please vote. Please post. Thank you. Motion carries. Bill number 58, bill number 2015-12. Councilman Barlow, would you like the bill read?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you,
Please.
Councilman. Bill number 2015-12, an orders to update provisions regarding Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission, provide for the related matters.
Move for approval.
Thank you. This motion, please vote, and please post. Motion carries. Agenda item 59, bill number 2015-13. Councilman Barlow, would you like the bill read?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. Bill number 2015-13, an orders to amend the animal control regulations to update license fee exemption for certain types of animals and provide for other related matters.
Move for approval.
Thank you. This motion, please vote. Please post. Motion carries. Agenda item 60, bill number 2015-16. Councilman, would you like the bill read?
Yes.
Please.
Thank you. I've come down here because I know there can be questions
I
on
just
this
say you
bill.
disappeared so
We're like,
fast.
where'd you go?
There's two of me. 2015-16, an ordinance to amend the city charter to prohibit the city of Las Vegas from contributing, investing, or lending any of its revenue or assets or those of its redevelopment agency for a Major League Soccer stadium in Symphony Park. If I could, this bill is a little unusual because you'll notice the first thing on it is the sponsor is the judicial interpretation of NRS 295. So let me do a little explaining. I'll be glad to answer any questions. If we go to the overhead, and you can see what I put on the podium. NRS 295 in general governs how you do initiative petitions and referendum petitions, and it tells you what happens at various stages of the petition process. NRS 295.215 specifically addresses what happens once a petition has been certified. As you are aware, the petition in this case was certified by the City Council less than 30 days ago. And if you'll just read along with me, when an initiative...
Excuse me 1 second, because we can't see that. Can we pull whatever to what the overhead on what Mr. Jerbick has put on the...
Oh, there we go.
There we are. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It says when an initiative or referendum petition has been finally determined sufficient, and that has occurred, the council shall promptly consider the proposed initiative ordinance in the manner provided by law for the consideration of ordinances generally. So what that essentially says is you take the language in the petition that seeks to change the law and you tee it up before the City Council as a new ordinance, which is what Bill number 2015-16 does. It further goes on to say, if within 30 days after the date the petition was finally determined sufficient, the council fails to adopt the proposed initiative without any change in substance or fails to repeal or refer to ordinance, the council shall submit it to the voters. That's essentially what 215 says, and that's why we're here today. That's why this is on the agenda, and that's why the sponsor is NRS 295. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
What did we do last council meeting? I thought we went ahead and adopted this.
It was introduced for the first time. It was the first reading.
I'm sorry.
It was the first reading of the bill at the last council meeting. It was
Oh, it was just a reading. We did not vote upon it.
correct. It has to proceed through the process as any other ordinance would proceed through the process, which begins with the first reading, a referral to recommending, which occurred. Recommending met on Monday and voted on this, and then consideration by the entire city council.
Okay, now what was brought to us originally, was to adopt this as presented, correct?
Not yet. That's what we're here for today, is to decide whether you want to adopt it or not. There were several things that came before the council, the first of which was the certification of the petition. After the court ruled that the petition had sufficient signatures, this
But wasn't
council
it,
voted.
excuse me, but wasn't it originally presented to the council as a request on an ordinance to adopt it?
No.
It was not?
No.
Okay.
No. There was a vote, there was a similar vote, and this is where it may get a little confusing. There was a motion for an advisory question that was voted on even before all of this began.
Okay, that's what I'm talking about.
Anyway, I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Councilman Barlow?
Thank you so very much. Brad, just so that the record is clear, if in fact we vote for Bill number 2015-16 today, if we say yes and implement the ordinance, then we've accomplished what those who were in opposition to the cities utilizing the Symphony Park development with any taxpayer-funded dollars didn't want to happen, to basically stop the MLS from moving forward. If we say no to the ordinance, then the item goes before the voters, and the voters would then have an opportunity to vote this question up or down. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay. So to say yes today, we basically would have accomplished what those who are in opposition wanted in the first place, and that was to basically eliminate the opportunity for tax dollars, as they would put it, to be used at this site. So we can actually end the conversation today by voting yes and saving an additional step.
That's
moving
correct,
forward.
but let me restate it a little bit more accurately, as from my point of view. If the council adopts this ordinance today,
Come a little bit closer
it's
to the
the same
microphone.
law that the citizens would
Brad.
have voted on.
Brad, you use the other microphone, because we can't hear you up here.
If the council adopts the ordinance that's before you today, you will have done essentially what the petitioners want the voters to do in June. It would be the same law. It'd be just as repealable, just as valid, just as whatever, as if it had gone to a vote. And so, again, if you vote today, yes, that would be the end of it. If you vote no today, it goes on the ballot.
And is there a cost to putting it on the ballot?
That's an interesting question. It all depends on whether or not we have a general election. We won't know the answer to that until the night of April 7th. If everybody theoretically were to win in the primary, the only thing on the ballot would be this question in the general election. And so you would have an election just for this one question alone. One could argue there's a cost associated with that. If there's already going to be a citywide general election, for example, if there's a mayoral election that goes into the general election, you're already having a city election, one more line item on, arguably it doesn't cost anything. So it all depends on what happens April 7th.
And if I might add, let's assume that it were the only item on a vote, and I'm looking at our clerk, is there an estimated cost? I mean, what's the cost of something like that? What is the cost of an election on an item that's all by itself?
That's actually hard to say. We'd have to get, I'm sorry, Luann Holmes, acting city clerk for the record. We'd have to get those estimations from the county, but there would be a significant cost.
The word significant.
Mayor,
Yes.
we looked into this years ago, and I've forgotten what the issue was, but we anticipated that the cost was going to be close to $1 million to have an election. So I'd like to verify that with the registrar because they bill us back for special elections. And I believe that information was when we were filling a vacancy on the council. But it's not cheap. Now, there are ways to make it cheaper. You can do a mail-in election and things like that, and those are the kinds of things our clerk typically comes back and says, if we're doing a special election, we would like to do it a cheaper way, but it still comes down to what the elected body wants to do with it. So we're happy to get that information to you. I don't know that it helps you make a decision today, but I distinctly remember that number from conversation years ago when we were trying to fill a council vacancy. Either
Well, I
by
mean, to me,
special
it's
election
very-
or to do a placeholder person.
It's very
until there was
significant when
one.
we're talking about saving tax dollars. If it, were $50,000 or something, that's nothing, a drop in the bucket. But if that were an estimate, $1 million, if we vote against this, it then becomes that. If in fact there are others, municipal judges that have to go to general election, the cost is already there.
Right.
But it could be the Lone Ranger, in which case it could cost significant dollars.
We can certainly, I'll be happy to step out and call the registrar if you'd like for me to, but I think one thing to consider is that every race on the ballot will likely be decided on the April ballot, but for the mayoral race and Councilman Coffin's race, because there's only 2 people in all those other races. So the primary becomes the general in that situation. Correct, Brad?
Correct.
So, and even in those other 2 races, those could be completed in April if someone gets over 51%. So there's a potential that you could have a one-issue general election, and because it's citywide, obviously, it would cost more versus a ward election to replace someone. So I'd like to be able to verify that number for you if you don't mind.
Well, can you make that phone call? Can we just trail this till after? Trail it after? How long does this take?
It won't take me very long.
Okay.
I don't know if I can get them right now. Hopefully they're back from lunch, I'm sure.
I would be curious as to the cost of a single item issue. Because
In
I
a general?
think- Yes.
Single item in a general?
Yes,
Okay.
if you would go excuse yourself and do that, and we'll take Councilman Coffin.
It's going to be a single item, at least in 3 of the 6 wards, because there are no races in half the city. So, and in the judicial race, the only
that's a
one
good-
I saw on the ballot was Judge Leung versus Yvette Chevalier. So that means that's going to be settled April 7th.
Right.
And highly unlikely a tie vote. So that's all. So
Excuse me, that's a very important part. Betsy, Ms. Fretwell, Councilman Coffin just said that in 3 of the 6 wards,
it's going
it
to be a
would be a
citywide
cost
election.
because there is no other issue.
I think they know that over at the registrar, and they should certainly be reminded of it. So really, only half the city has the possibility of having more than one, vote. And I have no idea how these races are going to turn out, because I've got 5 opponents. I suspect that it'll go to a general in June. And this is a highly political vote. This is really one of those things which is unnecessary, but when I voted for this measure in committee Monday, I said, I'll vote for this on Wednesday if it's a unanimous vote by the council, because in essence, 3 out of the 7 were the petitioners in the lawsuit, which was decided at the district court level and majority lost. So, in essence, it's on the ballot. I don't want to take it off the ballot unless the members, the 3 members, our colleagues recognize that this, in fact, if we pass this, really does accomplish everything, with a capital A for accomplish, because, I don't know how many times you can kill something before it really is dead. This is not one of those zombies. It's not coming back. If people abstain, and for what reason I cannot abstain, but I've been told people will abstain today so far, but I can't quite figure out why. At least 2 people have told me that they will abstain. And I can't understand that. But I want everybody to tell us how they're going to vote on this. I really feel it's fair to find out how the vote's going to go when we cast it. Otherwise, we'll be jockeying back and forth. You know, it's just one of those political games we have to get through, and it's frankly being staged by people that are not on this council for political purposes, and I would like to see it resolved. I would like to see this resolved forever today so that we could get along better on this council instead of having to face this darn thing for another 2.5 months. So, you know, those who have said they'd like to abstain certainly can speak up. I'd like to know, because if they aren't going to vote for it, if they aren't going to accept victory, then I have to consider how I'm going to vote. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Beers?
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe that I have a commitment in a private capacity to the 9,000 people who signed this petition, some of whom want it on the ballot so they can vote to have an MLS stadium taxpayer funded in Symphony Park, some who want to vote opposed. And I believe that they are going to be affected differently than everybody else by whatever vote I cast, which leaves me in the position of abstaining.
And two, yeah, 1 second if I might, just in response to that and knowing that they were validated signatures, everything went through there, I know we have around 239,000 registered voters in the city. 239,000 voters, of course, many of whom might not vote. So it begs the question for you is, and wanting to hear your response, but you're very firm in your decision to abstain on this. I think it's because it was the original piece that you put forward, which I misunderstood, I think, was that if we voted in favor of this, everything's been accomplished that you put forth in the beginning by voting this in to the record, the charter, and everything else. So I'm a little confused along those lines. And so, Councilman Anthony, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to agree with Councilman Beers on this. I am a petitioner, and I do represent the 9,500 people who signed the petition. And just to echo Councilman Beers' comments, this is just for them to vote on this. I don't know how the vote's going to go. Maybe they're going to vote it up. Maybe they're going to vote it down. They just want to vote. So I'm just going to, I will be abstaining on the vote.
Madam Mayor, if I might.
Yes.
I think that the thought that the only thing the people who did the petitions were after was to stop the stadium. I think one of the major things was for the people to have the right to vote. And I think that's what Mr. Beers and Councilman Anthony were talking about. Am I correct? And so, and that's what I feel also. I have to tell you, I really believe that people wanted a chance. Why can't we vote on this? I mean, you saw those comments in the paper. You saw those comments when we had some of our meetings. And so that's why I would feel the same way. Thank you.
Ms. Fretwell, what did you find out?
They're going to run the numbers. They think that it's probably a little bit less than $1 million. To what degree, he was unable to tell me. So, you know, we can wait for him to give us that information if you want, or you guys may want to proceed without that information. If you talk to the people that have worked on our elections before, you know, a citywide election without early voting is going to be somewhere around $600,000. So it really kind of depends on how you would, let's presume for a second that this was a single issue ballot question, how you would direct us to have it happen in the normal form with early voting. You've got to print the ballots in how many languages, Luann? Three languages. They've got to be mailed out. You've got to do all of the work that's set out in NRS 295 and 293 and all the election statutes. So whether it's one question or 10, so you've got to do all that work. And then you've got to have the election day polling unless you went with something like a mail-only ballot. And then you're going to save a lot of money. The election day polling costs more.
If I
Well, the
might,
mailing may cost
and
more now, is what I'm being told, so.
You have to tell me if I'm out of order asking for legal analysis, not advice. Knowing that we got to this situation where we are with everything that's occurred, and it went to a ballot, and the vote was either one way or another, does it come back to the council, because it's a two-part question, if they vote for the initiative or against it, does it then come back for ratification to the council?
No. The vote of the people will be the final say as to whether or not this becomes a law or not.
Okay. So in the sense of where we could have been with the medical marijuana, which did that have to go twice to the people?
I know constitutional changes go twice to the people. I don't remember how they accomplished the medical marijuana. I think it was just a resolution essentially to ask the legislature to move forward with legalizing it. I think that was just one vote, but I could be wrong.
But it was one vote medical marijuana. Okay. I think you've answered my question there. So any other comments?
Your Honor?
Yes.
I'd like to propose an amendment to the bill here, that we approve the bill with a requirement that there be a vote of the people, that in fact this measure should still stay on the ballot. Council, you told me I guess it was last week or two, what are the consequences, and you said, yes, you could divide this. Of course, that was a cocktail napkin kind of legal opinion. Can you back that up today and say, yes, we can do both? We can pass this ordinance and let the voters decide.
I have looked at that, and I do not believe the way NRS 295-215 is written that you can. I believe that it only goes on the ballot if you fail to adopt it within 30 days. That could happen a couple of ways. That could happen, it gets stricken, and nobody votes at all. It's failed to adopt. You vote no, it's failed to adopt. But I think the reciprocal is also true. If you do adopt, it doesn't go on the ballot. And I don't think there's a way to add that.
Okay, so if the last question I have related to that, then to play this out to its consequence, let's suppose we don't adopt it today, and it goes to the ballot. If the ballot measure fails, it completely nullifies the ordinance. There is no ordinance. Is that correct? There is no ordinance.
Correct. If you don't.
So then it will be allowed to have soccer, an MLS soccer stadium in Symphony Park, if the ballot question fails.
Correct. To put a fine point on it, you could have an MLS stadium there no matter what. It's just whether public money is involved in it. And you could involve public money with an MLS stadium in Symphony Park if the ballot measure fails. Correct.
So the results of something like this might be totally unintended by the people who are abstaining in order to try to keep this ballot question on the ballot. But they run the risk, a serious risk, of that failing.
Okay, I'd like to add to that, your concept here. I'm really confused by this. We went and entered this endeavor knowing that it all hinged on our getting a franchise. We were denied the franchise, so I don't understand what the people will be voting on since there is no stadium. I don't get this. I mean, I don't understand what's happened here. We were denied, and there are a whole variety of reasons, and walked away from the $450 million of bricks and mortar into our city because of the pushback or whatever reason. But we said from get-go, if we don't get a franchise, we don't build a stadium. We don't build a stadium, period. It happened to be in Symphony Park. So knowing we've lost that, what are the people voting on? Can you explain to me what are the people voting on? There is no stadium.
Right.
Why would we waste $800,000, $500,000 on something that isn't?
You're correct. There would not be a vote on this particular project or this stadium. It would be theoretically.
So why would we waste any money on going to the public? It's dead. Okay.
I'm going to take that.
But then if you do,
Let's call for the question.
if you do, you run the risk of the whole thing going upside down, and in fact that the MLS, it's true.
No,
then there would be
MLS
no
told
ordinance.
us, no, we're finished with it.
Correct.
Now, we won't be sitting here, some of you may be, for another generation of more whatevers, but by then the whole flavor of the city may have changed. The issue's dead. We were not given the franchise. Why would we waste a cent? I think I'm calling for the question. So is it yours or Councilman Barlow's? Let's move this along. Enough on the stadium. It's a dead issue. No, I've done that before. Thank you. Yes, please.
Mayor,
Yes, please.
I agree with you 100%. We all know how this has played out. Number one, the majority of the council made a decision, like we've always have, in relation to items that we vote on. The opposition took additional steps and measures to defeat our attempt to bring an economic development opportunity into the city of Las Vegas. Fine. We'll lick our wounds, right? But to now hear that we'll be spending in upwards of $1 million of taxpayer dollars, and we have council members that were just in a previous item talking about not wanting to spend taxpayer dollars in regards to other items. You can't speak out of both sides of your mouth, number one. So therefore, don't run away from the issue. Talk about the issue. Don't abstain. Come and vote on the item. So therefore, moving forward, there is no MLS. It's done. So my motion right now is to go ahead and allow all of the taxpayers' dollars to be released, because we can't, the MLS is not going to happen. So therefore, why have a wasted item on the city council agenda, or I'm sorry, on the ballot, on the city's ballot, when in fact there's nothing to vote on? So my motion right now is to move to approve the ordinance and be done with the conversation of MLS and taxpayers' dollars being used for MLS Stadium in our downtown, and move forward so that we can get beyond this conversation
wait a minute.
to be done. That's my motion.
That's his motion, and the waste of time, quite frankly, I think has been what we're discussing now. We have 4 members who have always come out on top, 3 members who are talking about not voting on it. And we spent all this time, and those people who want the 4, they're going to win anyway. So why not just take the vote? Let it be so. I am voting, and I am not voting, but I am doing it because this does not fully meet what I felt that I talked about with the constituents in my area. But I know that they're going to have 4 votes that get it through, so why are we wasting all this time right here, right now? And to tell you the truth, $1 million for that sounds ridiculous, but...
Well, Your Honor, I got to respond to my dear friend, honestly, my dear friend in Ward 1, who still, it has been clearly explained to us, if we pass this resolution, we cost the taxpayers almost $1 million. If we pass it. And the way you pass it is by abstaining, because you have essentially done a no vote, because a no vote will kill it.
No, as I understand, if you pass it, it doesn't cost because it's not going on the ballot.
I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to vote to pass, and I'm going to do that in the interest of saving the taxpayers' money.
Thank you very much.
And I consider that anybody who votes no or abstains to be in the opposite position.
Okay, thank you. The motion, we have what more do you have to say on this? This is such a waste of time, please. I love you to death.
Just repeat the motion, Councilman Barlow, in simple terms for me, please.
Move for approval.
That's good.
Thank you. Okay, please cast your votes, and you have some abstentions. You got them. I'm not sure who's abstaining or doing what, but this little horse died so many months ago. God. And you want to keep the public all riled up and come out, let's vote on something that we don't have and we're not going to get.
I don't care.
And please, please post it. And the motion passes. Thank you. Have you lived through this? I hope you don't have to come here again.
You guys could have gotten that vote 30 minutes ago. Who's to say that that would have been
Okay.
successful?
That fun bill was number 60, if you're still alive with us, and hopefully you've all gone for your lunch break. Am I on 61? Thank you very much. The Wrecking Committee, bills eligible for adoption at a later meeting, bills 61 and 62, bills 2015-14, 2015-15 will be heard at a later meeting. We'll move on to new bills. And new bills. 63. Items 63 through 65, bills 2015-17 through 2015-19 will be heard at recommending committee Monday, March 30th, 2015. City Attorney, would you please, if you're alive, read the new bills?
It would be the thrill of my morning.
Thank you.
Bill number 2015-17, in order to extend the boundaries of the city, produce tribal land be annexed, make it establish the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city to provide for other matters. Bill number 2015-18, an ordinance relating to filming activity within the city, repealing LVMC 11.56, pertaining to filming activity on city property, and replacing that chapter with a new chapter, 12.04, to provide an updated and more comprehensive regulations regarding filming activity within the city and providing for other matters. And finally, Bill number 2015-19, an ordinance creating City of Las Vegas, Nevada Tourism Improvement District, Symphony Park, and providing for other related matters.
Thank you very much. These new bills, 2015-17 through 2015-19, are assigned to council members Barlow, Anthony, and Coffin. Thank you very Coffin. Thank you. The morning session of the city council meetings in recess will start at, can you give us 15 minutes to eat a little something? Is that all right with everybody here? Good. We will reconvene. It's now 1:35. We'll be back here promptly at 10 minutes of 2, and I'm sorry for those of you who've been sitting so patiently as we start the afternoon session. So we're in recess. Years? Okay, everyone, we're back in business here, and I
We need
lied,
one-
it's a
oh,
minute.
oh,
Okay,
sorry.
so there are 4 of us. And we are on agenda item 66. Okay, for possible action, any items that the council staff or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Councilman Anthony.
Thank you, Mayor. There is one item, item 71, on the one motion, one vote. SUP 55880, applicant Vegas Market and liquor owner Friendly Beer Plaza LLC at 861 North Nellis Boulevard, Suite 2. The applicant has asked that be obeyed till June 17th, 2015, and that will be my motion.
Okay, there's a motion. Please vote. Okay. Was that real? I mean, June? All the way to June? Okay. Did mine not come through? Okay. And please post. Motion carries. We'll move on to agenda item 67. Wrong. Item 67 through 71, which has just now been obeyed, so 67 through 70 may be considered, whoops, let me fix this. May be considered in one motion, one vote. They're considered routine, non-public, and public hearing items with no condition changes. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this portion of the agenda. And so I'm going to read 67 through 70, and then anybody who wishes to have those statements made come forward. 67 RQR 56797, applicant Clear Channel Outdoor owner, Weens Holding LP, a required review of an approved special use permit U0030-91 for an existing 55-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 2750 North Decatur Boulevard, C2, General Commercial Zone, Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. Agenda item 68, RQR 56798, applicant Regan National Advertising, owner SDL Inc., a required review of an approved special use permit SUP 3269 for an existing 40-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 1205 East Sahara Avenue, C1 Limited Commercial Zone, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Agenda item 69, RQR 56806, applicant Lamar Central Outdoor LLC, owner W.H. Bailey Family Trust, a required review of an approved special use permit SUP 2467 for an existing 40-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 208 East Sahara Avenue, C1 Limited Commercial Zone. This also is on Ward 3 with Councilman Coffin. And then number 70, ROC 57787, applicant on a Richmond American Homes, a request a review of condition of an approved site development plan review, excuse me, SDR 56663, to amend that portion of the condition number 8 that states, quote, 10 feet on the side, end quote, to, open quote, 5 feet on the side, end quote, for an approved 28-lot, single-family residential development on 3.91 acres at the southeast corner of Deer Springs Way and TP Lane, TC, Town Center Zone, MLTC, medium low-density residential town center, special land use designation. This is in Ward 6, Councilman Ross. All items, and as I mentioned, 71's been obeyed to the 17th of June. So all those items are recommended for approval by staff, and items are public hearings, which I declare open. Anyone having any comments on any of these, please come forward and state your name. Okay. Hearing none, I'll close public hearing. Is there a motion to approve items 67, 68, 69, and 70?
So moved.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. Motions carry. Thank you very much. And now to agenda item 72, GPA 56951, public hearing, applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, for possible action on a request for a general plan amendment to amend the public facilities and building element utility plan, all wards. Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval. This is a public hearing. I declare it open. Hello, Mr. Perigo. Comments?
Hello, Your Honor. Yes, regarding this item, it's an update to the utility plan to bring it into conformance with the requirements of NRS as changed the last legislative session. Everything is in order and staff is recommending approval.
Okay, thank you very much. There is a motion here. Do you want to make a motion then?
Move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion. And this is 72. Please vote and please post. Okay, I'm going to read these, but based on the fact on these agenda items 73 through 76, again, I have to abstain because I have a son who is one of the members of one of the units of medical marijuana. But I will read them and then turn this over to Mayor Pro Tem. So, items 73 through 76. 73, SUP 55189, a request for a special use permit for a proposed 12,590 square foot medical marijuana cultivation facility, M, industrial zone. Number 74, DIR 56415, compliance permit for medical marijuana establishment cultivation, DBA Acres Medical LLC. Agenda item 75, SUP 55190, a request for a special use permit for a proposed 449 square foot medical marijuana production facility, M industrial zone. Note a waiver to allow another use which is not a medical marijuana facility under the same roof of a medical marijuana facility. 76 DIR 56417, compliance permit for a medical marijuana establishment production, DBA Acres Medical LLC. The applicant is Acres Medical LLC and the owner is 2320 Western LLC at 2320 Western Avenue. Staff and the Planning Commission recommend approval on the land use items. These are in Ward 3 with Councilman Coffin. These items were held in abeyance from March 4th City Council meeting. And so at that point, if you will, Mayor Pro Tem, you can start with staff and
Mayor Pro Tem, if I could. And Mayor, just for the record, if I could, just for a second. In accordance with NRS, we provided you with an advanced opinion. Our office has provided you with that opinion with regard to your abstention on these items. That will reduce the body to 6 for this particular, these particular items, number 73 through 76, but you'll still need 4 votes in order to approve the item.
Okay. And shall I give mine? I already abstained.
I've already given the clerk
copy.
a copy of that for the record.
Thanks. I'm just going to sit here and do it.
Okay. Okay, so we'll go ahead and do this one just like we did all the previous ones, so we're consistent and fair. So staff is going to have a couple of minutes to do their presentation. You'll have 5 minutes to do your presentation. Open it up to public comment. We'll have 1 minute per person per public comment, and then when we're done with public comment, we'll come back to you and we'll give you another minute if you want to add anything, and then I'll open it up to the City Council to ask questions and comments. So we're good? Okay, staff.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. As regards item 73, SUP 55189, the subject site complies with all minimum distance requirements as set forth by Title 1912, and these can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the existing surrounding land uses and future land uses as projected by the general plan. I would like to read in a condition, if I might please, as has been submitted to the clerk. The new condition is construction drawings prepared by a Nevada licensed mechanical engineer, environmental engineer, or similar professional discipline acceptable to the building and safety director is required at the time of building permit application submittal for approval by the building and safety department. The construction drawing shall detail all construction equipment required to be installed in accordance with the odor control concept plan that describes the approach and equipment to be utilized to contain, absorb, and neutralize all odors emanating from the property, and the field testing methodology to be utilized to determine the effectiveness of the odor containment, absorption, and neutralization design. It is also my understanding that the applicant wishes to withdraw the waiver, and so with the added condition of withdrawal of the waiver, staff does recommend approval on item 73.
On item 74, which is the compliance permit for business licensing, the application is coming forward with no recommendation from business licensing. The application met the minimum criteria, but showed the following deficiencies. The applicants have not demonstrated knowledge in the compassionate use of marijuana to treat medical conditions and the needed education to manage such a facility, Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.95.070. The business plan for a walk-through tour facility of the entire cultivation, production, and dispensary facilities using floor-to-ceiling glass are of concerns for compliance with Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.95.110. A review of the plan submitted did not provide adequate detail to address specific requirements of Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.95, 110, 120, 150, and 190. Product list and environmental plans need to be updated to conform to all code requirements.
Thank you. And Tom, the condition you read, that was the one that was presented by Chris Knight, the one he put together?
Yes, that was from the building official, Mr. Knight.
Great, thank you. Do you agree with the conditions?
Good afternoon.
Well, hold on.
Yes.
Okay. I just want to ask, do you agree with the condition? Let's get...
Identify myself for the record, John Laylu, 3773 Howard Hughes Parkway. Yes, we do agree with the conditions.
Okay. So, Luann, if we can do the 5 minutes, thank you. All right, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor, and members of the council. With that, you've stolen my thunder, so I'm going to defer to Jenna Morton.
What's that?
Could we ask for the screen show?
Oh, okay, there you go.
Thank you. I'm Jenna Morton from 1129 Casino Center Boulevard in Las Vegas. Thank you to staff and council for hearing this matter for our cultivation and production applications, and thank you for your previous 6-0 vote on our application for Acres Dispensary. I know you're familiar with our project, but I'd like to refresh your memory. We're spending about $3.5 million to renovate a tire shop which has been vacant for over 3 years in an industrial zone. What we bring to the neighborhood is increased economic activity, 24-hour security, and ample job creation and revenue for the city of Las Vegas. Of all the applicants, we feel we have the best track record for operating in a regulated environment in the city of Las Vegas. We have the support of the vast majority of businesses in the area. In fact, we have express support shown here from 34 businesses in the area. We understand there is one entity opposed. That opposition, we believe, is based strictly on conflict of interest. Mr. Yerushalmi has a dispensary SUP closer to the jeweler than our facility entrance. You may not be aware that he also has 2 cultivation facilities in North Las Vegas subject to similar odor regulations to our facility here. The cultivation of medical marijuana will be a significant revenue generator for the city of Las Vegas, but it seems Mr. Yerushalmi would rather have such revenue going to a neighboring municipality. One of his facilities is within 300 feet of Cisco Food Service, which houses over 280 employees who provide food for many of our children's schools. Mr. Yerushalmi claims that he opposes our application based on our inability to control odor. However, he also claims that he will be able to comply with the odor regulations in North Las Vegas in facilities 6 times the size of our operation. Clearly, he believes the odor can be controlled, but if not, we would be happy to share our expertise with him. I urge you to vote on our application based on its merits, not based on disingenuous, conflicted opposition, as we have always been. We are committed to being great neighbors to everyone in the community, including Mr. Yerushalmi. We believe that this facility will set the standard for the medical marijuana industry, not just in the city of Las Vegas, but in the United States. I have our expert here to expound for you on the ventilation systems so that we can assure you that we will comply with the added regulation. And with that, I'd like to thank you for your past support of our dispensary application, and we hope that you can support this application as well. And do you want Lance to come and talk about ventilation system?
For the record, John Mueller, 4940 River Glen, Las Vegas, Nevada. I'd like to introduce basically Lance Robinson, who's obviously much smarter than I am in this field. He comes from Trane Corporation, which I'm sure you all are aware of, the largest ventilation company in the world. He has designed a system that is foolproof. I turn it over to him at this point.
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilwoman, Councilman, my name is Lancelot Robinson, registered engineer, 3630 South Valley View. And so what we've designed is a system that can contain the pressure within the building. So we want to be able to regulate that. So we're going to monitor and maintain the system as it operates. With that, we'll be able to verify the system operation. Further, when we move to the interior of the building, we're going to have interior scrubbers. Those systems are going to use a new system here that's on display called photocatalytic oxidation. It's something that we use more in the medical industry. We do use it for odor abatement in facilities like LAX and John F. Kennedy for odor particulate for diesel fumes. And then we're going to follow that up with another system that we use more commonly in Las Vegas. This system here is an example, is a product called a pollution control unit. It's designed to remove both vapor and odor from kitchen exhaust systems at its primary design. But we're going to use a proprietary blend of carbon and media on the back end of that to remove the odor as it pertains particularly to marijuana.
Okay, thank you. Don't go anywhere. Somebody may want to ask you some more questions, so just hang out in the audience.
Okay.
All right, so we're going to open up this up for public comment. Anyone from the public wishing to be heard, we'll give you a minute. So come on down and take your 1 minute. Please state your name.
My name is Peter Frugeri, 1801 Chapman, Las Vegas. I'm the owner of Gaia Flowers on Charleston. And I've known the Martins for several years, and I think we all know their history in business in Las Vegas is pretty impeccable and unimpeachable. I would motion or ask you to support their business. I think one issue that's I've heard is the question of crime, and in Las Vegas, the idea of a location that maybe has a lot of cash, or with the casinos and the kind of bars and restaurants we have, I think that's not a big issue. A quick Google search earlier turned up a study by the University of Texas that said there was no increase in crime, and that was reported in the Huffington Post last year. So I'd encourage you guys to look that up. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Come on up and state your name.
My name is Erpan Tim. I'm at 2142 Highland Avenue. It's about less than 100 feet away from the facility. I have the martial arts school there, and with the children, and a lot of children come with the family daily, 5 days a week, and Saturday as well. We are really concerned of the facility.
Okay, could you spell your name, please?
A-I-R-R. Last name is P-H-A-N-T-H-I-P.
Thank you for coming. Next, come on up, state your name.
Hi, my name is Michelle Howard.
I'm Deborah Newsom.
We're at 2404 Western Avenue, 2 businesses there. I do have to say that at no time have we been approached by the company that is, by the Mortons. We've been established in our location for over 20 years with both of our businesses. We have over 25 employees that rely on our business for their livelihoods. Yes, we are in an industrial area. We opened there because of the retail establishments that were currently there. And if you go through the area up and down the street, you'll find that the majority of the businesses are operating retail operations. Not only the Jewelers, Grangers, ourselves with 2 floral companies, RC Cycle, Sahara RV, and many, many more. We are a small company. We've worked very hard to sustain through business ups and downs. We have brought our children to work with us from the time they were infants. Our employees still do. We hope to one day be there when our grandchildren can visit us there. We have clients that come in with their children, their extended family members, and it's hard enough to overcome the fact that we are in a slightly industrial area to do day-to-day business operations as a floral company that brings in weddings and events daily. We're concerned not only for the smell, the crime, and the association of the perception that our clients would have, the stigmas that they might have in the area. Why would you give a community of small businesses another hurdle to overcome when we have all worked very hard to overcome the economic crisis, things like 9/11, and other hurdles that have been thrown our way on daily businesses, making it that much harder for us to do business on a day-to-day basis when we've worked really hard to establish ourselves there for 20 years.
Thank you. Thank you for coming down. Okay, looks
Mayor
like we
Pro
have
Tem, could I just ask again, what was your business and your address again?
We have Flora Couture by Floral 2000 at 2404 Western Avenue, and Las Vegas Floral and Plant Wholesale, also at the same address.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for not leaving. Do you have weddings and events in your warehouse?
We have open houses there, yes, but our clients do come there regularly to book their events with us.
Okay, so they just purchase or book the events there?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, looks like we have a pretty sizable group there. I'll give you all 1 minute. If you're all going to speak, if there's only going to be 1 or 2 of you that represent the whole group, I'll give you 5 minutes. So what would you like to do? Did you all want to speak? All right, then come on up. You each have 1 minute and state your name.
Hi, my name is Joni Schultz, and I am a proud employee of the Jewelers of Las Vegas at 2400 Western Avenue. I've been with Mordecai and the family for 30 years, and I oppose this growth that everyone is trying to. I'm sorry.
Thank you. All right, next person.
My name is Marianne Moser. I've been with the Jewelers for almost 20 years,
Did you state your name? Oh, I'm sorry, you did. Okay, go ahead.
and I'm here to support this group in opposing strongly this growth facility. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Hi.
Hi, my name is Lacey Terrio. I'm an employer for the Jewelers on Western Avenue, and I also reside in Councilman Anthony's ward. I asked to come and speak today because I do oppose this cultivating facility opening next door to us. It's my second home. I'm there very often. Also, being an expectant mother, I would not bring my kid here. I can only imagine what other customers would be saying as that as well. And these are also customers of ours for over 40 years. So with that, there's also, of course, other issues I have, the health issues, the odor, but most of all, just the safety of us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, please, come on up, state your name.
Karen Ferguson. I live in Councilwoman Tarkanian's area, and I work for the Jewelers. I do oppose the facility being put in next door to us. I've been there for 30 years, and I think that it'll affect our livelihoods and the area around it.
Thank you.
My name is Terry St. John. I live in the Councilman Barlow's district, and I work at the Jewelers of Las Vegas, 2400 Western Avenue. I strongly oppose this cultivation facility.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
My name is Dana Kearney, 2400 Western Avenue, and I greatly oppose it. I and my husband are in Councilman Ross's district. My parents greatly oppose it, and they're in Councilwoman Tarkanian's. I bring my son to work with me. If this should go in, I will no longer be able to keep my employment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good afternoon. My name is Brenda Gullo. I work at 2400 Western Avenue. I worked for the Jewelers for 18 years. I'm here because I strongly oppose a grow and cultivation facility right next door to where I park my car and walk into the building every single day. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hello, my name is Jose Martin Flores, and I've been an employee for the Jewelers of Las Vegas for 10 years at 2400 Western, and I also strongly oppose this cultivation bill they're trying to do. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Lisa Wagaski. I work at 2400 Western Avenue at the Jewelers. I live in Councilman Beer's ward, and I'm here today to oppose the cultivation that's proposed next door. My biggest concern is the security of the area. Talking to Metro officers and even doing my own research online, I've found numerous security problems with these type of facilities, robberies, kidnappings, things like that, and that terrifies me. We've been there for many years. We're very successful, and it's because of the employees that are there. And I feel that this might put a damper on the status of our employees if they feel safe coming to work. I have my own children that come to the store, and I would not have that happen anymore. Just as I was coming to this meeting, we had a 3-year-old dancing and singing up and down the store. So it's not just a jewelry store. I also brought with me today employees that could not leave work. I asked to come here. I made the arrangements to come here. Some couldn't get away from work, but I have signed letters to you from them if you would like them.
You'll go and hand them to the clerk, please. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next.
Hi, my name is Julie Schmidt. I work at 2411 Western Avenue for Charlie Cheap Car, Las Vegas Car Rental. I'm here to represent all the employees. It is already an environment that needs some rehabilitation in that area. To put in this grow house would just, I think, jeopardize our safety even more. Sometimes I work very late by myself at 7 o'clock, and being that we have several strip clubs and unsavory businesses in the area, I think this will just bring on more of the unsavory characters as I walk to my car at night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
My name is Curtis Griffiths.
If you could
My
take your
dad
hat-
is
if you take your
Curtis
hat off.
Griffiths.
Could you take your hat off?
Yes,
Thank
sir. And
And
we've been
state
at that
your-
location since
state your name.
1970.
State your
Curtis
name
Griffiths
again. Okay.
for Desert Transmission at 2412 Western. And we've been in that location since 1976. And we oppose this. And we'd like to say that we've been neighbors of the Jewelers for that same amount of time. And he's been the best neighbor that you could probably have in business. And we've not been contacted by the Mortons or anybody by them, and all the old timers that we know up and down the street agree with us, and they'd be there if they could.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jacob Dornbaum. I own the building right behind.
Get right into the microphone there so we can hear you.
I'm Jacob Dornbaum, and I'm on the building right behind the property we're talking about. And the issue might be, first of all, I think it's going to be associated with the things about the legal drug, illegal drugs, and at night it's not going to be pleasant, and now when this might be even less pleasant. And the order we cannot ignore. I don't think they can eliminate it totally. So it might be an issue. So that's my main concern.
Thank you. Thanks for coming down.
Hello, my name is Tyree Brown with Canalysis Lab, and I was just listening. As far as the smell, the train system or other systems like that, there won't be any smell. And in Arizona and the commercial grows, there hasn't been an instant of that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, how are you? My name is Richard Emanuel. I reside and also own 15 other properties in Councilman Coffin's district. I'm all for Acres Medical to open up this property as a dispensary, all 3 licensing. This was a dilapidated building for 3 years. They're going to improve the community. I believe they're going to drive foot traffic to all the other businesses in the area. I understand their concern, but I think that the Mortons and Acres Medical Marijuana are going to take all the necessary steps to ensure they comply with any odor or any concerns that they might have. So I respectfully ask you to consider moving forward with motioning and granting them their licensing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
My name is Mordechai Yerushalmi, 2400 Western Avenue. I just want to put the fact straight. I do not have a dispensary. I don't own a dispensary. I have no part in any dispensary anywhere. They've been spreading those rumors through everybody to find a way to make me look like a one and try to compete with them. So I'm here in front of you again asking you. Took me 40 years to build what I have. The economy is not as good as it used to be. Every small hiccup that will create a damp in our business will be devastating. We support 125 families. We've been here long before any industry came to that street. I would ask you, please, do not allow them to have the production and the cultivation facility. I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Let's do public comment.
I know I have to ask him a question just like we did on
Councilman
other people.
Coffin, let me get through public comment, and then you can.
Okay,
you
because
can bring
Mordecai,
them
you stick
up.
around.
All right, go right ahead.
He let somebody else ask questions.
Yes. My name is Pat Prechek, spelled P-E-R-I-C-A-K. I'm at 3880 Holly Street, Denver, Colorado. I am managing partner of Mindful chain of dispensaries. We operate a 43,000 square foot grow. My responsibilities are cultivation and development and design of structures. I can tell you emphatically that in my experience, and I've worked on this for over 6 years, every building weeps. And why we say weeps, you're going to get smells outside of that building. It's a part of our business. That's why other communities have worked very strongly and very closely with the businesses around them to accept us. We have to go in and do a sell job. And when we see people walk up in droves like this, those are areas that we know we're not welcome. There are plenty of areas where we build and design facilities. In case you want to know what my facilities look like, if any of you saw the 60 Minutes segment, that was my facility on 60 Minutes in January.
Thank you,
we
sir.
know what we're doing. We know how we stink.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
And anyone else wishing to be heard on this item?
Mayor Pro Tem? Just the gentleman's name? I didn't get it. Because I would like to call him back when I...
Okay. We'll
Can you ask him his
just
name?
wave at him when you're ready to ask him a question. He'll come up. So don't go anywhere, sir.
What is your name?
Pat Pericek.
Pat Pericek. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else wishing to be heard on this item? All right. I will close the public hearing. You have another minute if you'd like to say anything else.
Mayor Pro Tem, while it's still fresh.
Can I let them do their 1 minute, and then I'll
Okay.
open it up to the city council? It'll be fresh still. We're not
Okay.
going anywhere. So go right ahead. You have 1 minute.
Thank you very much, and thank you for everyone who spoke. Again, I will reiterate the two items. One, that we have spent quite a good deal of time, and I think we've discussed it with each one of you, in the neighborhood, communicating with all of the other businesses that are there that we could reach. And we have ample support that we've illustrated, I think we illustrated earlier. And we intend to be very good neighbors, as we always have been. And with respect to the ventilation systems, we have well, I can let our experts speak to that. As the regulations say, there is zero tolerance, and we have committed, I believe as a group, we've committed doubly to being sure that those regulations are met. And so again, we intend to be good neighbors. And I think, the one other thing I wanted to mention is, I think on philosophical grounds, I feel like in the city of Las Vegas, we're beyond that. We understand that philosophically some people have not come to that place. We understand that, and one of the things that we'd like to do as an entity is to help those in the community who don't understand where this industry is headed and why it is so beneficial to patients and our community. We would like to help people understand that, because we've already gone beyond the philosophical issue. We'd like to make it comfortable for everyone as neighbors and as participants in this new industry.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'll open it up to the city council. Councilman Coffin first, and then Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. There was something said earlier, let's see, I think I was going to ask Mordecai a question because I thought, is it true, who has records here on the special use permits that were voted in October? You do, Mr. Perigo, Mr. Lowenstein, Karen?
We do have some of those records.
Did we approve a special use permit on Western for Mordecai?
Your Honor, if I may, we approved a dispensary at 1921 Western Avenue as Medi Farms, doing business as Bloom. We approved Natural Medicine LLC at 2411 Western Avenue. We approved Naturex at 1860 Western Avenue. And we approved THC Nevada, doing business as Well Leaf at 1800 Western Avenue.
Was Mr. Yerushalmi a member of one of those consortiums?
And I'm sorry, I do not have all of the ownership with me. I just have the locations and the names of the
Because
businesses.
he says he did not get award, well, he says he didn't have. Mordecai, could you explain?
What I said, I don't own any dispensary. I did apply, the city approved, the state did not approve.
Oh.
So I don't own a dispensary.
Okay, so you
Okay, so
will
I don't have any business in dispensary right now, and there is
Right.
no reason for me. And if they had a dispensary next door, I would love to have them to have it. Dispensary, I have no issue with whatsoever.
Okay, so you'll be the landlord of a dispensary. Ultimately, I hope you get granted your dispensary. I would hope so. And I think the way the state is going, they're going to...
I have no problem, I have no issue if they have a dispensary next to me. It's controlled way better than production and growing.
Yeah. Did you also get permitted for a couple of grow operations in the valley?
Only one in North Las Vegas.
Yeah.
Not two. I don't know where they got that information.
But you have one?
I do have one, yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Thanks, Mordecai, appreciate
Thank
that. I'll have more questions, Your Honor, but I wanted to make sure I got that clear.
Okay, Councilman Barlow. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Mr. Pat Parachek. I'm interested in regards to your business. You mentioned that this is what you do for a living?
Absolutely, sir.
Okay, can you explain a little bit more in detail as far as what your company is or the company you work for?
Sure.
And if it's based in Nevada, based in Colorado?
Colorado. I'm a managing partner of Mindful Corporation in Denver, Colorado. I am an owner of that company. I have been with them now for 4 years, and we operate a 43,000 square foot grow facility. I have designed, built, and produced another 100,000 square feet, and I have designs on greenhouse and agricultural space for 250,000 square feet in Illinois.
Okay, so having said that, our building director, Mr. Chris Knight, had mentioned that there are systems, and I believe the applicant before us had mentioned that they have a system in place that will only release, or I should say, release zero emissions as it relates to the outtake, if I'm saying that correctly, in regards to releasing the air from inside the building through scrubbers and the technological terminology I'm not familiar with, but you're presenting before us today as, I would guess, a subject matter expert in my terms,
Yes, sir.
that it's not possible. Help me understand that.
Mitigation is possible, but complete elimination is not. I would make that clear distinction.
Okay.
There will be odors. They will emanate from the building. I don't
How?
care.
How and where?
Every building breathes to a certain extent. They must breathe.
Okay.
There will be odors that will emit. They can put scrubbers in. We've done all of that. It's wonderful. The
So you're
better
familiar with
plan-
the system that the applicant before
Not a
you...
train system, sir. No, not.
I'm sorry?
Not the train system that they showed. That's correct.
You are not
I am
familiar
not
with it?
familiar with that particular system.
Okay.
I'm just telling you that in the cultivation and harvesting of cannabis, there is a tremendous amount of odor. Open the door to any cannabis facility, and you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. There's a tremendous amount of odor. It will emanate, it will escape from the building. To say that they can mitigate it, correct. They can mitigate it. Can they eliminate it? No. If the entire determination is whether it'll smell or not, mitigation is possible, elimination is not.
Okay. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Member Tim.
Any other questions from the City Council? Yes, Councilwoman Tarkanian.
I've tried to follow this through my hero in all this, Karen. And I'm trying to look at each one of these, and I'm trying to see where we can get the best for Las Vegas City. My understanding is this is minimally approved. I have a concern about minimally approved. We should, I believe, not go for minimally. We should go for further approval. We should have it on a higher standard because we should have the highest standard possible for Las Vegas. Secondly, my understanding is, from what you had said earlier, and I don't know if anything's come in the last day, because I think I spoke with you, it was either yesterday or the day before, that the group does not have anyone with experience in marijuana. Is this true? Is it still true? And when you said that to me, I said, well, do they have a consultant? Because I don't think the owner has to have a great lot of experience. I just feel that there has to be someone on staff that does have solid experience with marijuana.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I might. For the record, Karen Duddleston. We evaluated the applications that were presented to us. Those applications were presented to us during the summer of last year, during the deadlines. We were not allowed to accept any additional information, so nothing has been provided to staff. The report that is listed as your director's report is an evaluation of the application as presented. The reviewers of that application noted deficiencies in this application. We had 3 categories. We had recommended for your approval. We had certain applications that met all the reviewers' criteria and were in that arena. We had those that met minimal standards that they had to, if they were going to go forward and City Council approved them for any type of licensing, they had revisions to certain plans that they would have to make in order to be considered for approval. And then we had those that were recommended for denial that had significant issues with their application. The reviewers on this application, one of their notices was that none of the owners presented in that application had any background or knowledge or education, according to their application, in the cultivation of marijuana. They did not present in that application any consultants or key employees with those skills. They were not noted in the application whether they have contracted with someone or not. They may have in that time. But that was noted, as well as deficiencies in their environmental plan, in several of their other plans that I listed that caused concern for reviewers, to the point where they would not recommend this one for your approval, but that it does meet the minimum standards per your ordinance.
And how about security, where you didn't feel that there was a 24-hour view feedback?
There's a requirement in your code that they have 24/7 feedback to Metro. We noted that that was deficient in most all of our applications.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And how about the gummy bears and other food like that?
That would be a concern for production in the product lists in these facilities where they were integrated and had several different levels of, or different types of facilities. They were required to give us a product list. So that would be a concern more for production than it would be for cultivation. But yes, the reviewers noted on their product list that there were some novelties and items that would not be allowed under your code in those lists.
And having served on the Colorado River Commission and the Southern Nevada Water Authority, I still have great concern about the amount of water needed for these types of, this type of work. And where were they going to, in cultivation, am I in the right number of items here, or is it 73 still? Cultivation, where is they said they were going to get their water?
The reviewers for the sustainability plan noted, and I'll let the applicant speak to this, that there was water from Nye County that they were planning to truck down there according to their sustainability plan, is what I have from the reviewers. But I'm sure the applicant might like to address that.
And I will. I'm waiting until she finished, and then it was going to go. And I think that's all the questions that I have. There was an outside entrance that I believe you were concerned about also.
I believe that goes through to the walk-through facility that was noted by some of the reviewers. Under your code, cultivation facilities are basically for employees only. With these integrated facilities with other things, it should only be patients that are on the site. They're not to be in the cultivation facilities. They're not to be in the production facilities. So reviewers had concerns with their ability to meet all of your licensing code requirements when they have a walk-through facility with glass windows into those locations.
And now I was going to have your answer after I had gone through that.
John Mueller for the record. Thank you, Councilwoman, and I'd be happy to address all those issues. First, as it relates to our consultants, we have basically two master growers on staff, Travis Ashbrook and John Madison. John Madison is an example, has 4,000 patients in Southern California, and Travis is, actually he's known for the invention of the CO2 extraction machine. So he is, these gentlemen have a long history in this. And then third, we brought in Robert Groot, which is actually a gentleman that ran one of the larger cultivating facilities, not related to medical marijuana, but he was doing over 300 million plants a year. So we're bringing him in from a sanitation, operation, and control standpoint on diseases and all that. So to answer your question, we have a fantastic group that we're very excited about. And, you know, as these people here, Nevada residents, it'd be illegal for us as owners to have much experience in this.
And I understand that, and I always prefer local owners. It's just I know that if you're a local owner and you haven't had much experience in the marijuana field, you do need someone as a consultant. How about the security 24-hour view feed?
Yeah, basically, as they pointed out, I think us and a whole host of groups read that language wrong. What we stated in there is we would provide access instead of basically setting up a direct link. So we always planned on complying with the law, but the regulation, when you read it in the application, we misunderstood it. We thought we just had to provide it instead of giving a direct feed. So that's always been part of the plan. I think we have 28 different cameras in this location. We've always planned on complying with that rules and
And the
regulations.
food possibilities with food items that would attract children. I think you mentioned gummy bears and a couple of other things.
It was a complete oversight, and we should have never put it in there. We were trying to convey
So you've
texture.
eliminated that.
We were trying to convey texture instead of shape.
Okay, and how about your water? I'm really concerned about the water with these cultivations.
Absolutely, and that's one of the things we should be most excited about from this application is we have a large property, 37 and a half acres, plus or minus up in Nye County, with 74 acre feet of water. And straight out of the well, no offense, but that water is better for cultivating than it is coming out of the tap here. So it's less cleaning. We believe, you know, the negligible cost of bringing that water down to in a controlled environment to provide better, you know, you save one or two plants and it's well worth the transportation cost to bring it here.
So how much water does, say, one plant use? From what I've read, this takes an awful lot of water.
Yeah. Yeah, it ranges based on the drip systems and also the hydroponic systems, of which we have both, but you're talking about 1 to 2 gallons a day.
And you're getting it from Nye County.
Absolutely.
That's better than our Southern Nevada Water Authority was able to do.
Yeah, and we're basically taking over an existing tree farm up there, so actually in Nye County, we're not impacting the water supply up there either. We're just shutting down some old pine trees that weren't being sold anyway.
And they don't feel that you're going to hurt their water table.
We presented this program up in Amargosa Valley, which is a very depressed area up there.
Right.
And they're excited about us being involved with them up there.
Well, I got to see that transportation of that water. That's going to be a fun thing.
Yeah.
But anyway, thank you for answering those questions because, as I said, I feel we should be better than minimal. We should be working towards the best.
Well,
and I thank you very much. The last thing I wanted to just mention was I I went through your book last night rather thoroughly, and I have to tell you that, first of all, you have duplications of some letters. You have letters all written the same way, like as, you know, they're form letters, so you're pretty full up with form letters. And the other thing is that you have many, many people who aren't in the area, whereas today we had people who live near, who work or live near it, and I think that's very important.
Yep.
Maybe Mr. Coffin doesn't, but I do.
May I respond to that?
Of course, you always do it so sweetly.
Thank you, and thank you for your questions.
Just state your name again, please. State your name. State your name.
Oh, my name is Jenna Morton, 1129 Casino Center Boulevard. And thank you. And just to address the letters, we have quite a bit of support in the community, and I helped write those letters. It is a little bit more difficult to get people to appear when they have I don't really want to put it this way, but they're not employed by me, and to make it easy for people to show their support rather than having people take the time to write letters, I know that you have seen this as a standard operating procedure, so I gave people a sample that they could write, but there were people who immediately were willing to be supportive of what we're doing because
And my
they know that we're
concern
gonna
is
do it
those
well.
people don't live very near this area.
And many
They
of
don't
them
live
do.
near
That's
this area.
right. That's why we wanted to show you that and we've shown a map here that shows where we have support. The majority of the support that we've garnered has been right around the facility that the application is for. And we have done extensive canvassing of the neighborhood. For those whom we missed, we have tried to touch everyone in the community, and the majority of the response we got from people in the community was either support because they believe that we're bringing security, especially with the 24-hour live feed to Metro, and upgrading this property that's been sitting empty for quite some time. We have had a number of responses from people saying, we believe that you're making the community more secure because we'll have 24-hour physical security and the feed to Metro. Upgrading the property, people have been thrilled with. And so by and large, people were happy to sign a petition or send a letter if they could do it without putting in a whole lot of
The letters
effort.
weren't from nearby either. I think most of them were from a distance, but that's okay. Last thing I wanted to say is this. I have about a dozen relatives who live in Colorado, and they would agree with this gentleman, Pat. I can't pronounce your last name, but Pat, they agree that there is always a smell. Nobody gets it without a smell. And I've had complaints from them about the smells that are there in Colorado from these types of cultivation and production. That's the last thing I wanted to say. But I perhaps on this council am the one most concerned about what this is going to do to us. So I thank you very much for answering the questions, and I thank you, Karen, for helping me also.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from the city council?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem. Just one quick, real quick. Karen, I'm looking at the map, and how many cultivation facilities, if you will, have we approved on Western?
For the record, Karen Duddleston. The acres is before you today. That is one of the applications we had on Western. We have not approved any on Western. We have approved RG Highland Enterprises on Highland, New Leaf Cultivation on Commerce, and you approved last week Boulevard on Highland for their production, as well as the cultivation that was already approved there.
Okay, and do we have any other applications to approve on Western
For cultivation?
for cultivation?
No, we do not.
Okay.
We just have Compassionate Team, which was delayed till the next meeting, and we have Infinite Wellness to address, and that's on Highland. Those are both on Highland.
And
at the
those
next
are
meeting.
both cultivation?
Both cultivation, and they're both being heard at your next meeting.
Okay. So the question that I have and I don't know who I direct this to, the council, I imagine. How do we address the issue moving forward if in fact others come before this body complaining, opposing other cultivations, which would be a block over in either the east or the west direction of this particular site?
I don't think there were any on the map, are there?
Yes, that's the question I just asked Karen. We have applications coming before us on Western, Highland,
Highland,
and Industrial.
ones that haven't been approved. you
Well,
mean?
they're coming before us, and I'm just trying to figure out how are we going to balance this if in fact other businesses around those areas, in those facilities that's coming before us, how do we plan to address it? I know it's a case by case, but there has to be some type of rubric in which we apply some standard, I would think, because others could be watching in relation to this application to see how in fact they too can come and oppose the same issue that's before us today. That's just a question, and I'm not sure if we have an answer to it. To the
Are you
question.
directing that to someone, or?
It's really open-ended, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay.
I really don't know who to direct it to. It's just really a thought that came up, because I know that there could possibly be more, being that we have additional applications coming. And when is the next application is coming when? Our next council meeting?
April 1st, you'll hear the other two.
So we'll be hearing 2 on April 1st.
Correct.
Okay.
I guess we take one application at a time. I mean, that's the only thing I can think of off the top of my head, unless our legal advisors have something in particular.
I'm trying to think of an answer too, Mayor Pro Tem. Because of the fact that when you're going to have that many in a certain area, what smells emanated from what building?
Right.
And after a while, they're all going to just kind of mesh together.
And that's exactly where I was going with this, because how could one determine if in fact once let's just say we approve all of them, how do we determine where the smell is coming from?
Right.
Because they're all in close proximity. Because we have Western, we have Industrial, we have Highland, and if someone's system breaks down, how can we basically pinpoint who it's coming from? Maybe Chris Knight can come and answer that question. I don't know. Sit down, Chris. I'm kidding. Yes.
John Mueller again for the
It's
record.
really an open-ended question, so I'm really
Yeah.
trying to figure out how to solve this
just
issue that's a very
recently-
important concern to us as a community, because smell is very important to our environment, specifically for those that live, work in specific communities. I mean, that really does make a difference, and so I'm curious to find out how we mitigate that issue. And Chris, maybe you do have an answer. I don't know. I was poking at you, but now that I think about it, you may want to come forward and help us out. Thank you.
John Mueller again for the record. There is a system out there now, and as this is a zero tolerance ordinance that Mr. Knight has written, it's called a Canomax system, which basically separates VOCs from other diesel fuel and things along those lines. Obviously, I can let Lance talk about the details of how that actually works. But, for us, we've put in a system that cost about 5 times that of your traditional casino down here. So we're spending a tremendous amount of money to ensure we're not the bad guy in this equation. As you can see on the map, 3 of the cultivation facilities that you've already approved, we've seen some of their drawings. They're not as aggressive at addressing odors as we believe we are. And we're going to make sure that odor is not coming from us, and there's no regulation on dispensaries, we have one that's going in across the street theoretically from us.
Right. And Mayor Pro Tem, if you will, please, being that the overhead is up, and he makes a very good point. Karen, to that end, the 2 that we approved, point that out for the council so we can see where the proposed applicant is in relation to the ones we've already approved.
Okay, let me go over here.
Thank you.
At your last meeting, we approved Boulevard. It's right here.
Okay. Turn the middle microphone on, Karen, if you don't mind.
I just don't want it to be in your way.
No, you're good right there. Point that out again.
Boulevard, right here.
So we approved that when?
We approved that at the last meeting, the first meeting in March.
And name the street because it's not coming as clear, please.
Boulevard is 2900 Highline Drive. Actually, I apologize, we approved their production at this location last meeting. They were approved in October for cultivation at this location at 2900 Highland.
Okay, so that's Highland. Now point out in relation to the applicant before us, where are they located?
You are right here.
Okay, all right, now go ahead, go from there.
The other locations that we have approved is New Leaf on Commerce. I don't believe they show on this map. They're up above. And we have approved RG Highland at 1916 Highland.
And these are all cultivation, correct?
Cultivation, correct.
Okay. And that's not showing on the map, on this particular map, right?
It is not.
Okay.
And then the other applications that you still have pending is Infinite Wellness at 2750 Highland.
Which one is that?
They're off of this map.
I'm sorry.
Infinite Wellness, there we go, right here,
So that's coming before us,
and Compassionate Care.
and that's coming before us.
So you could, the potential is to have Boulevard, Infinite Wellness, Compassionate Care, and Acres. And Highland, which is already approved.
Okay. So where it states 589, is that Sahara?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just trying to be oriented in relation to looking at the map. So on the north side of Sahara, we would have Acres Medical, Highland Medical, and the other that we approved at Commerce.
Exactly.
Okay, so there would be 3 cultivation on the north side of Sahara and possibly 4 on the south side of Sahara. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else wishing to be heard?
Mr. Knight was going to just follow up real
sorry.
quick in regards to the emissions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Barlow. Chris Knight, Director of Building and Safety. I think you've asked the unanswerable question. It would certainly be a difficult process. If you had facilities that were so close together that there was an odor problem that was emanating from one facility that had contaminated the air to the point that you couldn't determine the source because you're dealing with ambient air quality and it was emanating all over all of the other facilities, it's going to be a difficult task, but one we would certainly set about trying to prove. One of the ways we will deal with, the standard is it's an odor that cannot be detected by persons with normal sense of smell at exterior business or any adjoining property or use. That standard would be at the property line. We would, if we got a complaint on a particular site, hire an industrial hygienist to go out and take air quality samples and tell us that indeed the odor was emanating from that particular site and that was that site. However, if it's prevalent throughout, say, a 2-block area, we're going to have to do quite a bit of testing and try to locate and pinpoint that. And it will be a needle in the haystack kind of a search, but it was something we would have to do. I don't know how else you would do it. There isn't any technology out there. There isn't anything out there. One of the things we might do is have the engineering consulting firm that's going to be reviewing the plans that the odor abatement engineers will submit to us, go in and look at the systems themselves within the building that they're operating and functioning properly. That's another way to look at it and say, well, is this system itself operating properly? And if you find that you've got 5 facilities and 4 of the 5 facilities are operating properly and the 5th one's not, now you've found your culprit. So there are ways to do it. It might be extensive to do it, but we could do it. And it's going to be a very difficult thing, but yes, indeed, you could do it, but it's difficult because you're dealing with ambient air.
So let me ask you this question. From a code enforcement standpoint, because you bring up a very critical point, because now we get into the financial connection of the enforcement. who pays for that complaint? If someone were to complain that one of the applicants or one of the companies in the area has emissions of a smell, who pays for that?
As with all of our code violations, the violator of the code would be assess the cost of determining the violation, the cost of the actions that are a result of their violation of the code.
And so you as a building official, what role do you play in regards to fines, in regards to
As the building
correcting
official,
the
if it's-
emissions issue?
As the building official, if it's actions that we take from a building department standpoint, those would be fines that I would levy against the property, and if they would refuse to pay them, we would turn them over to collections. If it was a code enforcement issue, we already have the leaning powers of this council and what is done. So that's why we typically do most of our building code enforcement through code enforcement, so that if there are actions that we have to take from a building code standpoint, it's done through code enforcement, and we have the ability to lien the property.
So what is the process? Because we talked about this in briefings yesterday. If a complaint come in, I believe it was Mayor Pro Tem mentioned this, if a complaint comes in, what is the process, what is the procedure that you will go through, and how much time will it take in order to correct that infraction?
If we had a complaint, we would actually send a code enforcement officer, ask for a code enforcement officer to go out using the standard that any reasonable person of normal sensitivity could smell an odor, and if they could, we would say there's a violation. It would go through the normal code enforcement process, except in the code, I'm sorry, I misspoke. In the code, it says if we determine that there is a violation, they would have 24 hours to prove to me how they're going to fix that. And if they can't do that, then I'm going to turn it over to business license, to Mr. Perigo, and they're going to take action on the license. And Tom can correct me if I'm
24
wrong.
hours has passed, and now
Yes,
it's
sir.
in the hands of Mr. Perigo. And Mr. Perigo or Ms. Duddleston, if you could chime in, because I'm trying to figure out how much time would it take. And I believe, Councilwoman, you were in on the briefing as well, when we were talking about how long would it take to mitigate the odor issue. And the reason why I bring this forward is because I've visited, I believe, right at 12 cultivation facilities and dispensaries from Washington to California and everything else in between. So I've been to some where the emissions were low as far as the smell, to the normal smell. I'm glad I didn't have a stuffy nose that day. I should have had one, because some places really reeked before we even reached the facility. So, and I believe it was this gentleman's, Mr. Pat's location, that really smelled very bad. But with that, I know that, and that's not to poke at you, Mr. Perchek. I'm just basically stating the truth in relation to the locations that I visited. We were on the freeway, and you could literally just smell this really bad odor in the air while we were on the freeway before we even reached our location. And so there is a true concern, and I don't want anyone to basically, underplay the fact that there is a major odor from these facilities, but how do we mitigate it to basically keep those emissions at a very, very low point? Because our subject matter expert, Mr. Perchek, stated that you can get it low, but not as low as you represented to us at the last council meeting, Mr. Knight, to be honest. So help us understand.
Well, the point that I'm making is in the two facilities I visited in Phoenix, Arizona, one of them was exactly the way you just described.
Okay.
You got within 500 feet of the thing, and you knew it was there. And it stunk, just pure and simple. And the odor emanated, and if you were looking for where they're growing pot, all you had to do is as the TV commercial says, follow your nose.
Follow your nose, right.
The other one, you could be standing a foot away from the building and you couldn't smell it. And it was there. And I'm not kidding, it didn't. And I can tell you in my business, I deal with contractors day in and day out, and I'm not looking for an argument. I'm not looking to discount anybody's statement or anything else, so I say it with all due respect. But I have different contractors, different designers, different builders come in and tell me every day. One will come in and tell me I can meet your standard, no problem. Another one will come in and tell me it's virtually impossible to meet the standard. And it's that way on everything we do. Councilman Beer's favorite subject, the energy code. We have that all the time. I have people coming in that the energy code applies to. I cannot meet it. It's impossible to meet it. And other people coming in say it's a no-brainer to meet it. So it all depends upon a matter of perspective. And my experience in visiting those two facilities in Phoenix tells me it is doable to eliminate the odors. And from what I understand of carbon scrubbers or carbon filters, the scrubbers and the other technologies that exist, it is doable to have at the property line 0 odor emissions. Buildings do leak, yes, buildings move, buildings you cannot make a building absolutely airtight, so yes, they are going to leak, but they're not going to leak to the point that you're going to have odors emanating beyond the property line.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Councilman Ross?
Thank you. I'll try to be brief, and I want to express my appreciation to Councilman Coffin for holding this for a couple more weeks to give these two time to sit down and chat. And Mr. Yerushalmi, I must say I'm very disappointed that you guys didn't come to some agreement or some arrangement. And I will say this to you. Your son, Benny, is a friend of mine. You know that. And I care very much for your business, very much for your employees. For a moment there, I was reliving when we started this medical marijuana nightmare for us and all the naysayers out there, and this big ugly monster that was going to destroy our community and destroy our neighborhoods and destroy our children. That's kind of how I felt with all the testimony from your employees. I don't see that happening. I do see a building that is in need of help. I see an area of town that is in need of help. I see a map with lots of dispensaries and production and growth facilities on it surrounding that entire area. So Councilman Barlow, I don't know how we're going to address that, but just one by one, I guess. So Mr. Yerushalmi, these are good business people. They're Las Vegans. They live here. They're raising their families here. He went to Clark High School, which I'm not sure I'm quite forgiving him for that. No, I'm just giving him a hard time for that. I'm teasing you, Lance. You know, there's an opportunity here for you guys to make something happen. And Mr. Yerushalmi, I don't think you're going to be closing your doors on Thursday should this get approved today. I think you are going to recognize that this isn't that big ugly monster that everyone's screaming about and so concerned about. I think that Lance, and correct me if I'm wrong, I mean, I'm in the construction industry all my life, you too. These systems are going to work. In fact, with your permission, Mayor Pro Tem, can he step up to the microphone while I ask him a couple of questions? Up to you. Lance, are you okay with that?
Slot Robinson, work with Lawyer Trained Mechanical Systems.
You do systems, through the Mayor Pro Tem to youth, you do systems in hotels and casinos and restaurants, correct? And you do odor abatement with these systems?
That's correct.
How long have you been doing this business?
17 years.
Okay, so you just started.
Yep.
You know, and the new systems that are going into these hotels and casinos and new restaurants are phenomenal systems. We're already doing that here in the city of Las Vegas. I also have heard that the dispensaries have far more smells than some of these production and cultivation facilities do. That's going to, I think we're going to be addressing that one day as a city council. I think we're going to be back discussing that as an issue. I'm fully comfortable with Mr. Knight's requirements on all cultivation and production facilities of keeping that odor to 0. Mr. Knight, you know it. We've talked about this before. So I'm going to be hard pressed not to support your application. I think you guys are good business people. You bring a lot to this community. I want the tax base right here in Las Vegas, not in North Las Vegas. Not that I don't want to pick on them, but You know, we want to do it right. And Jenny, you said it. You want to be the bar setter. You want to be the one that's the best in the industry. And I think Mr. Sharma is going to hold to that, should you be approved today. I know certainly we will, as a city council. So I just want to say those comments. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
I've always felt that the applicant has far more time to speak than those who are concerned, and I know Mr. Mordecai just wants to speak one more time, so would you please let him?
If you would
I'm
like him to,
requesting
you're
that.
requesting? Okay, come on up.
Mr. Mordecai, you would wanted to talk.
I know that Mr. Barlow was trying to find out how long does it take from the time we discover that there is an odor and by the time it could be fixed. I just have one issue, and I would like you to think about it really. Put yourself in my shoes. December 22nd, on a Friday, there is a bad odor coming from next door. 3 days before Christmas. 25% of my Christmas business is done in those 4 days. Who is going to figure out the loss? Who is going to help me with the loss? If your consciences are clear and you feel that my business will not be hurt from this operation being right next door to me, please vote with your heart. Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, could I just, Ricky, you and I were in that meeting together. How long was it before they could fix it if there was an odor? Remember, it went on weeks and weeks?
Yeah, it was over a
You were
month.
worried at that time.
Yeah, it was over a month.
It was over a month. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Okay, Councilman Kaufman, I guess it's time for some motions.
Maybe I'm willing to give time to anybody that wants to, ask questions too, but it looks like, Jenna, you should have closed La Comida and brought your employees down so they could also testify. I'm not making light of employee testimony, but let's face it, I would not refuse to testify if I was asked. In fact, I would volunteer to testify without having to be asked to help my employer out. We've already approved the kitchen facilities in this location. We've already approved. They smell. We've already approved. Council, I think everybody on this dais voted to approve that already at these locations. So we are in there now with something that's going to test our system. We've already approved grow applications at 1018 South Commerce, not far from here, 5-6 blocks. And then again on Highland, as was stated, and then just below Sahara in Councilwoman Tarkanian's ward. So they're not far apart, but those are cultivation as opposed to grow. Production, there's a lot of that around town. I don't think we have all of them on this map here. I don't know why, because it doesn't look right. It only shows one. I think there's more that were applied or approved for cultivation, for production, but that's where you cook the oils. And so there's odor already there. So that's going to be happening if anybody is worried about odor, and we are without doubt worried about odor. That's why we rely on our staff to investigate, to inspect, and they found that some places have no odor and some places stink. Pat's Places apparently can't control the odor because he said they cannot control it, and yet some people can. So we enter into the competitive aspect of this, where grow operations don't have to be next door to each other to compete with each other. They anywhere in the valley. So Mordecai, you've been approved already for a cultivation operation. So you will be in direct competition with this cultivation operation. That colors my opinion some. When I know that somebody is going to be directly affected by another thing we do. And then we're going to face that one in 2 weeks. So I don't want to be pulled and pushed for competitive reasons here on the council. I think we all have great relationships with everybody on both sides here. And a lot of people, I recognize people that are close in their businesses They may not live on Industrial or Western, but they support this application. Why? Because many of them have businesses there. Why? Because it's an industrial area. Industrial areas smell, manufacturing. It's not a word for it there. You know, you could have chicken processing, good, help us, but you could, you know. It really is something that we expect. Now, some people get a lot out of having retail within an area like that, because a lot of people like to shop there. They think they're going to get a better deal. It's a good place to go. You think you're going to get something for wholesale because the rents are less. You're not in a mall, you know, you're not having to pay those sky-high rents on the strip malls. You can come and buy the best jewelry in town right there on Western. So I think everybody knows that this guy sells good stuff and fair priced and fair content. So this is not going to change. He's got the best deal in town. People are still going to go to his store. That's what I feel. If I felt like it was going to really hurt him, I wouldn't approve it. But we've already approved a smell producer in that same exact area. We've approved a special use permit for Mordecai to operate a dispensary right across the street. So it's both competitive and it's scientific. I'm willing to give the science a chance. These are not permits forever. What's the length of these permits, staff? How long are they being issued for? Was it 2 years?
The special use permit must be used within 18 months.
Yeah.
Or it goes away. Compliance permit, if the business is not open in 18 months, goes away and they must reapply. The council will review business licensing, which once a business license is issued, the city council will review those every 2 years.
All right.
And Councilman?
In other words, nothing is forever. So there's going to be a meeting again soon, if this passes. We've got a string on this permit and on the application, if it's permitted. Now, I don't think we can go wrong there. So I'm inclined to think I really am in the business of trying to attract business into our bombed out area down there, and I feel like we've got to make sure that we don't discourage others. Councilman Barlow talked about what kind of a signal will we send to people if we pick and choose who can do business in an area that is zoned for business. We have to be very careful. You know, we are always running into it when we have competitive taverns or something like that. People don't want a competitor, even though they can do quite well with a competitor. They're just nervous about it. So I don't want to let our process be involved in a competitive kind of a battle. I think we'll just do it on the strength of what it looks like, and it looks good enough for me. I am going to move for approval now on one of these items, and I think that we have to parse out the language because one of them contains a waiver.
Before you make your motions, Brian, would you like to say something?
I just wanted to say, Councilman, and because it's a special use permit involved, you can call it back before the 2-year time period if you find there to be a problem with this operation. So you can call it back at any time.
See, originally, I wanted a 1-year special use permit on these. The council talked me out of it. They wanted 2 years. So,
Councilman, before you catch a vote, Mayor Pro Tem through you, and I apologize, I just want us to get this right, because we do have more applications coming before us, specifically April 1st, two more. And so I at least want to be consistent in relation to what the standard moving forward is, if in fact there is a standard. Specifically from an emission standpoint, because that's going to be very critical, because what I don't want is for our community to smell like the communities I've smelled when I travel to visit the cultivation facilities. So I am concerned in that regard, and I'm trusting that Chris Knight nose is never clogged, because that's the only way he has depicted to me to identify whether or not a place is, you know, have an emission of a smell test. They walk up to the facility and smell, and that to me is very ambiguous in that approach as to how we would do such a thing. And then also I have to give credit to the applicant because of the filtration system in which they've brought forward as far as the level in which they've communicated how the scrubbers will work. And we won't know until they're turned on. We won't know for a period of time because you have to start growing. So the smell won't be immediate. The smell more than likely won't become evident until the plants are fully grown and start to pick the plant. And so we won't know for at least I believe it's a 12 or 13 week. What is the growing process? 6 weeks? 12 weeks?
John Mueller again.
13
It's basically a 75-day process, but because of this delay, you are going to know from Highland Medical and these 3 other cultivation facilities long before we're up and operational. So you will know their systems are working or not working long before Acres Medical is in production and flowering, which is your concern.
And the other key component to this is that everyone's not using the same system.
Yep. And I think
some are greater than others. And with technology improving systems, maybe the next person that come after you will have a higher, rate than you, only due to technology, because technology is always evolving. So I'm just questioning as to the special use permit and the review of condition. I mean, is there a review of condition, Mr. Scott?
Always.
There is. There's I believe there's a 2-year now, but you can call it back at any time if there's a problem prior to the 2 years.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm very satisfied that we have a strong cable around their necks on this issue. Here's the Smell Ranger, everybody. Picture of what Denver Environmental Health is using right now, a device to help detect odors. The gas company uses different kinds of detecting odors device, but this one especially for marijuana. So I think we've got tools. We'll have to spend a few bucks out of that money we're getting in license fees. And I think they all want us to spend some of that money we collected. So again, I have a motion on the floor to approve, but it would exclude the waiver.
Well, let's take these one at a time. So item number 73.
I move for approval with, again, with no waiver for
The
third-party
waiver is in,
businesses.
Councilman Coffin, the waiver is in item 75, so you can bring that up when 75
You're
comes up.
saying it's not, okay, the notes are here under 73. So you
Okay,
say
but-
I'm not seeing something?
It is 73, and I believe they were going to strike the waiver on 73.
No, I don't have a waiver in my notes here.
It says here in the program, 73 has it. Then
No,
let's
the
just do
waiver,
it.
oh, okay, that is not in my note. Okay, yeah, you're right. The book I had did not have anything
Well,
about a
they'll
waiver.
fix it, whatever.
So
we
go
do.
right ahead and make.
You know,
a
they'll
motion.
fix it for us,
Yep.
so for sure. The intent is there, no waiver. So there's my motion.
So your motion is to approve item number 73?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
And that's without the waiver.
and that is without the waiver, including all conditions, so go ahead and vote. Post. Motion carries. Item number 74.
I move for approval of item 74, get the compliance permit.
Okay, we have a motion. Please vote. And post. Motion carries. Item number 75.
I move for approval of the item 75.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote.
That one also has a waiver. I'm not sure if that was.
Oh, excuse me, with the waiver removed.
Thank you. And post. Motion carries. Item number 76.
I move for approval of item 76.
Okay, there's a motion. Please vote. And post. Okay, everything passed. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Goodman.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem and everybody. Move on to Agenda Item 77, GPA 57033, public hearing, applicant Mosaic Land 1 LLC owner, SIC Nevada 1 LLC et al., possible action on a request for a general plan amendment from PCD, Planned Community Development to ML, Medium Low Density Residential on 10.42 acres, south side of Deer Springs Way, approximately 285 feet east of Wallapai, Ward 6, Councilman Ross. Planning Commission staff recommend approval. It's a public hearing. I declare it open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes, Your Honor, members of the council. Bob Gronauer, 8345 West Sunset Road. I'm here representing the property owner and applicant in this matter. We would ask you to follow the staff's and planning commission's recommendations, and I'm here to answer any other questions that you may have.
Thank you. Anyone from the public wishing to be heard on this item? Mr. Perigo, anything that's of significance here?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Everything's in order, and staff is recommending approval.
Thank you very much. Councilman Ross?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Gronauer, I just want to point out through the mayor to you, let's not forget when you come back in for your site plan, those amenities. For some reason, I have amenities written down here on my agenda. So I know we talked about that in the office, so with your client. So I'm looking forward to that and having the discussion of what it's going to look like. I would move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion. There's a motion to approve. And a yes from Councilman Beers, please. City Clerk. And please post. Councilman Coffin and Barlow, you need to vote on 77. Oh. Okay, please post. I think Councilman Coffin is somewhere. Do you vote aye or? Please, if you'll include Councilman Coffin as an aye, and please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Agenda items 78 through 80. 78, variance 56177, a request for a variance to allow a residential adjacency setback of 40 feet where a minimum of 105 feet is required. Number 79, SUP 56178, request for a major amendment to a previously approved special use permit U-0139-98 for a proposed 15,772 square foot expansion to an existing 3,882 square foot house of worship use. And number 80, SDR 56179, a request for a major amendment to a previously approved plot plan review U-0139-98 for a proposed 15,772 square foot expansion to an existing 3,882 square foot house of worship building. The applicant owner, Quadrara Baba Deep Singh, Inc., at 6341 West Lone Mountain Road, R-E Residential Estate Zone. Staff recommends denial on all three items. Planning Commission recommends approval on items 78 and 79 and has no recommendation on item 80 due to a tie vote. These are in Ward 4 with Councilman Anthony and are public hearings which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes.
Hello?
For the record, Rupinder Chima, 3067 Palace Gate Court.
Thank you.
Jaspal Sidhu, 6283 Dean Martin Drive, Las Vegas, Nevada.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Perigo, you're up and on.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Lowenstein.
Hello.
Hello, Madam Mayor. The proposed expansion of the primary building complies with all minimum code requirements with the exception of residential adjacency standards. Therefore, staff is recommending denial.
So it's pretty much just code-based.
Correct.
Okay, and can you tell us what planning happened on number 80? What was the just dialogue there that put them in a tie?
It was interesting. There wasn't a lot of dialogue on that particular item. One of the planning commissioners, without a whole lot of discussion, just turned the vote on that particular item on the site plan to no, and it may be because, I can't speculate. I don't know why for sure.
Huh. Okay, this is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to come forward? Okay, hearing none, I'm going to close the public hearing, and Councilman Anthony.
Thank you, Mayor. I had the great pleasure of meeting you and quite a few of your members from your temple. In fact, could everyone from the temple, could you stand up, please, so we can see who you are? That's a great crowd. Thank you for coming down for the meeting. I know you've been sitting here all day, so go ahead. You can have a seat now. I just wanted everyone to see you. What happened was, just so I can give you a little background, there was a planning commission meeting. The planning commission asked them to hold a neighborhood meeting. They held a neighborhood meeting. There was no opposition. Nobody's called my office protesting this. Nobody showed up at the planning commission meeting to protest. Nobody is really here to protest. So I don't know what the vote was. The interesting thing was my planning commissioner, Gus Flangus, wasn't there, and he was very well aware of this project, and he may have been able to influence the vote a little bit differently. But I think this is a great project. You provide quite a service on Sunday to quite a few people. I think you're a great addition to this community, and this temple is going to be a great addition to that particular location too. So I will go ahead and start making some motions. I will make a motion to approve item number 78 with all conditions.
Do you by any chance have any renderings or anything?
Yes, I do.
Could we see them? I think that would be interesting, not to cut you off. I should have asked for that before. But I think we'd love to see. And what is the modular building that's there right now? Just for use by the temple at this point until you have a permanent building?
The modular building,
It's just temporary there until we have the construction done.
Okay.
And we'll remove it.
And what is the timeline, assuming you get the approval here, to start construction, and how long do you think it will take?
Well, it will take some time to get through the planning, through the building department.
Okay, well, not in our building department.
And then
Are you fully funded?
we have quite a bit funds, yes.
Good, that's what we'd like to hear.
And we're raising the funds also right now.
Wonderful. Okay, it looks beautiful. Let's see. Wow,
Beautiful building.
wow. How
The
many
existing
square
building
feet
has
did we
been there
say?
since-
15,772 square feet.
Yes.
And so do you have enough, were you asking for anything special on parking?
No.
No. So how many, what's your membership generally like that you would need, how many parking spaces?
We are required by code we have 105 parking spaces which we are providing,
Okay.
but as per code, we are only required by 49.
I hope your membership grows beyond it.
Yes.
Is the adjacent property occupied? I'm not talking about the residential part, but on either side. Is that property already occupied, or is that an
Right on the corner
opportunity for
of,
expansion?
Well, no, that one, we still have another property right behind here which is going to be vacant.
Thank you. Okay, there is motion on 78, unless there are any other questions? Yes, please.
I used to represent this area and have worked very closely with these folks, and I think, Mayor Pro Tem, the reason you got no complaints, you guys are great neighbors, and you know it. I mean, you've been such a great addition to that area. My old neighborhood's right there. I mean, Mr. Chima, you've just done a fabulous job. And now looking at that picture, wow.
Thank you.
I'm actually a little jealous of Councilman
So maybe
Anthony.
Councilman Anthony will give you back the property?
Yeah, can we carve that out? I'll annex them back into my ward.
Any other questions, comments? Okay, there is a motion,
Okay.
and please vote, and please post on number 78. Beautiful. Carries again now, please.
Motion to approve item 79 with all conditions.
Thank you. There's a motion on number 79, if you'll please. There's a motion to approve, and there we are, and then please post on 79. And Councilwoman? And that motion carries. One more to go. The famous 80.
Motion to approve item number 80 with all conditions.
All right, there's a motion to approve on number 80, if you'll please vote. And please post. Good luck.
Thank you very
Best
much.
with everything.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all
Good
for
job.
your
Thank you.
patience. Sorry we had you wait so long.
Thank you.
Will we get an invitation to the ribbon cutting when you open the doors?
Absolutely, and we guarantee no odor issues at our place.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And no odor. Okay. Thank you. And now we're on to agenda items 81, 82, and 83. 81, VAR 57283, request for a variance to allow 121 parking spaces where 161 are required. 82, SUP 57283, a request for a special use permit for a proposed 19,040 square foot auto repair garage major with a waiver to allow the use to be adjacent to properties owned RE residence estates and R1 single-family residence. And number 83, SDR 57287, a request for a major amendment to approve plot plan review Z0050-87 to restripe a parking lot with waivers to allow a 0-foot landscape buffer along a portion of the eastern perimeter where a 3-foot buffer is required and a 0-foot buffer along a portion of the southern perimeter where a 6-foot buffer is required. The applicant owner is Jacob Gyanjan, and the owner is Diamond Creek Holdings LLC and Charleston LLC on 2.43 acres, 6901-6905 West Charleston Boulevard, C2 General Commercial Zone. Planning Commission recommends approval. Staff recommends denial on all items. These are in Ward 1 with Councilwoman Tarkanian. Public hearings, which I declare open, and is the applicant or representative present?
Yes, Evan Voss, box 530543, Henderson, Nevada. I'm the architect.
What was the name of that town?
Henderson.
Okay. Kidding.
I'm representing Jacob and his new business. Thank you for hearing this item. We're super excited. I'm going to be quick to point out a couple of the strong points. Jacob has been in the business of auto repair for over 20 years. He's starting a business on his own, and he's very passionate. He is someone who develops young talent in this industry. He's worked his way through to where he services the high-end cars. He's basically luxury and exotics almost entirely, but not entirely. And he has gone above and beyond on this project. I've worked with him on it for several months. We met with the neighbors to the south who had their concerns. We were encouraged to meet with them by Councilwoman Tarkanian, and came up with an agreement to do the trees on the south property line that would further screen this operation. And also, I think it's important to point out that the building has been vacant since 2003 when I first got it approved to do an auto repair place at that location. So we're really happy to be here, and if we can help answer questions, we will be glad to do that. Also, Jacob is here, and he may want to speak.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Your Honor, I'm Jacob Gyanjan. Ma'am, my favorite councilman, I live 1890 Delphont Court, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89117. I'm walking distance away from this property, and it's in my neighborhood. And following it for last 7 years, I'll drive every morning through this property. There's a lot of transits living in next to this property. Last week there was a police chase, and gunman was hiding in this property, and I got called from police, and I cooperate, have the landlord open the building so they can inspect it. I want to bring jobs in this neighborhood. Over time, we will have up to 30 employees. All the equipment, everything, it's modern, it's above a market standard, and all the operations will be done inside the property. We will have all the cars parked at night inside the property. Whatever cars we cannot move that night, it will be moved next morning 100%, guaranteed. I'm here to help the community, and I like to have new, younger generation learn about this occupation. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. If I could, Mr. Parago, you have denied on all items, if you would comment.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd like to turn this over to Mr. Lowenstein.
Madam Mayor, the proposed use intensifies the required parking on site, and as the proposed variance is self-imposed, as the development is to do intents for the site to accommodate, staff has recommended denial on the applications. If approved, staff would like to revise Condition 6 to further clarify of the SDR as submitted to the clerk to read as follows. A revised landscape plan shall be submitted to the Department of Planning prior to the issuance of building permits indicating an 8-foot landscape buffer with 24-inch box trees planted 10 feet on center for the southern perimeter landscape buffer. Thank you.
Do you agree with that?
Yes, that is what we came up with, meeting with the residents immediately to the south of our property.
Wonderful. Okay, this is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to make comment on this? Yes, please, sir, if you'll state your name.
My name is Alex Balside. I stay with 9049 Pearl Cotton Avenue in Las Vegas. I met Jacob a few years ago. I'm an auto body expert, but I also look at the repair quality of a lot of the body shops when they allow me in to do so. I was impressed with Jacob's work and the fact that he wants to work with young people, because I also teach continuing education in auto body repair. And I have certain theories that Jacob also has, where we want to do a good job, we want to be a good neighbor, we want to work inside the building, not outside like a lot of auto repair facilities do. If a car has to stay out at night, we're going to cover it somehow. So,
That'd be nice.
yeah, we understand that people don't want to look at wrecked cars sitting in a parking lot. So we want to mitigate that as much as possible. We want to be good neighbors, and that's why the trees along the back. So I've decided to come out of a semi-retirement situation and work full-time with Jacob. So that's how much I believe in him and that he can do a good job and that we would be good for the area to bring work into there. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Next, please.
Good afternoon. I am Sister Kimberly Bethel. My address is 6263 West Washington Avenue. That's Las Vegas, 89107. And good afternoon to all of you, to Mayor Pro Tem and Madam Mayor and Lois and Councilman Darkanian and Kaufman. I was so excited to see him. I haven't seen him in years. And I was just a rookie and getting a little training in the government stuff. And he was such a blessing. And to Mr. Barlow, I am here to support Jacob. I've become very close with him, and I live in Lois's district. That area needs this type of business. It's a quality business. I have learned, Mr. Jacob, he's a man of his word. He does what he says, and he has integrity, and he's a good businessman. On a personal note, with my nonprofit, I am looking to advance with the Boys Mentoring Program for young males, and this is something that would be highly conducive with that. Living in this area, I'm a native Las Vegan, so I love this city, and that part of town, it would just upgrade it. It would be great. The problems there with the vagrants and all that would disappear, you know, because the vagrants kind of go over to Albertsons and the Arco, you know, they're around. So it'll end all of that. So I'm just here to support and just to say thank you. It's a very good business.
Thank you for coming down. We appreciate it. Thank you. Anyone else wishing to hear any comments? All right, I'll close public hearing, and Councilwoman, this is yours.
I want to thank you, Sister Kimberly, for coming down. You're a wonderful woman, and you care a lot about people, and I just want you to know I appreciate that for all you do. We had the neighborhood meeting, and it's a neighborhood that is very touchy about anything in their area, and they agreed this would be good to have. It's been vacant very long. It attracts the homeless. We have that wash right near there that causes big problems, and I think that if something's operating there, we'll have less problems in that area with the homeless. We made many conditions, more than were said. And did you agree to all the positions, the conditions that were published, that you saw?
Yes, we do.
Because we had the trees added, but also in the front, I think you could do a little better than what you have right there as far as landscaping, and my understanding is that you did discuss that.
We did, yes.
Okay. And all of the repair work is inside.
Correct.
The doors are closed. And so it will not be damaging as far as something looking like a repair area, and people worry about looking like a junkyard, even if it's expensive cars. And so I move to follow Planning Commission's recommendation and move for approval.
On agenda item 81, let's do it one at a time, okay?
Yes.
Okay, there's a motion to approve on agenda item 81. And Councilman Barlow, do you wish yay? Please count him in. Thank you.
And also on item number 82,
Okay, 81 passes, and now there's a motion to approve on 82, please.
yes, we had a few people, I believe, who did not understand that it would be behind closed doors and that there would be nothing outside that would be big or large or unsightly. And I will contact each one of those individually so that they know that that will not occur. So again, I move to approve.
Thank you. And Councilman Barlow, hand up. There he is. Okay, please post. Motion carries. Agenda item 83. Motion.
Again, I move to approve.
Thank you very much. There's a motion to approve on agenda item 83. His hand's up, so that's good. Thank you. Please post, except for your votes, not it. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Best of everything.
Thank you all. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Come out of
Good luck.
retirement. Wonderful. Okay, agenda item, thank you very much, sister. We appreciate your coming down.
I gave the wrong name. I am so sorry. I've been Sister Kimberly for 30 years, and I got married, and I keep forgetting. So my name is Lagunas, Bethel Lagunas.
Gosh, he's going to divorce you. You can't
You know what
remember.
he says? That he says, you're married. But I forget to put Bethel Lagunas. It's such a long name, Sister Kimberly Bethel
No.
Lagunas.
If you want to stay
So I'm
married,
sorry about
hyphenate
that.
yourself along.
Yes, thank you.
Thanks for coming. Best of everything. Okay, agenda item 84, SUP 57312, public hearing, applicant owner 1000 Fremont LLC, possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 2,278 square foot beer wine cooler on sale establishment use with a 67 square foot outdoor seating area at 1020 Fremont Street, Suite 120, C2, General Commercial Zone, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Both planning and commission recommend, and staff recommend approval. It's public hearing. I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present? Gosh, I haven't seen you in a while.
It's been a while. Good afternoon, everyone. Todd Kessler, 261 Las Vegas Boulevard North. It's an honor to be here today on behalf of the applicant. I'm actually here on behalf of the operator as well, because I'm actually an investor in this restaurant. This is Natalie Young's second restaurant. I think you know her well from EAT, E-A-T. And hopefully some of you saw the American Express commercial that she got on the Academy Awards. And hopefully you guys saw that, because that was a very heartwarming story. This is going to be her second location. She's going to serve Chinese food and fried chicken. It's a unique combination that only one
Chinese
person
food.
could probably pull it off. She can. It's a unique new blend of food, Southern food and Chinese. And she's
And no MSG.
no MSG.
Thank you.
And we're here before you today on a beer and wine on sale application. And I did not attend the planning commission, but there were two items that were added as conditions that I am here today to ask not be put forth as conditions. And those are the first two items in the staff report as conditions. And the first one is a one-year review. That item was really never discussed at planning commission. It came out out of the blue from Commissioner Quinn. I didn't know its purpose. And so for that purpose, as well as I believe it stifles business operations. There's no need for us to make investment not knowing something. We're proven operators. She's a proven operator. If you look at the membership interests of the operators, you'll see Mr. Shea, myself, and our other partners, if you would. So I ask that that condition be struck. Additionally, there's another condition I know that some of the neighbors are going to want to talk about shortly, and that is a condition called number 2. I think that you can ask staff to read it. I don't have it in front of me. Basically, it refers to us complying with the noise ordinance. It says that we will comply with all times without exemption with Title 19, Section, et cetera, and it's kind of redundant in the sense that if we had to cite every code that we would comply with in addition to this would be conditions would go on for hundreds and hundreds of pages. What you'll hear from the folks or the adjoining neighbors is that we agreed to a condition next door with those items, meaning without exemption. I didn't understand for the first time until the city attorney spoke at the planning commission, that he read that item to include that we could never have a special event. And so that was an item in my mind that I didn't want to agree to. We did not agree to it at planning commission. Commissioners brought it forth and asked that we bring it to council to talk about. Again, it was not my understanding when we did it on the adjacent project that the words "and exemption" meant that. And so we'll be talking about that later, but that's not what we're here for today. And so with that being said, I'm happy to answer any questions. Would ask that you approve, subject to conditions, except for the first two that I mentioned.
Thank you. Mr. Attorney, please, just on that, so then following normal procedure, they would come back or make application on a special event?
That's correct, but what the planning commission had indicated, Mayor, was that they would not ask for any exemption from the noise ordinance. And normally, the special event, I'm not sure if the special event is exempt from the noise ordinance, which people are shaking their head, yes, it is. So that would actually be an exemption if they asked for a special event, which then they asked that they wouldn't ask for that. So that's why I thought it'd be best if he come and ask you to determine whether or not that condition could be kept on there.
So what I'd like to do then is hear from, first of all, is there anybody in the public that would like to come forward, speak to this? Then I would like to go to Mr. Perigo, then to Councilman Coffin, and then back to Mr. Kessler to see what we can do to help, because how can you open something with restrictions? I mean, why open it then? So please, sir, your name.
Doug DeMacy. We'd like to ask you to leave the restriction on there. We don't feel it's an imposition on the restaurant. It is the identical restriction that's next door. We have great concerns over everything they do on these parcels, including across the street at what's called the Wheelhouse. We'd like to see that same condition added to that whenever it does come to council. We've had quite a bit of trouble, you know, not from Chinese restaurants, but from the Life is Beautiful concert on down. It seems like one constant noise issue, access issue. We'd just like to ask you today to leave that condition on there. If the applicant would like to remove the condition or any others, we'd recommend that you obey the item for 30 days. And I know last week I saw Councilman Coffin suggest to a developer that he improve his lobbying skills with his neighbors. I think that might be appropriate here as well. So we'd like to ask you today to leave the condition on there, please.
Are you a resident there and they own
I
the
own
building?
residential property there, and I have a fiduciary responsibility to a group of elderly and handicapped people. I also sit on what we are calling a church advisory board. The churches are not here today, but they did attend the planning meeting.
And in physical relation to that property, how far away are you?
I'm about 200 feet from it, with nothing in between. There's a wrought iron fence that sits between my elderly people and this. I might add that it's a wrought iron fence that does not conform with the Centennial Plan. It's the only wrought iron fence I've seen in the last few years go in downtown that was not the Centennial Plan. Not really why we're here today, but I know every lawyer in town had to buy that same little green fence. But for whatever reason, this applicant did not.
Is that a vacant property inside the fence?
Well, it's called what they refer to as the llama lot. I used to call it the ambassador site. That's what sits between me.
there.
That's
Okay.
between me and them. So
Okay.
it's basically nothing.
Thank you.
Thank
you
you.
very much. Anybody else with comments, please come forward, state your name, and do let us know if you're a business owner nearby, a resident, or whatever.
Yeah. My name is Don Walford. I'm at 520 South 7th Street, and I do sit upon one of the advisory boards of the churches there. I don't think there's going to be a lot of noise from Chinese and fried chicken. I think other than smacking lips and licking fingers. But what our concern is, and they're only applying for 67 square feet of outside seating. And from what I understand, Mr. Kearns says that's enough for like two chairs. So I don't think those people are going to make a big noise. But out back, behind, what's included in this SUP, if you read on page 6 of your support, it says like a 1,200 and some odd square foot restaurant and 67 square foot outdoor seating. But then it leaves an additional 1,000 and some odd square feet, and that's because it's on that lot, there are 3 other buildings there, and there's a big lot that's adjacent to the back of this applicant's, of the Chinese restaurant. And I think what we're thinking is, because we haven't been able to talk with the applicant, and I think that would be a good idea if we had a community meeting about it, what's your plan for that area? Are you going to have live music? When? How long? You know, and so that's the question that the churches and the residents there have, I think, on there. So,
Thank you very much. And
If I could, just
yes,
one more thing
please.
there. What we were saying at the Planning Commission was that, you know, the same type of thing could be accomplished by just not granting the special event permits. So instead of putting a blanket prohibition against some kind of outdoor event, that you just take it on a case-by-case basis, and on each occasion, the neighbors would be noticed, and they could actually come and protest that particular event if they like.
That's correct. I mean, that would be my interpretation. I'd like to address some points, or if you give me a minute,
Please.
but whenever you want.
No, I say go ahead.
Okay. I want to make sure you understand Mr. DeMasi's property is not 200 feet from this location that we're talking about. So I just want to make that clear in case it was confusing.
It is what then?
It is not 200 feet away from the property that we're talking about here today. It's 200 feet away from the Llama Lot, but not
Okay.
from Chow, the restaurant which sits on Fremont Street,
Okay.
et cetera. I attempted to reach out to Mr. DeMasi and was referred to his attorney. I spoke with his attorney today and indicated my position, if you would. So I don't believe that there's a need to further that statement. I think the staff can help me on the last point, which is there's no outdoor entitlement seating area for the space that he's referring to. The 2,200 square feet only refers to the interior. You cannot expand that without having to go forth again. As they clearly did indicate, we only have a 67 square foot, which is a table for 2. It's kind of a private table of sorts that'll be on Fremont Street, in the sense that it's not on the street, but it's built into the little nook, if you would. If they could show the plan, you'd see it. That's all I'd say in relation to that.
Thank you. Any other comments at this point? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing, and any other comments from planning?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. So as regards the special use permit, it does only apply to the 2,278 square feet that are within suite number 120. So it only applies to that area. It doesn't apply to any other area within the building or on the parcel. And then as regards the 2 conditions that were placed on there, Planning Commission, I want to read those so you'll know exactly what was said. Condition 1, a 1-year administrative required review from the date of final approval shall be required. Condition 2, the business shall at all times conform with section 9.16.030K without seeking or obtaining any exemption. There was quite a bit of discussion with this condition 2. First, they are required already to comply with 9.16.030, so that can be thought of as maybe a little bit redundant. And the concern about without seeking or obtaining any exemption, I did talk to Mr. Scott about this and sort of shared his concern that it's a bit of a challenging condition because it would eliminate the possibility of receiving a special event permit on that site. So we sort of struggle with that at Planning Commission, but the conditions are on there and for your consideration. Other than that, staff recommends approval.
So before I turn, I'll be right with you, but should we be of the mind to honor the requests here, we would first vote against accepting if in fact how would we proceed, assuming that we would entertain, because they need to have some flexibility and maybe don't need a review. What is the process for us as voting? What are we voting for?
And Mayor, just for the record, the review is administrative, so it wouldn't come before you. It's only a staff review.
Oh, okay.
So you can vote to, obviously approve or deny, approve with the conditions as they are, or approve eliminating the 2 conditions.
Okay, well, I would love to hear from Councilman Coffin, but just wondering if in fact we were voting and of the mind to remove those restrictions, we would then vote denying well, we'll just wait for Councilman
Just-
Coffin.
just
but I
remove
wanna
those
hear from-
conditions is all.
Okay, thank you. And Councilman Barlow before Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Mayor. The question that I have, if we may go back to the conditions, you agree to the conditions before Planning Commission?
I agreed to a condition on one of 3 SUPs for the Ferguson's project is not being built adjacent to it. Only one of the 3. And again, it was not my understanding at that time that the word exemption meant special events.
So you're saying that you made a mistake when you agreed to it last year?
Again, I would argue that it doesn't apply. It's very, if you ask an attorney, and hopefully the city attorney can jump in here, it's a very poorly drafted exemption, if you would, or something. There's a lot of room for argument, let's
Okay,
just say.
so let me ask you this question. What is it that you're trying to accomplish?
Trying to open a business and get 2 conditions removed that were put on to us
Okay,
at
so,
Planning
so
Commission.
what is the business that you're looking to open?
Chow, Chinese fried chicken.
In the same location or different?
It has nothing to do with the one that he was referring to, which was previously approved. This is a brand-new item. The approval that he's referring to that had that condition is for another property, different property owner, adjacent to this, or just to the east, if you would.
Okay, so Chow will be to the east of...
Chow is next to the bookstore that just recently opened, just west
The
of...
right block, the Writing
Writer's
block?
Yes, a great store.
Great
We all
store,
come
good
down.
day on Oscars there every
okay.
weekend.
All right, and so you, as far as the special use, or I should say the nightly activities,
There are no, this is not a tavern, it's not having live entertainment, this is a restaurant. And so, you know, I understand the thought process for noise, et cetera, but this is a restaurant. We have no live entertainment thoughts. If there was to be, it would be done through a special event. It's simply ambient music that would be playing, if that. She doesn't play music in her
but it's
car.
everything that's internal, right? There's no outside...
There's one seat, but there's one two-top, I wish you could pull up the floor plan if you could, that is sitting enclosed, meaning there's no sound from inside that's allowed to get out. It's only that
So there's no noise emanating from...
Correct. It's not a
the
wide
inside.
open door.
Got you, okay. Because I'm just trying to get the clarity on, Doug, if you come back forward, please. I'm just trying to get clarity on what your concern is so that we can get the record straight moving forward.
My concern isn't necessarily with the Chinese restaurant. It's with the applicant themselves, and they are the same owner next door at the Ferguson. They are the owner of this. They are the owner of the Llama Lot. For the record, as the crow flies from the back door of this building to the living room of one of my elderly tenants, if it's 250 feet, you know.
But hold on a second, Doug, because I don't want us to get too far off the question.
Right.
The question is, what is it that you're concerned about as it relates to Chow?
The applicant that owns the real estate has been disingenuous to a fault with us in the past on noise issues.
Okay, so...
We're not here today to
Hold
discuss those other
on
items.
hold on one second. I'm asking him a question, please.
But that's why it's relevant that this is...
Hold on, Doug.
Okay.
Let me just ask the question, because I know the two of you have this little love-hate relationship, so I'm trying to keep
He
you
has a
two
nice
separated.
haircut,
That's
though.
why I'm glad that the two microphones
get
are
along
apart.
well, actually.
So I'll play referee just for a second, Mayor, if you just indulge me. I'm just trying to get a level of understanding, because, Doug, I know you can go off a little bit. So just stick with me just for a moment. Chow being the restaurant that's being presented before us today, and there won't be any imminent noise coming from the inside, what is it that you're looking for as it relates to this item of concern?
Right. Perhaps I interpret the SUP differently, but in many of the drawings, it has included in it the other two buildings.
Okay.
And another 20,000 square feet that they're including. It's 3 separate parcels, but for some reason, everything's included in the SUP on the overhead here when you showed it.
Right.
There's the old 7-Eleven garage.
Right.
There's Homer's 10th Street Automotive. There's the bookstore, and there's the Chinese
Okay,
restaurant.
so let me ask my planning director a question. The SUP, going back to the SUP, is it specifically for the restaurant, or is it for the parcel as a whole, as we look at this from an SUP standpoint?
It is specific to this suite number 120,
So just the suite, not the parcel?
Just the,
That
and the
map right there. Go back to the
200
map you
square
just
feet.
had.
Okay, go back, if we can go back to the overhead. Right there, stop right
There,
there.
it includes all the
But,
buildings.
I'm sorry, Councilman.
Okay, hold on, hold on. Mr. Perigo, go ahead, finish, please.
Yeah, this particular map, that red boundary is just for the purposes of the public notification from
Okay.
that's the boundary we use for public notification. It is not the area that the SUP applies to. It only applies to the hatched area.
The hatched area.
The red circle, not the black one.
The red circle is just for public notification. We use that entire parcel in order to establish the distance
The
for
distance for
public
the
notification
radius.
of the item.
Right,
The
because it's from
SUP
property
does
line to
not-
property line.
Right, the SUP
Right,
does
so
not
that's
apply to
accurate.
that area.
But the hashtag area, thank you, Karen, whoever did that in the back. The hashtag area is, the SUP is only for this section, the suite.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, Mr. Scott, what were you going to say?
Just simply going to say, it's almost like when you have a commercial subdivision or some kind of little strip mall, where you'd have a payday loan in one, you'd have a bar in another, a restaurant in another. They're all SUP'd separate.
Okay, all right, I'm good.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you. All
thank you.
right. Thank you very much. I'm closing the public hearing. I'm moving over to Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let me ask a question. First of all, you should have brought Natalie instead of you. Kessler, you're ugly compared to her.
It's true. She's
She's
busy.
a very nice
You know,
person.
that is an unfair, unkind comment. I think
I'm
he's
sorry,
very
strike that, so
handsome.
nobody who was watching this broadcast will remember I said he was ugly. Staff, did you put a one-year requirement on Eat Restaurant, the operator, Natalie?
Let me chime in that we didn't apply for alcohol on that
I
one.
don't recall. I'd have to look that one up.
Well, you see, the point is, we're dealing with people here. The person who's going to run this business is the same person who runs Eat, which is on Carson and 7th, I think, at the corner. So we all know her. We know she's got a sterling reputation. People are lined up to get in her restaurant called Eat, E-A-T. So Chow is going to be the same thing with different cuisine, I guess. Is that fair to say?
Yes,
Okay,
that's our understanding.
okay. So I'm not sure why they put, I don't think a 1 year was put on Eat, I guess is what I'm thinking. Maybe that's overkill from
I think the
the,
difference, Mayor, Councilman, is that this one has liquor. I don't believe Eat has a liquor license, or liquor.
barely hear you, but I think I
I'm
get the
sorry, I was saying that this one has liquor and Eat does not have
Yeah,
liquor.
okay. Kessler raises a good point, though, the construction requiring financing of some kind probably wouldn't even be completed if, well, maybe it's already underway. We wouldn't even have a year of operation in any event under that for us to determine if they're good. I met with Mr. Wolford and Doug, members of the council, so I heard what they had to say. I've known Don for many years. Our daughters used to play soccer together, and we love those times. The other part is gilding the lily. I've talked to staff. You guys have told me essentially it's not necessary. And then the idea of without seeking or obtaining any exemption because there's an SUP on it means that it's really difficult to even ask for an event thing. So if they wanted to have one, which would be required to have a public hearing, in other words, people would protest on a case-by-case basis or approve, isn't that what would happen? They can't even do that?
Well, not necessarily. Some special events would be, could be approved administratively, but I don't know how you would approve a special event permit because that comes with an exemption from the Noid ordinance for the period of the special event.
Yeah.
So,
Okay. So what about dropping the SUP on this?
Say again?
Is it needed? Is it a good idea? It's not necessary, apparently.
The SUP is needed to serve beer and wine.
But the other condition?
The first two conditions, no. I don't believe so. They were not in original staff's approval.
It boils down to assurances, and assurances that they're going to adhere to the code of noise primarily. That's what bothers them. And I think we've seen just in an earlier circumstance here today where there were people that did not believe that the city could enforce its codes. that we were setting a standard which would be impossible to attain, and I think this is one here where it's kind of the same problem. We know they can adhere to it because they have to, or they lose their license. That is the noise ordinance. That is anything else that might happen. They're going to be doing all the eating and drinking inside. They're not going to play music outside. So I'm not quite sure was on Planning Commission's mind.
So would you like to make a motion?
Well, I think that people are seeing something here to fear that isn't there. I know what they talked about with Ferguson. Ferguson is outdoors.
Thank you.
Ferguson's going to have a lot of options and a lot of potential for noise. That's why we clamped down on them real hard. But here, you're not applying for that. If they're going to apply for something outside or music, they'd have to come for permission, wouldn't they?
That's correct.
That's Tom Perigo. Thank you, Tom. Okay. All right. I feel it is reasonable to remove the two conditions that have been imposed by the Planning Commission. I will now move for approval of item 84 minus conditions 1 and 2, which were imposed by the Planning Commission.
Okay, there's a motion to approve minus the two conditions that were asked for by Mr. Kessler, knowing that you have to come back anyway. This motion to approve, please vote, please post. Motion carries.
Thank you, guys. Have a good
very
evening.
much. Thank you for coming down. You're still protected. Everything's going to be fine.
You're not ugly, but
You'll pull the cord.
Natalie's better looking than you are. And
I will agree to that statement.
older. She's older. She conducts herself
Just
much
no
nicer.
MSG. I don't know how she's going to cook the chicken, but we'll be down. Okay, agenda item 85, SUP 57340, public hearing, applicant Dollar Loan Center, owner Lakes Plaza LLC. Possible action on a request for a special use permit for proposed 1,531 square foot auto title loan use with waivers to allow a 0-foot distance separation from a residentially zoned property where 200 feet is required and a 242-foot distance separation from an existing similar use where 1,000 feet is required at 1901 West Sahara Suite 100 C1 Limited Commercial Zone. Councilman Beers from Ward 2. Planning Commission and staff recommend denial. It's a public hearing. I declare it open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Dave Gallion with Dollar Loan Center, 8860 West Sunset Road.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Do you wish to make some comment here before?
Yes, I do. In Planning Commission, one of the concerns were the distance requirements. The presentation that I made was the parcel we are looking to move into is one of 12 within a major commercial shopping center. Based on that, the distance requirements of the 0-foot for residential is the commercial shopping center itself. If you look at the parcel within the commercial shopping center, we are closer to 280 to 300 feet from the actual residential itself. The same with the similar company down the street, the distance of 242 feet from staff is based on commercial shopping center to commercial shopping center. The competitor is one of, I think, 19 individual parcels in the shopping center directly kitty corner from ours. And when you look at it in a true measurement of parcel to parcel, it is 1,180 feet. For us, we felt that both distances were met based on the individual parcels. When conducting our neighborhood meeting, the only people that showed up was a representative of the city and one representative of ours. No one from the community actually did attend. Since that time, we do know that there have been oppositions and for us, that have been sent in. Additionally, if we can see that on the overhead, what I did was put together just current customers within the 89117 zip code.
Can you just pull up that one? Just pull it straight up. Good, thanks.
Currently within the 89117 area, we have 1,780 customers. The majority of those sit within a square mile of the proposed location. So currently, all those customers are driving anywhere from 4 to 10 miles away to conduct business with us. Let me move over here real quick. The little yellow sign right there is our proposed location. Our current customers in the outlying area are going either south or east to try to conduct business. With just the numbers alone, it is an instant store that is probably the 4th largest that we would have in the valley of just the customer base around there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item, please come forward. I don't think there's anybody left here. Okay, I'm closing the public hearing, and we're going over to Mr. Barago.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Lowenstein.
Madam Mayor, the proposed location is within the minimum distance radius from residential and similar uses as drawn from the edge of the commercial subdivision, and therefore requires a waiver from the minimum distance separation requirements. As such, both staff and the Planning Commission recommended denial. It is staff's understanding that the councilman would like to add the following condition. As submitted to the clerk, there shall be no parking on the subject site of any motor vehicles acquired through the auto title loan use. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman, it is your baby.
Thank you, Your Honor. I actually served on the committees in Carson City that regulated this industry in the 2000s, and am a little familiar with them. My initial reaction was, gee, it's too bad society needs that, but society does. And in some cases, they're actually less brutal than banks. If you go bouncing checks, the combined monthly service fee and the bounced check fee exceeds the fees that these guys charge for a short-term loan. So the Planning Commission kind of seemed motivated by distaste for the genre of business from a philosophic perspective. In looking at the distance requirements, it's, I think staff measured 310 feet from the parcel line to the closest residence if you look at the parcel itself rather than the entire commercial development, and about 1,300 feet to the nearest competitor, who was given a variance when they were located at the place they are. So I think with the addition of the new condition, if the applicant is okay with that new condition,
Yes, we are.
then I would move for approval with all conditions, including the new one that Mr. Lowenstein recited today.
Okay, and you've agreed to those conditions?
Yes, we do.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve on agenda item 85. Please vote and please post. Thank you, that carries.
Thank you.
Good luck to you. Thank you. Agenda item 86, set date and any appeals filed or required public hearings from the City Planning Commission meetings, dangerous building or nuisance litter abatements, please. Thank you, and I instruct the city clerk to take care of that, and we just said that, and she said, fine. So we are on now to citizen participation. Citizen participation, public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject's on the agenda and scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium and give your name for the record. The amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed, may be limited. And seeing no one, I do have here, we did get this morning a speaker card, public address from Peter DeJoseph, who's left his phone number, and from what I understand from the city clerk, we have two pieces. This rough draft is from him, as well as abuse of women article. And so just know they are from a gentleman by the name of Peter DeJoseph. And if you need his phone number and have inquiry, we'll get it from city clerk. And since no one else has appeared, anyone else? No. I'll close this portion of the agenda. We move on to 88. I feel Councilman Coffin ready to roll. He has nothing. So we'll start over here with Councilwoman. You go first.
We don't have anything to report this time.
Thank you. Councilman Barlow, you make me nervous because you have the longest list of anybody.
Mayor, maybe because I'm the only one working.
Oh, are you tough?
It's the end of the day. Come on, I know you guys are down there sleeping. I know Steve Ross has a long laundry list, so let me jump right on in, Mayor, and get mine out of the way.
Okay.
This has most definitely been a lively council meeting, so why should it end on a quiet note? Ladies and gentlemen, free income tax form preparation assistance. Volunteers from the AARP and the Internal Revenue Service Volunteer Income Tax Assistant Program, VITA program, will offer residents free assistance with personal income tax form preparation and electronic filing at the City of Las Vegas Senior Centers. Advance appointments are required at all locations, so please call 888-687-2277 for more information. The VITA program will be at the Doolittle Senior Center located at 1930 J Street to also offer tax assistance from Tuesday through Thursday, 9 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. through April 15th by appointment only. This service is for people who generally makes approximately $53,000 or less, persons with disabilities, the elderly, and limited English-speaking taxpayers who need assistance in preparing their own tax returns. That's who VITA will be able to assist. So please call 702-229-6125 for appointments. April 2nd, Coffee with the Councilman will take place at Starbucks located at 751 Rancho and Bonanza. So please come on out to Coffee with the Councilman. I will be there to meet and greet those residents and business owners who would like to talk or discuss anything with me during that time during Coffee with the Councilman. And of course, Pirate Fest will take place April 10th through the 12th at the newly renovated Lorenzi Park. The Pirates are returning to Lorenzi Park from April 10th through the 12th for Pirate Fest 2015. The event will be bigger and better. This is a hands-on, family-oriented event sponsored in partnership with the City of Las Vegas. It will feature music, entertainers, vendors, food, games, activities, and more. If you like the Pirates of the Caribbean, you'll love Pirate Fest 2015. The Zappos Cardboard Regatta returns to Pirate Fest, so you don't want to miss it. This year is the second annual Cardboard Regatta sponsored by Zappos, and so they did a wonderful job last year, and I can't wait to see their regatta this year. What is a cardboard regatta, you ask? Well, thank you for asking. Let me explain. You build a ship or other floaty boats out of cardboard using your own imagination, glue, duct tape, and paint, then race it out on the lake at Lorenzi on Sunday, April 12th at 12 p.m. during the Pirate Fest. This project is sponsored by Zappos, and there is no fee to enter your ship in the regatta race, so please visit their website at www.piratefestlv.com. That's www.piratefestlv.com for more information. And finally, of course, you can always follow your favorite councilman. Yes, that would be I, Councilman Ricky Barlow. You can stay informed on events and activities that's taking place in and around Ward 5 by following me on Facebook, Twitter, and other social media sites, or just feel free to reach out to me. Check out the website at lasvegasnevada.gov/Ward 5, or just contact my office direct at 229-5443. And I see a number of wonderful, look like Cub Scouts in the back of the room. Tiger Cubs?
Tiger Cubs.
Let's put the camera back there, and you all raise your hands so you can be live on television.
Look at the monitor you're up there.
Wow, you guys are live on television.
Wow.
Wave, because here comes the camera. All right, you all should receive a badge for that, right?
Are they cute?
There you go. And is that a Girl Scout I see? All right.
One. She's in charge.
Welcome
Two,
to your
maybe.
City Hall. Let's give them a
We're
round
so
of applause.
proud.
Thank you all for being here.
3 girls.
And Mayor, that will conclude the update from Ward 5. Thank you so very much.
Wonderful.
And thank you for
Okay.
steering this very difficult ship today.
It was a long day, and you all have been at school. Hopefully you did a great job, and thanks, moms and dads. All right, because we are going to finish up with Councilman Ross. Councilman Beers, you go next.
Is there a special belt loop for sitting through 9 hours of televised city council meeting to see yourself on TV at the tail end of the meeting? There ought to be.
I hope to meet some of you Ward 2 residents at the shredding event coming up on the weekend here. We'll be at the Vets Memorial Services Leisure Center in the parking lot from 10 a.m. to noon this Saturday. That is right about halfway between Sig Rogich Middle School and Palo Verde High School. They're in the parking lot. Next Beers with Beers is going to be Thursday, March 26th, a week from tomorrow. 5:30 to 7:30 will be at Nacho Daddy's out in Summerlin by Village Square. Then we're going to try something new, change it up a little bit. Calzones with the Councilman.
That's a good one. We
Calzones
might
with the
come
Councilman.
there.
Bambino's East Coast Pizza came to our attention as a new Ward 2 business that had changed hands, and the new chef came in, and one of our Ward 2 residents who's a regular participant is from upstate New York or downstate New York or side state New York or something. And
Bless him.
this cook is from the same place that he grew up, and he just thinks this is the best food ever. So we're going to have calzones with the Councilman at Bambino's East Coast Pizza, Lakeside Village Plaza. That'll be on April the 4th from 11 to 1 in the morning or afternoon, straddling the noon lunch hour. And then our next Coffee with the Councilman is going to be Friday, April 10th at the Coffee Bean and Tea Leaf at the Lakes Business Plaza from 7:30 to 9 o'clock. We'd also invite folks to come out for the Ward 2 walkers every Monday and Thursday at 8 a.m. We are at the Wallapai Canyon Trailhead on Wallapai Way north of Alta. The trailhead loop is just under a mile, and the intent is to walk 2 loops. Sometimes we make it, sometimes we don't. My dog quits after 1 1/4 loops.
You're supposed to carry him.
You can take your dog, and it's kind of fun. We've had Jack Russell Terrier, we've had a couple of beagles.
Oh.
On this date in music history, this goes back a long time. March 18th, 1902, Enrico Caruso
Oh, wonderful.
recorded 10 arias for the Gramophone Company. This was actually the first well-known performer to make a record. And in a tribute to modern technology and how amazing it is, he did about 300 commercially released recordings from 1902 to 1920, and all of them are available today on CDs or as digital downloads for you opera fans. And that's all that we have, Mayor.
Sounds exciting. Okay, Councilman Ross, we're winding down.
And I'll try to be quick, and I'm glad to see those scouts in the back of the room, because if you remember this morning's ceremonials, Councilman Barlow brought up me helping raise money for scouts through what's called the Scout Reach program, and it's called Jump for Scouting. And if you look on the monitor right there, it is happening this next Friday.
Is that you
Not this
on the cord?
No, but I do have a very special photograph, I think. Don't I have someone else? Can we? There you go. There's
Oh,
Councilman
wow.
Coffin.
He
And that
looks
is-
like Ultraman.
That is
or
at the
something.
top of the stratosphere, and he's just getting ready to jump off. So Councilman Coffin helped raise money for the inner city scout
Yeah.
units by jumping off the stratosphere. And we'll go back to the other slide. It is called Jump for Scouting. It's a great event. Contact information there for if you want to sponsor somebody. I think I almost had Chief Freeman talked into it this morning. She disappeared, of course, but for the other officers in the room, help me motivate her when that time comes.
Do you challenge him for $5,000 or something?
no,
You know,
no,
I
if-
did the zip line.
You did the zip
for
line.
Opportunity Village
Right.
for
Well,
$5,000.
The stratosphere is in downtown. It's in Councilman Coffin's ward.
Okay.
And you did the zip line, and what this is the jump is 855 feet, so the contribution from the jumper is $855. So they go out and they get pledges to jump off the stratosphere. And it's a great event. We partner with the stratosphere. I jumped the first year. I'm certainly not doing it again. My wife did it twice, and she loved it, and that's really scary to me. But Kelly's stronger than I am.
Death thought there.
Yeah, she
wants to
loved
get
it.
away.
She's ready to go do it again, and I think Jen in my office, I think, is jumping this year as well. So,
Oh, good.
you can contact Cameron Baumstead at the Scout Office, 702-968-8127, if you want to participate, or you want to sponsor somebody, or you want to push somebody off the stratosphere. Now, another fun thing coming is summertime again, and we're starting up Movies in the Park again. Our next movie is Big Hero 6 out at Centennial Hills Amphitheater. It is Friday, March 20th. It says 6:30, but we start the movies when the sun goes down so you folks can see it. Folks that don't know where that is, there's a nice little map right there. You can also go to LasVegasNevada.gov/Ward6 for all of the great events happening in the city of Las Vegas. This is free for your families. My grandchildren tell me it's a great film. I have not seen it yet, so I'm looking forward to that. The next fun thing we've got coming up is April 4th, and this is out at Tule Springs Park, Floydland Park at Tule Springs. It's called the Spring Celebration and Foster Connection, and I'll have to explain that to you. Last year, I partnered with Foster Connect with Clark County, and we actually brought kids and organizations out there that try to connect these foster kids with families. This was the most successful event they had last year, connecting 25 kids with 25 families. So I'm really excited about that. It is also free. We'll have the farmers market out there, of course, and a lot of great things going on. I know my youth council wants to put me back in the dunk tank, which I'm not looking forward to because the water is cold at Tule Springs. So come on out if you want information about that and want to be a vendor, 702-229-8100. That's going to be a lot of fun. And for the more serious things going on in the city and our continued partnership with Nevada Child Seekers, we do have a missing young man. He's only 10 years old. His name is Thomas Baranis. He's 4 foot 5 inches tall. He's only 100 pounds. Last contact was March 13th, and the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department Missing Persons Detail is asking for your help to find this young man. Thomas, if you see this, we're looking for you. He was last seen at Arville and Desert Inn on March 13th about 4:30 in the afternoon. So it's kind of scary when a young man like him, age 10, disappears. So folks, if you know where this boy is or any information leading to his whereabouts, please contact the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department at 702-828-2907 or 702-828-3111. Let's find this little boy and get him back with folks who care about him. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you so much. And to conclude everything, it's time to get in the swing of spring. Our little leagues are practicing and preparing for a new season with our very own national champion Mountain Ridge team as an inspiration. I'll be on hand to see the first balls pitched on Saturday the 21st. First at 9 a.m., our fabulous Miracle League will kick off the season at First Christian Church at 101 South Rancho. At 11:30 that same morning, the Western Little League will start its season at Doc Romeo Park at Buffalo and Cheyenne. I've got to get my horse ready for that race. Let's join together to cheer these enthusiastic young athletes and wish them well in their new season. For those of you who enjoy running or going the distance, you can run away with the Cirque du Soleil's annual walk and run event, which takes place on Saturday, March 28th at our amazing Springs Preserve. A wonderful show, a lot of music, some little trinkets and things. Participants have a chance to walk with an array of talented Cirque du Soleil performers. And for more information, visit the website at cirquedusoleil.com. And our next City Council meeting will be held here Wednesday, April 1st, April Fool's Day. So I'm expecting none of the council persons to show up as a joke. But actually, we will be here at 9 o'clock in council chambers April 1st. So thank you, staff. Thank you all for everything today. We appreciate it and your really wise input helping us get through these days. So have a wonderful day, everybody. We stand adjourned.